Yo, what's up, foe? What's up, Reese? Wolf? Knocks me to the ground. Homely girl knocks me inside out. What's up, content? Chances I play hit Penny today? Probably 0. Shows the Penny routes. Flark now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Real court nah, restricted. Diggs has been muted. Oh shit. Did your returning video do well because that video is fire? You should do more like that? Yeah, I'm planning on it. I'll make a video for today, later. Now, what would be a good game? FlyQuest versus NRG? Or maybe SSG versus Young. Oh, yeah, we lost. I'll have to see. If there's any notable games, I'll take a look at them, you know? Streams live. Cool, cool, cool. What was it gonna do? I guess we could check out the new map. There's another thing I wanted to do as well. Ah, right. We're watching the Asia series today before stream. Or before we do anything else, I guess. Lower Manhattan. Let's check it out real quick. New way from me.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
West Racine. And my letter, you've got my song. Oh, what's this? Closed under martial law.
My dad built Spider for
Cool.
himself, but I feel like
So
I was
we're on
born to
defense.
pilot it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can break the vases and the
The
furniture.
Master Weaver is not going to be thrilled with me for jumping around realities.
Lower Manhattan. Okay. So far away from me.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This is the convergence point. Okay. So what? I'm supposed to defend this area first? What's this? A breakable wall? Interesting. You can break this. Alright, the scanning mechanic. I can break this pillar. Scan. There's nothing. More top player reviews? Yeah. How do you defend this point then? Can I climb over this? Far away from me. That's why I'm here to show us. No editor, you've got my song. Huh. So where would you even want to hold on this map? Because spawn comes out of here. My immediate assumption is like, place a web like this. And do something like this. Can you walk through this? You can't. But this could work. Kinda. More bag that can climb to the wall. We'll climb over this wall. They can't. Unless you're already a climber, which is different. On and on. You map his ass? You think so? What's up, Tina? Me feel so. Yeah, yeah. You did like the map? Lots of flanking routes.
Just keep fighting a little longer.
Also, I haven't played the game since like 3 days ago, right? But this gimmick is already ass. Like it's just brain dead. Revealing where everybody is with wall hacks and also like giving ultra information for free is just not a gimmick that should be in the game.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some
Heavily
But I'm
favored
here
for
to
map
finish the fight that my
up
father
on Peni.
began. I hope I make him proud.
Really? For the first point? I mean, that's typically the case for all convergent maps anyway, for Peni. But I don't really see how that would be the case.
Most spiders just climb walls. I'm psionically linked to a giant robot. I win.
Spider-Man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No, it's Spider-Punk. There's a difference. I'm pointing more viable for Peni.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the main area. Got it?
Mine's in place.
Yeah, I don't really know how you would play on this point for defense. Like this one right here. Like, my initial thoughts are, if you're playing on defense, you probably want to be playing, like, back here anyway. I don't really think you would play any further. Maybe if I'm playing, like, Penny Parker, I could place my shit down
You're
here.
up, little ones.
But, are you still Celestial 3? I'm Celestial 2. What's up, JD? But, I don't know. It just seems kind of like, I don't want to play out here as a support, you know? I can maybe play over here, I guess. But even this is like a bit risky, to be honest. And this whole like alternate route, breaking wall shit. Oh no. Doc Ock's arm holding a Spider-Man suit. I saw that. Except grits.
Final score 1, 2, 0.
Do you do any kind of drugs? No, Falcon.
Another epic victory.
I hate that the new map is allowed to be in the map, like in the pool for competitive. Why? It's just not serious. Did I already go to your date? What does that mean? Remove the stupid map gimmick. Gimmick removes integrity. Where'd you go now with a woman? Serious is lame and stupid. What? I don't really know if I like this way. It's just there's no like I don't know. There's just no like cover to play around with on this first half. Like I don't even know how you would feasibly hold this point on defense. Or how it wouldn't just be like an automatic roll for attack. You know what I mean? Sub baller. This one is a little bit more interesting, but like again, I don't really know how you would hold this on defense either. Like, am I gonna be holding this area when they come through? Not really. It's just too close to the crack in the wall they can get in. I mean, I know that, but like, I'm sure I could break this wall down. But how am I supposed to hold this if I'm on defense? I'm not gonna sit on the point and just shoot at you when you're walking in. Why are you live? Sorry, Aster. Something here. This whole thing is just odd. Some technicality. I guess you could play back up here, but it's like you can break this cover, so like play back here. Like this is just odd. I don't really know where you would even begin to like play defense here. Even the high ground doesn't seem all that great. Actually, high ground's probably the only way you can play this map if you're on defense side. Yeah, probably. Walk in the right side from the outside, no? You mean this one? Yeah, I mean same thing. Like it doesn't really matter. Like how would you Like, how would you hold on this defense point? I'm not sure. Maybe you just play high ground perma and just watch anybody who's walking through the doors. This area is useless. Already, I can tell. Yeah, like, no one's going to be here. Cards pushing here. If you're on defense, like, I guess you could hold this corner. Maybe over here as well. Maybe this way. You'd probably want to hold this corner, to be honest. But, like, there's just not much to work with here either. Making useless little areas. Yep. The cart gives ult charge. That is brain dead, if that's true. I swear to God, if that's true, that's brain dead. What's this? Daredevil. Wait. Resist rebel. Oh, that's different. You can get to the outside from here and flank all the way behind, I guess. What team do you like to watch the most in MRI? I don't really have one. Ooh, pool. You love this map? Sub-Supra, Wave, Angry. Need to watch any Daredevil season? I only watched episode 1. I gotta watch the other 2 or 3 episodes that are out. Okay, what the fuck is happening here? They come out this way, you can hold this way. You can hold all this. High ground. High ground's always good. So I guess I can play from up here and shoot down. Old sense was goaded. This is still versus 103 right over his peak. Jump pad, take it on high ground. Stupid ass Jeff. Spawn room. Uncomfortable armless rolling chair to a gaming chair. Nice. Is it ergonomic? Bum ba da bum. I mean, I feel like the only good, like, this map pretty much encourages you to just play on high ground perma, I'll be honest. Like, I don't ever see a reason why I would ever stand down here when I could just play high ground and just shoot at you from above. We have this going on. Now we have third point. Maximum security prison guard or whatever the fuck. Like, what is all this? Who is taking this flank route, bro? Oh my goodness gracious. And I assume there's some gimmick over here too on this part. Like, what am I looking at? Like, bro, I'd have to watch a game to see who the fuck is playing this map and how. Hey, look, it's the big statue. It's Big Bert. Oh, that's an environmental for sure. No shot, that's not an environmental kill. It's upgraded to a PC from Xbox. How do you find people to play with? Also, PvC people seem way nicer. That's not true. Nobody's ever nice. You put Peni on this map now? Nope. When I'm getting a setup tour? Nope. Streaking to my favorite streamer. 100 streak from JD. That's kind of crazy. How do you find people to play with? Discord's probably the easiest way if you want to find people who are like nice and chill. Otherwise, alright, this is the White Fox show off. Showcase, I mean. Where Starla went up here and try to ult. Keep getting pulled out on third point by Spider-Man. Yeah, this third point's not about to be fun. You're like, holy shit. Yeah, just play Thing, bro. Alright, I've seen enough. What's to submit? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Third point's so cool. Is it? Bow. Go. Meow. Yeah. Oh my god, Black Cat is so hot.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him
Always find something wrong. Gifted of finding what I don't like the most. People are nice when you see lamps on the stream or what? Drew. Douche for the douchebags. Assholes.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
One of them that I know.
The web of life and destiny is fragile. Someone has to protect it.
Thank you.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Male.
This is gonna hurt.
I don't know what it is with females. Had me a good girl. And I don't blame everything on you.
The battle starts in 5,
Yeah, this setup sucks.
3.
You're up, little one.
Oh, what about something wrong?
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Time for some fireworks.
Make way for the new Mrs. Lovebug.
Here comes trouble. Time for some fireworks. We're better when we work together.
Anyone willing to help?
One behind the fountain wall is kinda good. Like here? Or you mean like over here? Yeah, this is fine. I don't have a problem with that one
Mine's
either.
in place. You've got my back. I've got
Conceptually.
yours.
I want to get a PC and throw your game so you shout at me. Okay. Loki just gave the space up. Guys, where are they at? Let's get a scan going. Any scanners?
Mine's in place.
Run away from the baby. Run away.
Spiders get the job done. All systems go.
Oh wow. That is brain dead. Run
This
away
is
as
gonna
fast
hurt.
as you can.
You know what to do, spiders?
Yo, how long does this last? The wall hack. Holy sh.
Time for some fireworks.
15 seconds. That is brain dead. Waitress, top it off.
No hard feelings. Mine's in place. I'm counting on you.
Yeah, I'm
friends.
not doing all that. Yeah, don't play Penny on this map. What's that, Beans?
Time for some fireworks. Powering up.
I don't know what did damage.
It's spider time!
Manage. If one day you just up and leave. What a doubter? What do you mean by what a doubter? We work Penny at this point?
You're up, little
Drew?
one. This is gonna hurt.
Don't want the moat. Hello, kitty.
You've got my back. I've got yours. Powering up.
Homeboy don't play Penny at all. True. He's obsessed. Yeah, can these guys win the fight so like we can get to the second point and third points? My team is too much Thanos. Too much Thanos, man. Too much Thanos. Oh, run away as fast as you can. The flark? What the flark?
By the
I need it,
eye
Dad.
of Agamotto!
Pretty get this map in ranked? Pretty much. Oh, they're winning. I'm scanned. Can't climb that. Someone in the chat to do customs. Don't really care. Or throw, either works. True. Bow. Okay. Nice zipline bug.
Gear up, little ones.
Too good at the game lamps? I know. Thank you though. Oh, you can't break this building. That's good to know.
Powering up.
How far can you contest this from?
Woohoo! I know that sound.
Oh, this map is gonna be... Yo, can you, like, okay, imagine I'm playing Angela here, I fly in and out like this, perma.
Way to go, Spider.
Do you know how annoying this shit would be?
No, Spiders don't go down the
Even on Penny Parker, I could do it decently. Now, given the enemy team is an AI. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this map doesn't look very good for Penny outside of first point. While we talk about Angela. That's a spawn. I'm so fat. 100 stream streak. Wow. Let's play the fun character. This character is fun. You're not fun at the spots? I don't really care to, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not about to sit here and just place my penny nest down here and be like, boom, boom, boom. It just won't work. It's not going to work. It shouldn't work either. Wow, interesting. When getting hit with CC all game on Angela. True. Yeah, Penny looks terrible on this map. This fucking Thor. I should do it with Emmy, for sure, bro. I get to fly around even faster on the map to explore it. Oh yes! You missed the health pack, buddy. Lower the height, you can contest point for real. Only 60 seconds left. Not for noobs. Yep. Yeah, I don't like this map at all. It's pretty straightforward. What song is this?
The fates cannot be cheated, Gambit.
Go away. Go away. Go away. Up your team? Lark though. Do you like Miss Anger Penny or Ishigo more? I watch Ishigo more, I'll be honest. But that's just because like Ishigo doesn't play Penny Parker and plays other characters, well, and I'm not really interested in White Box gameplay. Penny, like watching Penny is so boring. I don't know how y'all do it. Go away, go away, go away. Go away. Anymore. Oh, we won. You never watched the P. Diddy Have You? Play with me. Game is kind of boring to watch in general, but it's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I was just about to say, like, ain't no way Kingpin is bodying those fucking four. Like, he should be dead the moment Punisher just comes out, you know? Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Anymore. Penny send it to Adam, right click. Anyway, we about to watch this Asia series. Go away, go away. Go away, go away.
100% mark. Not to say that teams can't make the attempt and maybe steal it
That is
once
fun
or
to watch.
twice, but it's a very reactive macro style for the domination point.
You guys remember
And
this
again,
guy?
If we have a team
He was the
like
caster for the
Reject, where
Rocket,
they've been
right
playing
away
together
Rumble,
for
or whatever bullshit
a
tourney.
long time,
Skip,
You
skip,
help
skip, 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 skip,
the
skip,
Dare
Rip, because
skip.
but Subject go for does actually get rid of that now.
Gambit ban, Gambit
Actually,
protect,
been a
Mantis
low-key
ban,
ban,
Mantis
and
protect,
how we've
Elsa
been-
bans on
it-
both
it's
sides, both
extra melee.
sides. Daredevil
Ban
Twinkle
sides, all the
ban,
one side
protect
are
Daredevil,
fine with-
rhetorical damn, but I want my own.
ban
And
Loki,
I'm
protecting
want to
Star-Lord.
go for. You could see the two saves on Reject,
Those
the
are
Gambit and the Star-Lord.
Rhythm, Daredevil,
Two
Loki, Mantis,
characters
Gale.
that
Not just go watch the
synergize
replay.
so
I think watching this is more entertaining than watching the replay itself.
well in the current
Cringe Penny
meta
Number
right
Scene
now.
Trainings was fun.
And
Was it?
Reject
Or villain.
clearly showing
Is it
what
too
their
loud?
win condition
Let
is
me
right
know.
here.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush on top of the Galactic Legend.
So,
can absolutely
I know
melt
most of the
N1
people
Hex. They
here.
have to play this
These
so
players are
carefully.
pretty-
DC Danny's locked in
what's
onto
it
the
called?
Mantis. We do have a Star-Lord on
I know
N1 Hex as
Piggy,
well.
Sunghoon,
I
Master,
can see
Yaki.
minor
I don't
tidbits
really
of a
know these
dive from
two. I know
Angela's side, but
JT3.
it's really going to come down to the hands
I
of
don't remember the
Doxlin
rest.
and JT to
Star
make
Gambit
sure
versus Mantis
their
Strip.
front
Yep.
end is looking fantastic.
Yeah, it's gonna be
What's that, Biku?
scary for N1 Hex. Moment could as is
On Reject, or hopefully mitigate some of that damage.
and now the gates open up. Both teams
Yeah,
are
Reject team
falling
just
on
has
in. We're
Thanos
starting
comp.
up here in
I can't
Eldritch
lie.
Monument. So a little bit of that long main area that you can look towards, and not a lot of flanking options. But Gargoyle
I would
on the
expect
Venom
Reject to
could
win
use these
this
pillars
just
to
based
his
off of
utmost advantage here.
what characters
Liking
they
what we're seeing
have.
so far,
And the
like you
enemy
mentioned,
team has
Dan, we're
Angela.
going to see a lot of poke from N1
Star
early
Gambit just was
on,
a
but
real
that'd be
fight.
very
They
ultimate
should.
dependent. Piggy doesn't care though. He goes straight on in and looking fantastic to go for pokes of his own. Doxlin, can he get that Galactic Legend sooner rather than later? 30% thus far, and still no one's confirmed P1.
Yep, Reject have the Vanguard Deadpool
Will they Reject have
one-sided,
that
which means
comp?
Piggy should be able to get the Banhammer
no.
very, very soon, and he will cause a lot of disruption as he's able
Okay,
to
Piggy's
mark
got
the
ult already.
backline
JT3
of
doing nothing
N1
on the
Hex.
Angela.
Would
Holy
be
mark.
disaster.
Who would've
One
thought?
player could just be out of the fight for all eternity, but Reject don't even use it. They get the first cap.
Not even a single KO
Do they
thus
research
far,
on their
Reject have
opponents?
taken the point.
I
DC
would
Danny to
assume
open
so.
the seal for
Decent amount.
Pacific in 2026. Browning falls, and that's going to put him somewhat behind on the ultimate backup.
What is even the
It's
kill
gonna be
confirm
DC
of
Danny
Hex?
though. Still be that frontline warrior,
Ah.
helping out Doxlin push on in. Soon enough,
Star-Lord.
the ultimates will come out,
Smile.
Dan. We have Invisible Boundary right on its way from Jam Bomb Bueller. Just a matter of seeing if it's going to be used to capitalize directly onto the site. But everyone else in Reject forced away.
Yeah, but
Was the
Reject
face cam,
handled
buddy?
it well, right? They were
Don't
in a
like
5
it.
versus 6 situation for at least 10 seconds, and they were able to stall
way
out
that
enough
Mantis
time
lives.
for that fallen player to come right back. Gargoyle is able to get himself to safety in the nick of time, and now with Yaki with the one-sided Raging Royal Flush, things are going to get dicey
they
here.
kills?
N1 Hex stacked
No
through
clue.
Strat ultimates.
Oh no,
They
Doxlin falls.
double
No time to
ulted
go
on
for the
support.
Star-Lord ult. Invisible Boundaries underway, and although Gargoyle was hit with a sedate
God.
after the Feast of the Abyss, things are working out well. What's going on, Dan?
Oh no, it's going to be up to Fish coming in with the Kumiho Unleashed. Last year was able to counteract with it, and as soon as these Nine-Tailed Foxes get out of their ultimates, Brownie just goes
big
right
kill
up on
on the
top,
last
gets the
roll.
Galactic Legend down, and
But,
everyone at N1 Hex either have to
Star-Lord's
take
dead
cover
again.
and run away from the site or get knocked out.
And D-Spooky
So,
doesn't fall to the hands
yeah.
of the Galactic Legend. Uses his shield, but he's backed away. Can't help his teammates
Interesting.
up above. All by himself. No chance for a heal whatsoever. Peggy isolates, takes the 1v1. That's D-Spooky gone. Is he going to have to go for an emergency portal? 77% for Reject side. They may just have to.
Yeah, it's Final Fight territory. Reject are already positioning themselves forward. They crowd control the Doctor Strange from denying this teleport, so look at the position
Yeah,
coming
that's
in for
just
Reject. They're
GG.
gonna-
Yes, it's going to be J3 to go down, go for the early touch, have overtime available
I mean,
now. Heavens,
amazing
Retribution
ult, Angela.
underway and
Wow.
locking in Reject on top of an invisible
I
boundary.
love
That's gonna help
Angela.
negate
Angela's
things just
so
a little
good.
bit more. Gargoyle's good for one, and DC Danny falls. But J3 still has to play a bot onto the site, making sure that that overtime timer cannot go down any more than it already has.
Reject
Yeah, I
has
just don't
so
see how you
much
win this
space
for
on the
EX,
monument
besides
here,
Reject just absolutely
making sure
trolling.
that all the
And even
angles
if
are
they do
covered,
troll,
and
I
on
don't
the
see
Hex
how
just-
you could possibly lose that with that
Reject
comp.
see with the monument, but
Skip
is
all
up to do
this.
They find an adjustment here. Can they find different ways to approach
They're
this
still on the
map?
exact
Reject's
same
already
comp.
taking over the
I
high ground
don't
here.
get it.
N1 Hex are looking to do the same. JT3 gets dangerously low for just a tiny bit, but with Reject taking over the main area and the high ground, just everyone on Reject just spread out all over the map.
great info gathering from the hands of Gargoyle, ensuring that he can find where the
That's
majority
like your
of
ults,
Yaki are
true.
poking in from. Yaki down below, Raging Boil plus,
Big ult.
set up and ready from below. No one's going to be able to discover him. He can be perfectly safe, and Brownie can easily parlay
Yep,
this
Angela
off
doing
of him.
nothing.
Maybe?
What
Galactic
is that
Legend?
invis
No,
ult?
saving it, waiting for a prime opportunity.
What
thinking
the
now that
fuck
N1 Hex
is that
are
invis ult?
staggering themselves, trying to get back onto that fight. He's coming over the Galactic Legend.
I mean,
Isolates
that's
out at
just
the front.
like-
That's the White Fox forced to use.
That is
versatility.
disgusting to
Back
watch.
away, and Doxon has nowhere to
What
go.
could possibly be the
Isolated out yet
context of the
again.
invis ult?
Crowd control directly to a small building, brings out another ultimate.
I just have my
and
Strange
threw
running it down
all.
to a
It's
tank
Jeff.
pool.
He eats away Mantis one by one. Each of these players are not finding value.
This team is ass. Misclick? No shot, that's a misclick.
The assassins charge off of Angela to make something work, but again, you're going up against the Deadpool, which alone has a lot of damage themselves.
All right.
No, no,
Lots of
no,
ledge
no,
coming
no.
out. Brownie's gonna go down. Soonhoon is able to put up the invisible boundary.
Okay,
but
this invis ult also
Brownie's still-
sucks.
Angela to make something work, but
Why is it not
again,
further
you're
on
going
point so
against
that the Star-Lord
Deadpool,
ult is
which
both
alone
negated and
has
they
a
don't
lot of
cap
damage
point?
themselves.
All right.
Brother,
Coming
what?
out. Brownie's gonna go down. Soonhoon is able to put up the invisible
How are you letting them
boundary,
free cap with
but
your
Brownie's
invis
still
ult
gonna
like
get
that?
lasered down, so it's gonna be a man advantage for N1 Hex. This is a prime retake opportunity, but Gargoyle is looking to ruin that party with the anti-heal. And two
Big
strats
kill.
go down. JT3
Nice.
follows suit.
Okay.
Half of N1 Hex just get wiped off.
Your way, but did not.
Reject wins
Yeah.
first round.
The teams in
Cool.
other regions catching as well.
What are the bans here?
Reject comes in break of
Tier defending.
Both sides ban Gambit. Both sides ban Elsa. They ban. What's it called? Reject bans Elsa, Invis and Mantis, and then EHEX bans Tankpool and Loki. I don't know. Did they protect Tankpool?
Suppose carpet way for what is essentially a
side.
mag.
First protect Tankpool. Interesting. I don't know why you don't like these teams are opting to protect Mantis over Tankpool a lot of the time, and I don't really get it. Like they could have protected Tankpool, but they just don't. Do they think Mantis is that much of a gap? Fullmetallamps, that's
Cena was such a
fentanyl. True.
beast.
Man, they're
Like, why are we so
Melt
keyed
an
in on
aggressive
protecting
front line, even if
Mantis
they're on the
and then
defense.
banning Mantis for the
Reject
enemy
here
team
defending
instead of
early on.
Tankpool?
It's gonna be an alternative angle from the hands of Doxson.
I don't really get it.
And Co. JT.
It's like a
now,
consistent thing
it's
between
going
a
to
lot
be
of these
going hand in
teams.
hand. What's
We
more with this
all
duelist,
do
just to see,
fentanyl.
can this be
What's up,
a
Vito?
different story than it was back on Hell's Heaven? D-Spooky's on the convoy. Fish from behind. Danny, too. Someone we didn't mention yet. On the storm.
Okay, I mean, if we're running a Storm comp, we should just be on like Punisher. I don't really know why we're on Moon Knight here. It doesn't really do much. Is there a single team that doesn't run Venom? No. Venom's just like one of the best things in the game.
For that
pro
small
play.
damage amplification and to help out.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about the this pick right here with Moon Knight. Just run Punisher with Storm for consistent damage.
With,
I promise that Mantis protects too. Yep.
Early on,
I saw
that's
that a
gonna
lot
put
with
more
NA
pressure on
teams.
Brownie's Phoenix.
Protecting Mantis
Yeah,
instead of like
Reject just
tank
had to
pool and then
try to get
letting
control
their
of this
tank pool get
corner.
banned
They
out.
have the line of sight advantage here, and Enwa Hex just
Like,
had to
surely
move
Mantis
right
can't be
on in.
that
Shout out
OP
to Doxlin as well,
that you
going
need to
for
save
that high ground
her,
advantage, looking
but
for
not
different
a tank
angles to
pool.
get some sort of a pesky little elimination. Wasn't able to get so lucky because he was marked out by Gargoyle, and now with N1 Hex getting all the space they need, JT3 going in with the Banhammer could mean the difference here as Reject have to reel back.
Space being created now. Things are
Alright.
looking great. Eternal Bond on its way, and Fish is at 91% off of the Loki. God of Mischief, maybe no more. It's gonna be another to fall. and
wait.
N1
Wow.
Hex, they had a strong start. Reject had breaking it back. Brownie with a double KO, and the two Vanguards of Reject right away.
I mean, like, what do
shut
you do
down
against the
entirety
Phoenix?
of this attack.
When you have
Oh, hey,
fucking
whoa. What's going on the right side of this?
oh hell no. I was about to say, like, what's the point of having Storm and Moon Knight if you can't really contest the Phoenix, right? And now they're on Blade specifically to combo with the tank pool ult, or with the Groot ult so that you can kill through support ults, which could work, I guess. Although I'd probably prefer just having a Phoenix and, like, I don't know. What would be a better combo here? I guess Blade isn't terrible if he's combo specifically for the Groot ult.
And DC Danny's on the Blade?
Okay.
What? Shout out to Reject
That
though, for
anti-heal
turning
is
around
pretty-
that fight, though.
pretty
That was
decent,
absolutely
but-
insane. Anyone Hex on all the damage. DC
Is there
Danny
not like a better
used to be on the
DPS for
storm
this
with the damage
to deal with
amplification
triple
with,
support?
to help out
What do I
Doxlin on the
think?
Moon Knight to try to shred down, but Brownie up on the high ground is just unbothered, untouched until now as JT3 goes in with the
JT is showing.
ground, but Brownie up on the high
You know what you don't do as a tank
ground.
pool? You don't pop both your bubble and your E at the same time. There's just no reason to.
It's just unbothered, untouched until now as JT3 goes
Just
in
use
with the
2
bubble
of
to
your
try to
cooldowns
cut off
to
the healing
fucking
from Brownie,
do
but he's not
nothing.
able to finish off the Elim.
The escape is unreal. Eternal Bond
You're
is
dead.
out. But if you choose
I mean,
to
like,
hold,
you
you
saw
lose
that
the ball.
happening and
Peni
you
for
just
the
still
snipe
stayed
early
there. What
on
are you
shuts
doing?
down Jambon. What a play.
That
That's gonna
Jambon okay, I mean, like, it's very obvious
work out well.
that, like,
but
they made a
another
couple
one
missed
has
plays.
to
I
be
don't know if
used
they're,
momentarily.
if they're
It
like,
was
that
Fish
bad in
that
general,
used the
but
Eternal Bond early. Maybe
For
now
first
we can see
impressions,
another
they're
to
doing
create
pretty
that
shit
space. But the playmaker
as a
has
support
been
player.
Gargoyle. He's been severing the strategic back line.
oh,
A great way to allow Brownie to
wait,
push up.
W
Oh,
dodge.
what a
Brownie.
headshot. Danny's gone.
That was a bad Groot ult, by the way. I don't know
Base,
what we were
but the
trying to go
playmaker
for
has
here.
been Gargoyle. He's been severing the strategic
That was a nice dodge from Brownie.
back line. A great way to allow Brownie to push up.
And it only has one person, Mantis
Oh,
ult to
what a
live.
headshot. Danny's
Wow.
gone.
Danny tried to brawl it out, but he's just gonna get wiped out. N1 Hex
The Phoenix
quickly
nuts.
has to reset. Great elimination from Piggy as well onto Jambon.
Yeah, that Groot ult,
Denied the fight from being a little
It's
more
just not
extended.
good.
That second wave of Eternal Bond could have been the difference there.
and then we're
But
swapping
Reject were
against, so
able to
DC
shut it
Danny
down
doesn't have
before it even
another
goes
ult.
down,
Like, what are
which
we
means
doing,
that
man?
They are tracking these ultimates
They
to
used the Groot ult without
perfection
coming
as
for the
DC
blade,
Danny-
and so it was just wasted.
I really hoped we were going to see a Blade ult coming in, but
Oh,
nope, he's just going to go right to the Wolverine this time
My
around, which
fear-
honestly might be a better option.
My fear is that Jambon's gonna wait too long to go for this Eternal Bond, and Piggy will get Meteor M again. He's at 70%.
Let's use our
Used it to
cloak ult.
shut
Let's
down
use our
Fish.
cloak
Could
ult. Let's use our
absolutely
cloak
go for
ult.
that,
Let's
and
use
it
our
would
cloak
be
ult.
so
How are we not
devastating
using
for
cloak
JT.
ult after
Taken down to
3
1v1 By the
minutes?
hands of the White Fox Lastro. This
DC Danny's a
convoy
pro
has
player?
not
I guess
moved
so.
in minutes.
Yeah, this is looking dire.
Use your
for
cloak
N1
ult!
Hex. 50 seconds left on the timer. When does
There's a blade for like 2
Jambo
minutes.
pull the trigger here? He's waiting for a little bit too long because Piggy, look at his ultimate. He's so close to
Bro,
that Meteor
what
M,
are we
and Jambo needs to be
doing?
extra
Still haven't used
careful
it.
when he goes
Just
for
run it down main,
But
man.
Fish
You
is
have
close
cloak
to getting,
ult.
God of Mischief. That could help out well. And Song Inferno up above. What is that snipe going to look like?
Oh,
Eternal Bond
hell
is finally
no.
out.
What are
Maybe
we
that was a
ulting?
distraction
Why
factor
are
for
we
Piggy.
ulting from high
Has to be
ground?
primed up and ready to bring out Meteor M. There it is. Sucks
It's a
up the
little late.
projectiles.
It's a little late, but he's able to get the
that's Doxlin.
launch shot.
What?
Yeah,
He's got
Doxlin
one.
gone. Yeah, he's gonna get
Wonderful.
one, so that's still worth it.
Both
As Suwon
supports.
is able
Oh
to
my.
capitalize. Everyone on N1 the Hex just struggling to get a
Yeah. This Hex team sucks dick.
But with lasers.
I mean, they are just terrible. Like, that was so bad. Like, that wasn't even worth watching. That was so shit. Can't do line all this like that? I'm sorry. Blue team just fucking bodies. Alright, XO and AAD. I don't really know anybody here. I've seen Sungjak Woo. Just fucking Spider-Man Wind Trader. Okay, hold on. Let's look at these bands.
Bands for AAA.
So we're playing Rogue Comp with Gambit Star-Lord. We banned out Venom, Elsa. Wait, is this our bands or their band out? I forget. Okay, yeah, we're banning for them. No Jeff, no Star-Lord, no Loki, and no Elsa. Both teams have Tank Pool, both teams have Gambit. Both teams do not have Loki or Elsa.
XOXO1, they get the pick onto the Vanguard Deadpool, but Triple AD, they get is the Gambit and the Star-Lord. We've seen in other regions, not over
Do
EMEA
gameplay lamps your
and
favorite
America's
Spidey? Nope.
To scoff at the fact.
Triple tank, 1 Star-Lord, 2 supports. It's not a bad comp.
It's
Now
insane.
We get to
This
see the
comp
double
here.
reserve, man. That's gonna be a.
Let's see what they start out with.
One of MRC's best.
Yeah, double DPS, 3 tanks on both sides.
Hey, all eyes on Daredevil. Sungjak Woo
I guess
has
it's really
lot
just a
to
matter
live
of
up
like,
to
can the
now as being one of the
Daredevil
kings of dive.
outpace the
He's got to find a
Star-Lord,
way to get
right?
to Rocco, who is going to make sure anything but that could happen.
That'll be
Immediately, though,
interesting.
Sungjak
They're both
has to
playing
find a
rogue
way in.
comps, which is
Enjoy
rare
with the
to
rest
see.
of his team now. Finding an alternative way in, you do relegate a lot of the mission area fairly early on to Triple AD's favor. But remember, this is a strat we've seen a lot from teams going up against Triple AD. They'll give them that first fight, come back swinging, and Triple AD will never win a fight again. They have to learn their lessons against Pirates from MRC, from the championship.
Again, Triple AD, they're not running the full die composition, whereas XOXO1 are, but Sungjak Woo going down early is bad news for
Not a
XOXO1.
single cooldown used.
Triple AD are going to be able to get 2 quick picks, and
They might
surely
get a
are
back
able
team
to
up.
take over that site. And now with Triple
It's terrible
AD,
because I can't aim
they
with
can just
it.
go for the full core press as soon as this fight is over, but XOXO1, they still have Ace on the site, so it's still going to be contested for a little bit longer. Can they stall enough for Sungjak Woo to come back?
But Dan, no one's capped the point yet. Triple AD has some stranglehold over it, but the Rogue is looking to siphon so much of that percentage away. Invisible boundary
Aggressive
set up and ready
invisible,
to go.
there we
Tuba has
go.
already used his. It's just a matter now of seeing, will this be enough to have an early onslaught of kills coming on through to get that advantage back? The Quasi brings out their own
out of
invisible
position
boundary,
there.
Dan. Things are looking great.
Even though
This
we knew
extra
invisible was
time
coming
will
up
give
from
a
them.
benefit for Triple AD, and they may just be able to cap early.
Yeah, but XOXO1, they thought about using the Raging Royal Flush. Oh, they're actually going to
is every
invest
shot
into it.
just
They
take
think
ground
it's
for splash
winnable here.
damage?
Winsor is
Yep,
able to get the
something
second
like
cast. No one still has not secured the
Uh-oh.
first point.
Uh-oh.
Rocco goes in with the Galactic Legend, countered by
Killed
Ace.
their
All
Gambit.
that means
Spider-Man.
Rocco is
Ooh,
still able to
nice
get
kill.
value, and now
And you're
Sungjak
dead.
Woo, his signature Spider-Man, is able to get the exit trade, but Triple AD get the cap first. And with
Well, you're gonna bully
XOXO1
the spot.
still
Invisible
trying to
minute
make this
spawn.
dive composition work, means that they are going to lose out on space quickly.
Thankfully, no chance of a stagger now. Sungjak Woo has backed off.
Yeah, I
Rocco's
just
using
can't
his
imagine
opportunity
a
to
world
poke up
where
against extra ult percentage.
team with
Forcing
Star-Lord
over a Galactic
Gambit
Legend early. Three
and a
ults
triple
available
tank
now for
mirror
Triple
comp
AD.
is just
Meteor
going to
Amp is what
lose.
I'm really focused on now. With the Heartbreaker off of Alyssa could absolutely throw
Like,
every
what is a
plan of
Spider-Man
XO
gonna
off
do
for a loop.
when we have
Rocco
Gambit Star-Lord
has to
ult?
stay alive here.
You know?
Cannot face up against this Spider-Man
You would
alone,
legit have
but
to
he
beat
has find the
Thanos.
poke to keep him at bay.
Or it'd have to be a massive
Spectacular
tank
spin's
gap.
pretty close, but we see Deadpool's
Okay.
ultimate early, and Heartbreaker could very well be on its way. Could that be one body gone? Full fighting game mode coming through from Alyssa. That's gonna be
Yeah.
a long gone. And now
Ready to go with that Heartbreaker, so
I'm so hungry.
XOXO1, their ultimate's coming up close.
I don't know why.
They need to use it
Psylocke.
fast.
Just
They
starving
need to
right
use
now.
It efficiently.
I
Yeah,
ate
Lunfield is now switching over
2
to
hours
Psylocke
ago.
to try to give into the dive composition just a little bit more. It lists
Why was
to
she
say that
walking?
both the rogues are going
It
to
was
use
Aura.
their ultimates at the same time. Sungjak Woo going in with the spectacular spin. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Triple AD here so far. And with XOXO1 now making their way onto the site, can they keep that grasp? Because the answer is looking likely to be no, as Sungjak Woo and Ace just get wiped out.
75% now. Triple AD have seemingly learned their lessons. They did not give up that second fight, just as they had done.
Charged Royal Flush Galactic Legend. He's
Yeah.
just going to wipe out XOXO1. This options on the side of XOXO1. They're also running a double shield Vanguard
Huh?
composition.
What?
One Vanguard and
What happened here? Why are we swapping up the Gem or
a
Star-Lord?
surprise! Meteor M is out. I wouldn't have expected that either.
Blue team
XO
holds some
come out
portals
pretty
onto
much
them
on
so they
top.
get
That's
early
two bodies
picks.
gone though. It's the double one Vanguard. Have to take him to more map advantage.
This is huge for XOXO1. 27 A's as soon as the
They've got
portal
a
went
hack
up by
right
Zeta,
away.
they were able to get the pull through the portal and kind of get that pseudo kidnap down. And no spike
Why are we
invests in
portaling?
the portal, but there is no safe way in, so he's just gonna get.
Why did they portal this? They don't have any ults. Who gives a shit if they capped? You guys lost that because you don't have any ults. You just waste a portal and you're staggering even further now.
Right back in, but something worth mentioning. The reason why I'm saying this fight is huge for XOXO1. Rez didn't use the Royal Flush, and they still have it one-sided for the next fight.
You're completely right. That and Agamotto too. It's just a matter of seeing what you want to combine that with. The two ults alone could be enough. Don't get me wrong. But with Dark Child nearly on its way, Seongjuk-woo could have a lot of advantages going to this next fight. I'm looking at the strategy now for Triple AD.
Just going real early.
Ready yet. Raging Royal Flush is on its way out. Someone's caught from behind. Raz is simply unaware. No, is aware, but Windsor unfortunately is not. Backing around though, dialing it back, having that sight control. What matters
Yeah,
most
that
is not
Gambit was
overheating,
kinda-
but making sure
kinda
they can
ass.
continue to capture sight.
And Windsor get the value with the Royal Flush. Can Triple AD
Using it too
buy the
early,
cards enough
not
so that
waiting
XOXO1, when they
for a
use their own
combo at
ultimates, are
all.
not able to
So
come
how do
back
we
from
possibly
27
lose
days.
this?
He's able to get the invisible boundary in time. Seongjuk is close to Dark Child as well. Also has the chains available because of
My
the
Invis is
Dr.
way out of
team up.
position.
But with those speed lightning blue, Meteor M trying to protect Rocco from any sort of firepower could mean the difference here. That is this the clutch factor already.
Wonderful work, Alyssa forcing out the positioning of that invisible woman. Getting into the Meteor M was such wonderful work. That is chemistry.
Like-
that is just intrinsic knowledge.
Maybe I'm
Now,
overestimating
recapture again
how
from
good
Triple
pro
AD.
players are.
Things weren't looking good
You
in
know?
the beginning. The portals were
A
brought
lot of
out
these things are just
50%,
like
and now there may be
basic
a chance to bring it back,
mistakes.
but Rocco's forced to go Wolverine.
That should not
Yep,
be
with-
happening.
With a lot of melee options on the side of XOXO1, they're also running a double shield Vanguard composition. Ace on
Like,
the
why
back,
is my Invis
Zeta
dropping
on the
off of
Dr.
high
Strange
ground
means that
onto
Rocco
bottom
could
when
get
they
so
don't
much
even have
value
ult?
with a good Pharaoh leap as XOXO1 are dropping down onto the site. Dark Child's out, which draws out the invisible boundary.
These overly aggressive demons now being attacked back with double melees. It's Alyssa and Rocco. Invisible boundary is still kept alive. Ace missing the Meteor M.
Invisible,
and now
we
everyone
swap over to the
disenfranchised,
wall,
looking
I
for
guess
an
triple
opportunity
tank,
to win these 1v1s.
because there's not a lot of high
So
ground
far,
here. Goes
I'm liking
Mark.
what I'm seeing. The health bars
Is that
are going
open
up
for your ult?
Triple AD in this giant group fight. You would think they'd go down. The
Pretty
damage is
easy
being
game compared to
amounted
other
so much.
games.
Windsor's close to getting
Even
that
then,
Raging
I
Royal
feel
Flush.
like this shit
Reson's
shouldn't
even
be
closer.
happening.
He needs to bring it out right here, right now, before the duels fall. How did that player survive? But no, it just keeps going. Even more with the hands of the man pool colliding everybody.
I mean,
into a
Seongjuk-woo
very
is just
small
1v6ing.
room. No, Spike's good for one, and Tuba's there for the follow-up. Slice and dice, move them all away. Zaitha and alone have
Capital.
brought it back. They are decimating all
It is
Triple
what it
AD.
is.
They have to capture now if they want a chance to tie
We
it
pop
up.
our Gambit ult here.
Windsor used the Royal Flush onto two other members. They think it's still winnable, and I think
Oh, no.
their suspicions
They're
are
staggered.
true. And they're going to get staggered. No Spice able to find the pick onto Rez, who just now used the Raging Royal Flush, and now XO, they just get booted
Wow.
right out. It looks so good, but in the end, Triple AD are able to hold on to the site thanks to Windsor using the Royal Flush.
And there was already a portal used. Won't have that opportunity to bring it back in. The Wolverine having a field day up and above and around. But what about Seongjuk-woo?
Seongjuk-woo.
We thought maybe slice him away. That's one gone. A strategist.
Was nobody
not
marking
in
the
play.
magic
For a
here?
second, could this be his time to show off why he's the king? Maybe so.
Okay.
That's a
That was so unnecessary, Glaze. Show why he's the king.
up and above and around.
Bro, he just
What
went on a
about Seongjuk-woo?
flank on a fucking half HP. This guy's not even half. He's a quarter HP Gambit
Seongjuk-woo.
who's not getting healed by his invis.
Wolverine having a field day up and above
How is he even taking that much damage from the mag?
and around. But what about Seongjuk?
Like, why is my Gambit legit 25% HP and not getting healed and dying into a comp where they have one melee DPS and nothing else?
Woo, Seongjuk-woo.
We thought maybe slice him away. That's one gone.
Like, that is so.
Like Seongjuk-woo was able to get this sneaky
I
elimination
don't
onto
know.
Windsor, and that just left all
Just grab
the
the health
heals
back, bro.
onto Quasid.
Walk
and
right, grab the health
single
back.
Invisible Woman cannot heal the
have
incoming
to overhype
barrage of
anything?
damage coming
Yeah, I
from
guess
Exos
so.
Exos 1 also have so many ultimates, but Rocco has the last stand available. What I think is the most
No,
clutch
he did.
ultimate
He
in
legit
the
wasted
entirety of this
abilities.
game could come up huge, but it's going to be up to Exos 1 if they're able to go for the close hold here. Triple AD though, they have the invisible boundary, but it's going to be easily traded by 27As here.
Walking
That's
bottom,
right, I'm
forcing
looking
them to
at
drop
Ace
high
at meter
ground.
to shut down Quasid's ult. But no Smung has gained a Meteor M as well. Both of them. It's a mutually assured destruction. A game of the
strange.
turns
Not
to see
bad.
which of these ults can be procced out and whether any of them will be destroyed. Double invisible boundaries out. The double Meteor M's could very much be on its way.
Uh-oh.
That's
There it
gonna be
is.
one. Can he find the snipe? No!
Wait,
That's
Songjak
that
Woo.
shut down
Look at Songjak
instantaneously! Meteor for a meteor! Songjak Woo strikes again! Rocco on the other side! Ace falls! Things are looking fantastic now
Oh,
for Triple
shit
AD
on.
to bring
My
things back,
God.
but it's double OT! It could be anybody's
Oh,
game
also
still
shit
dead.
on.
And with Illicit now alone
Songjak Woo, 1 HP, shit on. No portal, shit on. Okay, red team wins.
Oh,
Could open
Ace.
things up,
Wait,
but
they
no,
got portal
he
off.
interrupts Rocco.
And
Sure,
it's not it.
what did he get it?
I mean,
Much the
What?
portal is too late.
if you're gonna play a Gambit comp, you have to ban out the Star-Lord. You know? They brought it back? What do you mean by they brought it back? Red team was gonna
Fights.
win that very
the fact
obviously.
that they were able to change
You just can't lose when you have a Star-Lord comp from the beginning.
stars, get back onto the stage.
Clutch ultimate in the entirety of this game could come up huge, but it's going to
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're relying on this DPS player,
be
but
up
like,
to Exos 1
he's
if
just
they're
not.
able to go for the close
He's not Thanos enough to like just win it into a triple tank comp. That's just
hold
mirror
here.
match.
Triple AD though, they have the invisible boundary, but it's going to be easily traded by 27As here.
That's right.
And
I'm
these things
looking at
aren't doing
Ace at
anything
Meteor
insane
M
either,
to Shut down
so
Quasid's
it's
ult.
just-
But no Smung has gained a Meteor M as well. Both of them. It's a mutually assured destruction. A game of deterrence to see which of these
They didn't combo second round because they didn't have a Star-Lord. They swapped over to Wolverine.
ults can be procced out. And
I don't know
whether
why they
any
buffed
of them will be
Star-Lord at all.
destroyed.
Makes
Double
no
invisible
sense.
boundaries out. The double Meteor M's could very much be on its way. That's
There it
gonna be
is.
one. Can he find the snipe? No!
Wait,
That's
Songjak
that
Woo.
shut down
Look at Songjak
instantaneously.
Yeah, like a magical is just not at the same level as a Wolverine ult either. This skin is so
Situation where
ass.
Maybe they think that
All the momentum that if I want to
wrong. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure we saw
yeah,
Triple AD
okay.
also ban out the Star-Lord back on Celestial Husk. making sure that
Okay, so they're
XOXO
saving
only has
Elsa,
one
triple
part of the
AD.
Hydra to work off of. Sure, you get to keep the
But they don't have a
Gambit, but the full
Gambit.
potential off the
So they
Star-Lord
banned Star-Lord,
either be really,
since
really good
Gambit
for
Star-Lord is
teams or
OP.
really not
Smart.
so great, but
They also
Yeah.
protected
don't have to
tank
worry
pool.
about that now.
We'll see, as the Invisible
Okay,
Woman
no
is going to be
Mantis,
banned
no Daredevil, no
away, so that's
Gambit,
gonna be
and no
less
Invis.
anti-dive
team.
options on the side of Triple AD.
They both have tank pool.
But XOXO1, they will get the save onto the Vanguard Deadpool.
I
Triple
would probably
AD
ban
still
Mantis here.
have one more ban to work with.
Surely a strategist ban.
Surely could be. but that's
Probably
gonna
ban
be
Mantis here. If I'm
where Triple
Triple
AD
AD.
could really freehand a little bit. Jeff is a great option. They will go for that
Jeff.
to just deny the Deadpool
You'll
and
need
the
a
Venom
top-notch
teaming up
team
with
to
that
win
Jeff.
this one.
So that's going to be one of those options on XOXO1 being taken off the table. And with Jeff being so versatile of a strategist, not only can you play far back.
I
and
mean, I
just
guess because they don't have a
throw down
Star-Lord,
heals
it's
for
alright.
As long as you like, you can also play up.
That probably makes sense, actually.
For
Deny a
Jeff,
Jeff team up.
What's better than Elsa?
And
It is pretty
I mean,
debilitating.
are they really rolling out on the Black Panther with the Hulk?
Okay, so 2-2-2 from Triple AD with the Elsa. Enemy team has Hulk, Black Panther, and the Magic. Okay. Yeah, let's just wrap it up.
Really?
Let's get a
Black
full hold
Panther
going.
Hulk
Let's get a
magic?
full hold going.
Nasty from Exo. Okay.
Where's
Sure,
Twitter?
man.
Where's Twitter? They need to clip this right now. We're seeing
Well,
Black
hold on, they
Panther
haven't
on the
done
Ignite
anything
stage.
yet.
I mean, they're already cooking right now. They're already just dogpiling onto it. They drew out the Loki greens on the side of Closet, and with that resource gone, Triple AD just get wiped out, and that's the Loki gone already.
Is that not like a dog shit Black Panther play?
Okay, this Black Panther is
That guy's
nasty.
slow.
Remember, you said, you know, go against dive, go and play in small corridors. The Black Panther is the perfect solution to that problem. Bring out the Hulk, the face of the problem.
Like, what
Have the
the
Black Panther
fuck did
beat
I
the
just
stealth
miss?
option from the back. This is
Double
so
upgrade from
nasty
two,
from XO.
Okay.
Oh, and Rocco even gets
Nice
eliminated by
exile on
Song
a
Joke
Rocco.
Woo.
I don't know how
The
Rocco's
sheer amount
dead.
of melee firepower from this entire team, especially with Alone Phil's getting that team up with the Hulk, means that this dive composition just gets amplified to at least 200.
And it's a little anti-dive coming up from Triple AD. We don't see it no more. We don't have a Penny on this
Okay,
defensive
okay.
side.
Surely he
but Loki
does.
is out, and Rocco does eliminate Sung Juk Woo. That's one part of this Hydra.
Bro,
And
how is this
Black
BP allowed to do that?
decimating this defense.
I am having so much fun watching this. Yeah, Alone Phil's went down finally, thanks to an exit trade by Rocco, but it's enough. It drew away Triple AD from that first checkpoint, and XO1, quick as you like it, will get that first checkpoint, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, they will just keep on going, but at least there's some adjustments on the side of Triple AD. No Smite now switching over to the thing, so he's going to be able to ground what could be more aggression from Song Juk Woo with Ace, but Alone Phil's now does not play the Black Panther anymore,
That's
and will just
okay.
go for a more backline option with the Punisher, which is a great option.
The consistent damage is out. Monster Hulk reigns supreme. Pretty soon, Magic will bring out her ultimate as well. Melting down everybody, a raging boil
Okay,
force
Res.
would just be the cream directly on top. And now you have the Punisher too, the shotgun. I've seen it on social media. It is nasty to see. Invisible boundary. It's just adding
These ults
salt
are
to the
so
wound.
bad.
There's nothing Triple AD can do. It's not often I get to say
What
this, Dan,
are we
but this
ulti? I don't understand these teams, man. Why are you Gambit ulting into a Cloakle when you're not gonna kill her? You're not even looking to kill her. What was the point? Just use your Invisal right after. Just wait it out. You guys were already out anyway. Like, just Gambit Punisher, you win the next game. And these guys are double Loki copying into fucking Cloakle.
Magic will bring out her ultimate as well, melting down everybody. A raging
Like, you
boil
Cloakle to
force
Woods?
would just be
Why
the
are we
cream
copying?
directly on top. And now you have the Punisher too, the shotgun. I've seen it on social media. It is nasty to see. Invisible boundary. It's just adding salt to the wound.
Like, bro,
There's
you're all
nothing Triple
all
AD can
alive.
do. It's not often I get to say this, Dan, but this
like, there is just zero reason to copy here.
Elsa pick is
Nobody was
struggling.
dying.
They're gonna have to get in place. Song Juk
Also, get
Be
the
in
fuck
attacker's
off thing,
favor,
bro.
but down below, Quasi needs to find a way to get back into things. Tuma takes down Ren's
We're also
from
on triple
behind.
support now
Little
instead of,
selfie on top just for an extra good measure. But I'm looking at this final
2-2-2.
judgment from Alone.
The
That could be
Wolverine.
nasty. Zeta as well. You combine that with the
It wasn't like this
Agamotto,
last
and that could be a
Ignite.
team
I didn't
wipe.
watch last Ignite, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we'll see if No
Man,
Smite is
this
able
is
to
sad.
target down Alone Phil's. Triple AD surely know that Song Juk Woo and Alone Phil's have their
Is this a
ultimates ready to go,
soft
and
Ju
yeah,
Ryu?
with Song Juk Woo screaming out the voice line, he's gonna try to get as much value as possible, especially with Triple AD having no strategist ultimates to back it up.
Why?
Clobbering time
Why
for
is my
Predator
Elsa
directly
dead
on
and
top.
where's the
Could have
rest
been
of my
a possibility
team?
If Rocco had not been eliminated, it's Sung Juk Woo from behind, clobbering time on
We
top.
hit one
But
person
Sung
with a
Juk Woo's
thing
from
ult,
behind,
and neither on Punisher
surrounding
ult,
this thing completely. The stun wasn't enough.
and we
And there it
lost.
is. Final judgment's out. Small corridor yet again. Triple AD thought they could have had a way to get
Why are we
out
on
of
thing
this
at the
one, but
Punisher?
no, they're forced
To be
to
fair, he
relegate
was on thing, and then they
It's
counter swapped the
another
Punisher right
elimination.
after, and he
Raging
never
Boil
died.
flush stand.
But
Everybody's being
like,
shut down, and these ults haven't even been used. Zeta still,
this is
Zeta's
just so
still
sad.
holding onto the
Have we seen
Agamotto.
an Elsa ult? We
And they
haven't.
Get the second
Get the fuck off
checkpoint in
Elsa if
the
you're not
end
gonna
with
ult.
while using minimal ultimate. Song Juk Woo goes in, gets the pick onto Rocco, and then Alone Phil's with the final judgment. Only
Surely
gets
we
one
get a good Elsa
elimination,
ult
but
here, right?
again, the goal with these ultimates is just its zone
Oh, wait, I think
away.
it's the second Elsa
The rest
ult.
of the defensive side.
First ult is
and
sucked
they
dick 'cause they
just
did it
that.
into a
XO
Gambit
get the
ult.
second checkpoint and are already creeping towards that third checkpoint.
Damn, they've been taking all of this space without even needing to use ultimates. XO have 4 at their disposal. Eternal Bond is finally out, but Ace is set up and ready to go with
When
that
do we get an
Beacon
Elsa
M
ult?
when it does finally
When do we get an
shine.
Elsa ult?
There is Apex Predator.
So when do we get
Quasar
an
as
Elsa
well with an
ult?
ultimate that surely
Yeah, can we
copies
get an
Cloak
Elsa
and
ult going?
Dagger. Raging Royal
Yeah,
Flush.
can we get our Elsa ult going?
That is a massacre waiting to
Yeah,
happen
can we get our
down
Elsa ult
below.
going?
These defenders don't know what's coming. Rocco has Apex Predator. There's a carpet in between. The heals are
Quasin!
counteracting each
Quasin
other.
went down.
Quasin falls. No. Down below, these defenders
out.
don't know what's coming. Rocco has Apex Predator. There's
I mean, why is my cloak going back into the Punisher shotgun who's Gambit ulted?
a carpet in between.
I mean, like, what are you doing? No shit, you get headshot by a Punisher and insta die and lose your ult.
Quasin went down.
Quasin falls. No spikes there to remove the doppelganger of Magneto. And shutting down everybody, barely using any ultimates.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be watching Asia. These teams suck dick.
Depending on how this invisible boundary goes, Sungjak Woo swapping to that Daredevil ban, that's huge. There's damage now for EXO. They may have a chance to fight back, but Illicit's set up and ready. He has bridge control. And up and above and around, you're not taking care of all of your different angles and say that nearly taken down. He is taken down, a confirm, and separating out all of EXO away. They're forced to relegate the entirety of this convoy point.
Where is Sung Jung Woo? He is, I think, in no man's
What,
land on
you
the other
can't
side of
see?
spawn.
You can't see him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see what you did there. I see you. But Rez, though, has that one-sided Gambit ultimate. Illicit goes in with the last stand. Winsker is able to get the Eternal Bond down. It's just an ult dump on the side of Triple 80. They really, really want the second checkpoint quickly and now, and they might just get it.
I mean, now's a chance for EXO to turn things around. They have the Daredevil.
We Gambit ulted. When?
Goes in with the last stand. Rez, though, has that one-sided Gambit ultimate. Illicit goes in with the last
I
stand.
mean,
Winsker is able to get
I guess you have no
Eternal Bond
choice
down.
but
It's
to
just
Gambit onto 4 ults
The
in the
Daredevil
team.
knows they get
have to hold off Triple AD's offensive moves if they want to force a deciding map number 3.
We're portaling.
This one-sided Gambit has been doing so well. Zeta's even charging up the portal. Rocco is relaying it to the team. Songjak Woo even has the devil out, so he's going to try to find it, but the Righteous Cross will find Winsker, but can he find the other strategist?
10 down below.
He does.
Taking down one of the strategists. Could that be another? It seems like the answer should be yes. Sungjak Woo again.
Not sure about
It's
that
his
ult.
playground now, taking down Rocco.
Do I have a favorite pro?
Anybody that comes
Not
across his
necessarily.
way.
I don't keep up with the pro
And
scene
look
enough
how
to have a
aggressive
favorite
that
team
portal
or a
is
favorite pro.
coming in for XOXO1.
I wish I
They
knew
just
the
wanna
EMEA
get
pro
the spawn
players.
hold. That's
Yeah.
all they care about. And
I really
Tuba
only know the
off to
NA
the
players
side,
and a
trying
couple
to
from
find some
EMEA,
sort
but not
of
enough to
pesky
like
elimination or at least charge up the band
be a
hammer.
fan.
But with
You know
the
what I mean?
spawn so close.
I don't know anybody
for
from
Triple
China.
AD and
I know a couple
XOXO1
players
just
from
providing
the Asia
an
scenes.
insane amount
Or the
of
Pacific
aggression.
scene, I should
You know,
say.
we haven't seen this amount of aggression in other regions.
No, and this is what makes this region so amazing to watch. It is
Okay.
wonderful to see. Alone with the Dance of the Butterflies, procced out on top of the invisible boundary. 30 HP to boot to make it work. And through it all, extreme amounts of aggression, shelling every which way you look. And through it all, Illicit goes for yet another swap. It's the Ultron out now, hoping to maybe counteract against something. But it's not working out just yet. Triple AD has to bring something out now, and it could very well be the Glartrox. Apex Predators underway, and I don't know where it's gone.
Oh
There's
my God,
so many
I have
colors.
Echo.
It's all of XOXO! Ace! Everybody!
Okay,
Ace!
hold on.
Out now, and it could be against something, but it's not working out just yet. Triple AD has to bring something out now,
What do we
but it could
Glartrox?
very well be the Glartrox. Apex Predators underway. And I don't know where it's gone.
Oh my
You know
God, I
what?
have Echo.
It's all of XOXO.
Triple AD is a
Ace,
Gambit merchant.
everybody, Ace is going
They're a
crazy
Gambit Starler
mode.
merchant.
And so is Alone, shutting down that Ultron. And Triple AD, they have to go for a major swap with a minute left.
Why did they?
Can't lie, the
Okay,
way where
I don't
the
know.
place where this fight is
It's
happening,
just
makes
so
it feel like
dumb.
that Triple AD never even got the second checkpoint, but they in fact did.
Games
But
are
with
just
a minute
insta
left
won
on
and
the
lost
clock,
based on
XOXO1 are
bans.
still in front of Triple
If one
AD's
team
squad,
has
and
Gambit,
Triple
you need
AD
to
just
save
cannot
Gambit.
break
If the other team
through.
has Elsa,
What's
you need
the
to save
call here,
Elsa.
Dan?
It's
How
just
do you change it up?
Listen,
it does
might be
cleanse
the
it, yeah.
difference here with the Rage of Ultron to provide space and allow Triple AD to walk on forward. Rocco was able to find the isolated pick on the Ace.
Like,
That's
how
another
are we getting
Vanguard down.
spawn
That's
held
both Vanguards down on
on attack?
XOXO1, and it looks like Triple AD finally looking to break on through, thanks to a triple KO coming in from Rocco, making a quad actually.
Did that happen?
My
I don't think
goodness.
it did.
Has finally been
I think they just missed the
Apex
Glartrox.
now just yet. Triple AD
Yeah, the ult was already gone. He just missed the ult.
maybe counteract against something, but it's not working out just yet.
Oh hell no. Do y'all see what's happening on the left side of the screen? This guy just threw it at a fucking pillar and missed.
Triple AD has to bring something out now, and it could very well be the
Fuck
Glartrox.
no.
A minute left.
That's my
Oh, you're dead.
pro
How do you
Elsa
change it
player
up?
on my team.
Listen, might be the difference here with coming in from Rocco, making a quad actually. My
Time
goodness.
has finally been bought for Triple AD. 30 seconds left. All
30
it
seconds
takes now
left.
is for XO.
Look
They
how
just
long.
They only just need to get by. They have to face for overtime. XO has already done the hard part for their Triple AD. Work around this Van pool. They can make anything happen. 82%. Very soon, Apex Predator once again. Ace, not to be, not there anymore. And it just continues on forwards. And Sungjaku is forced to hide away. This Elsa has reigned supreme, has had no shutdown potential. The Daredevil now gone. And with overtime now procced out, it seems like nothing is stopping Triple AD from securing overtime.
27A still has all the invisible boundary. Lone Fields is very, very close
Maybe at the
to the
very
final
last second.
judgment. Ace can also back him up, try to suck up
We
all those
just
projectiles yet
get him
again.
punished,
And now
no?
here we go. There's the win con with the Raging Royal Flush and the final judgment.
Killed their
The
Elsa
Turtle Bond
again.
does come out. It's an ultimate party here right
Good
before
kill.
the third point. Sniped down by Ace.
Okay.
Leave the whole
I mean, Gambit ult
everything
equals
down
win,
and go
I
for-
guess.
Here, go for team up now. So there's lots of
What are the bands here?
one set one.
Oh, okay. So Exo should just win, right? They have Gambit. These guys have Elsa. I don't know why they protected Elsa again.
One could go for on the defensive
off without it.
to get the offense going and quickly because XOXO
Why?
they have so many strong picks available to them.
We're on Angela, bro.
Just rain down the firepower onto this main area. Triple AD also piloting.
Man, somebody
the
start up
Luna
the fucking
Snow and
NA
White Fox team
NA
up now.
series
So
now,
there's
man.
lots
I'm
of
sick of
anti-dive,
watching this
lots of
shit.
crowd control available on the side of Triple AD with those
This
charms,
Asia
with the
series is so
stuns.
buns.
And now Triple AD, ooh, I like this rotation coming in,
Go
going towards the
away,
side
go
room to try to
away.
go for advantages, but
Go
Songjaku was able to figure that out quickly.
What a massacre early on. The Luna Snow says goodbye for just a few seconds. And it just keeps on going, anticipating the Triple AD would take on through the pagoda onto
Play, which could have caught XOXO1 off guard for a little bit, but with Songjaku being at the right place at the right time,
This guy has 100 thieves as his fucking
it just meant that
tank pool skin.
they just knew it was coming, and
Pro team has
XOXO1
the pro
were
team
able to
on
make
his
the first
fucking
move.
Hey,
as
you
a
weren't
skin.
thinking about how defensive this initial convergence point is. So far, Triple AD, they've struggled to get past this initial choke point. They had that alternative route. The entire building has collapsed. They're trickling in, but unfortunately, it seems like they're taking 1v1s in the process, and that could work out well for them if they could just win one initial fight. Finally,
this
now
might be it.
Ultron's rage is out
Uh-oh.
underway. This is their chance to bring it home.
Okay.
Invisible Boundary is out. Ace does have Meteor M, but it doesn't seem like it really went anywhere. Raging Royal
I'm
Flush
so
will have to come
tired.
out as the Invisible Boundary falls.
I want to
as
take
a way
a
to
nap.
push everyone back. And I see Rocco with that Apex Predator, and that Glartrox can be devastating.
Oh, no, I think Rez is holding on. Oh no, I thought
Oh,
he was going to
wow.
hold on to a Raging Royal Flush to try to get the cleanse from the Glartrox coming in. Glartrox, in the end, just whiffs.
Bro,
completely, and
this
Zayt was able to
Rocco
find
guy
the pick.
just
Rocco's
whips his
thankfully
Elsa
able to
ults
find the
every
pick
single
onto
time.
Rez, so it cuts the Royal Flush short for a little bit as Illicit is able to find the pick onto Zayt. The great use of ultimates coming in from Triple AD to get the
And
space
yet
that
they
need
win.
with the Rage of Ultron and are able to start charging
are we
up
gonna
onto
cap the payload?
side. There was a slight delay there, and Songjaku is gonna charge up that portal to go for a second round
It's
in this team
Inferno.
fight.
Setting up for that baby to take down Illicit as well. The flyer versus the hit scan could be huge. And Song Inferno directly onto the point. Yeah, kind of. Oh, what will it find? No, it finds almost one. That's Redzer instead, taking down Rocco. Portal is out. And when there was a minute left on the clock, minute and 30, I should say. And finally now, the fate of both worlds is in the hands of Quasit, making sure that they can cycle between damage and health to keep the entire teams alive. But guess what? Revenge is out. There's so many ults on the board.
27 A's. 27 A's needs his ultimate down.
Invisible Boundary needs to come out right now, Dan. Hold the line. 40 seconds are left. Play for the stall. This defense needs to hold
feels-
through.
Wow,
Invisible
that's it.
Boundary just in time.
And yet
Holding
you
things
die
down,
because
but
you
alone
choose
from
to fight
behind,
them
though,
instead
your
of
main
going
damage
inside the
dealer's
invisible.
gone.
That was a huge pick from Duba, getting the duelist down as soon as he tries to enter the invisible boundary. Summerjumbo going in with the Eye of
That ult
Agamotto,
is terrible.
doesn't find anyone. Listen, is there
That
with
is
the
a
Raging
Fullmetal
Ultron.
Lamps fucking strange
Insane
ult.
ultimate rotations coming in from Triple AD. XOX1 have to survive this barrage of ultimates, and slowly but surely they're just
And
getting
they
worn
still-
out little by little. But 27 A's and Rez are able to get value with the Royal Flush. EXO are holding with overtime coming up.
It's a millimeter to go. Last.
Them on the
Ooh, that existing now onto the one-shot combo.
or that if Triple AD go for any sort of
Over high
CC,
ground.
it's not going to be available to them. But it looks like Triple
Oh,
AD are
get your lungs
fully
ready, Dan.
yeah, they're fully aware of this teleport. Look how spread out Triple AD are setting themselves up. But Rocco just gets blown up.
Wow.
What in the world?
What a snipe! I cannot believe that. Bro, mini ulted. That's not a magic ult. That's Sunjuk Wu's ult. That's incredible. Having full control of the site, what feels like instantaneously. It's just a matter now of getting that small circle.
Oh, no,
Remember,
shotgun.
you do not have to go all the way up. It's just two pings up is specific. It's already over, Dan.
World did
I mean, like, why are you out here
Rocco?
not banning Gambit on the enemy team? It's just...
All things considered.
Whatever. I didn't even want to watch those teams anyway. I want to watch
Way.
Pirate and I
That
want to
Triple
watch
It will work. There's really
I want to watch Pirates and I want to watch
not
Z10.
much of an.
Jeff being in the pool still. Final ban on it? Nope. Even better of a ban, I'm not gonna lie. It's either the Star Wars or the Jeff. Both of them are really and they're big threats, but we've seen the strength of the Gambit Star Wars combination, and they're just gonna
I mean, Rivals should win just based on the fact that they have both Tank Pool and Gambit. Elsa and Daredevil alone shouldn't be enough
They
to
get
make
rid
up
of
for
it.
that.
But his
So the bands just decide
Weird
who wins.
because
Pretty
Pirates-
much. Pretty
shut
much.
down Exile and still KO as well.
Yeah, bad bands, you're just at such a
Symbiote
big
shenanigans,
disadvantage.
though, on
Why are
Pirate's
both
side
sides
could
starting
work
off with
out well.
Angela
Aztec
and just not even
historically,
going
a
this map?
low-key player does have extra mobility this time onto the Jeff. Would be good
Okay,
for
we're
that
playing full dive on
environmental
Pirate's
if
side,
it's Jeff
with minus,
KO, ultimate
Vital.
Factor. Just a matter of seeing if it's going to work out well.
Enemy
Lumi's
side
gonna
is
be
pretty
rocking
much the
Angela
same
this
thing, but
time,
with a
trying to
row.
find
It was actually probably
equal match
better
to the,
here.
very dive-centric plays that we could see coming out from Rival's side. But remember, they do have the Gambit.
Tank Pool has ult
Gambit,
in like
and
2
it's already
seconds
climbing
here.
Up fast. 6 is utilized the Van Pool, and he's going to get access to the
Should
Ban
be a
Hammer
free
or the Big
kill.
Test. It's going to be a matter of which one he decides to use here. Does he want to cut off a strategist off the rip, or does he go for the backline disruption?
Okay.
Return is able to draw first blood onto his doppelganger of Zeft. Exile goes down. Pirates just take over this first fight.
Returned in with that opening fight against his doppelganger. That's going to be
I mean, like,
Zelvon,
why are
and
we
he is
throwing
just popping
on
off,
the
finding
Daredevil?
So much more. Another
You have
KO
Tank Pool,
goes
just
in the
combo with
favor
the
of
Tank Pool and
Peni, though.
dive whoever.
The
I don't know
Pirates,
why you're
they get
going
the
for
first
early
half.
dive there and dying and
They
feeding.
will. And thankfully, Zeft is there with the Daredevil, so he's able to know the positions of Pirates.
Navi
at all
lost
time.
2-0?
Problem
Really?
is, Pirates also have the same
To
exact
who?
resource.
Yeah,
Vitress?
double Daredevil coming through. Katie is there for info.
Or wait, wasn't it Navi versus
Wonderful work off of
Heretics?
Vital and Hoodie to remove some of the most powerful people off of Rival's side. That's going to be, though, a complete return of 4. Return with a double KO. Make that a third with the hands of Fun. Beautiful work. A shutdown immediately. And historically speaking, when we watched Pirates play domination, they always lost that initial fight and then had the return factor to recap a domination point and never let go. But this time, there hasn't even been that. They've been holding on the whole time.
Yeah, Rivals
Hello,
really wanted
K-Com.
to utilize the Rogue Gambit team up, but they really
How you
couldn't
doing, Kat?
do it. So
watching
Proxy's
the
going
Asia
from the Rogue
series.
over to the Jeff.
And
to try to
Asia
get
team sucks
value
dick.
out of the symbiote shenanigans. And
Like, they're all
what in
terrible
the world was
so
that
far.
from Vital? Aztec even getting a double with the joyful splash. How in the world did Pirates just wipe out Rival before the fight even began? I just saw the health bar just go straight to 0 there.
Deleted with the help of Vital. A 4K between those
Wait,
two players, shutting down
there?
the entirety of Rival Sports. Let's see what Nova Exile
Wait,
can do.
they
The
are?
Raging Royal Flush is finally
Yeah,
out and underway, and it desperately needs
It's
to be
pretty
used
bad.
here.
Oh,
What can you
he's
do?
not-
Jeff White Fox and the
Isolation.
Gambit.
Gonna use it.
Yeah, their
He's not
Gambit
gonna
got
use it
banned.
just yet. They're just
But
gonna wait for Rival to reposition themselves. Put
That would have been the
themselves in
perfect time
the
to use
Gambit
it.
team is losing
that
bad.
probably would have been, and now with the dive
Yeah, can we get a
coordinated
Gambit ult going?
perfectly from Fun
There
Fun
it
and
is.
Kaidia, the
We get
dynamic
Gambit
duo
ult going.
going
How
right in.
is
The
no?
anti-heal gets kicked
Okay.
in thanks to Fun Fun.
This is brain dead. I mean, like, this guy has fed and died first 4 times in a row, I think, if not 3. And so we just never have our Daredevil. And then we're playing a Gambit comp, but because we just never, like, take any fights, we don't build Gambit ult. This is our first Gambit ult in, like, 1 minute and 30.
Overtime comes in, so the movement speed is
And then the
enough
one time
to
we
get
Gambit
Rival
ult, our Daredevil's
onto the
dead, so he
site,
doesn't get
but
the effects.
Pirates, they're holding onto their ultimates until
And then
now.
you're dead.
It's Jeff, baby! And that's the entirety of the domination point, but it's too little
I mean,
too late.
like, wow.
You take people off,
Jeff White
and
Fox is good
Pirates
on
are
the
there
GM team.
for
Just
a
can't
clean
understand that. True.
Burns looking for a way to get in. Let the
Wonder
devil
Woman.
loose, baby! That's gonna
Why?
be the Psylocke has been brought out. He continues it forwards. You're stuck inside of a small spot.
That was a portal.
Heaven's Retribution is taking down all
Where's
the
my
angels
shield
of
tank? We
return
need a
falls
shield
in the
tank. I
process.
need the peel shield tank. Shield
Turn does
tanks,
fall down
please.
because of Lumi triggers
same
the
thing,
Heaven's
different flavor.
Retribution to just keep return in a constricted circle, and that will spell his demise. But Pirates, they get what they want. They get the first cap.
Why are we on Gambit Invis with pretty much a full dive comp? Just go Jeff, bro. Or White Fox. White Fox would be good.
And now they just look to just slowly but surely move forward on this map and just constrict Rival from making any sort of moves, because Rival, they still want to try to make this dive composition work. And again,
Bro,
because of
Like, my Daredevil is legit
because
1v5.
Rival, they still want to try to make this dive composition
Like, why is this guy
work. And
perma-dead?
again, because of no space, they can't run dive.
Gotta throw the
No,
massive in
and
your ass
Return
like
is
you saw the
fighting
point the
tooth
other
and
day.
nail to take down
Could be
Lumi.
Magneto.
Damage has been brought out, but Lumi attempts to survive up until the very end. But Kaidi is there to save the day. Apex Predator
Also,
brought out
get off the
momentarily
fucking
ago.
Angela, man.
Not sure where it went, but Vital does
Just get
find
on Venom
impact to
Jeff.
take down 6. Echolocation,
Just get
though.
on Venom Jeff.
Information.
Get
That
on
is
Venom
all
Jeff.
Arcadia
Get off the
needs to
fucking
push on
Angela.
forward
Angela's
and see what
terrible.
he can find. Could there be a Raging Royal
You're playing
Flush?
Angela into
80%
another
Gambit?
Angela,
It
a White
needs to be a
Fox, an
turnaround.
Elsa, a Daredevil,
Yeah,
and a
the
Jeff.
Pirates
I
don't
don't
have
know
any way
what
to
you think you're
counter
gonna
it, so
accomplish
if
here.
a good rushdown is facilitated on side of Rival Esports, they could easily get the retake going. And so far,
Big
they're
Daredevil
winning the
uld where we
position
get absolutely
in just
nobody
that
with
way.
it besides
Proxies
Return,
now
who's
going to trigger the
feeding.
Royal Flush. Here comes the
We
rushdown.
Gambit ult.
Pirates are not able to get their ultimates down in time. Aztag is the only resource that they can really work with. And it's going to be a big question mark of where this Jeff is going to go. It's going to swallow up
Hate your own
two. He's
teammates.
going to swallow up HK Mario, but it's not going
And
to
you're
find
dead.
at the value
Like,
that it wants to.
why are we
Royal
going for a
Flush
kill
is
ult
one-sided,
there?
but Hoodie! Wait, Hoodie! Oh my god, what in the world?
Okay,
Hoodie with
I
the
guess Hoodie's the
triple.
best White
Hoodie's
Fox in
just
the
gonna go
world.
absolutely ballistic. He gets taken down, but the side is still in Pirates' grasp.
Hoodie's doing amazing, and so is all of Pirates. But then, guess what?
Whoa!
Oh, Kadia with a
That was-
double!
that was pretty
Incredible
flashy.
Work. Rivals haven't even touched onto the domination point, and whenever they do, it's an
We look at this
instantaneous
stall.
KO up
Can,
against them.
stop the
They're
strange
fighting
portal?
back in the spawn. 95%. A desperation portal out from
Yeah.
Zeph. Can it be enough?
You are
Surely now it's been red.
okay.
Not
Oh,
enough
no.
time. Portal was too late.
Wait.
And
Blue
Pirates.
team
What's going
wins.
Tried to go for the desperation play, but unfortunately,
The Daredevil.
I hate watching these Ignite
the
games because they
one-
always play
Susan
Angela,
and-
right? And then they all don't understand why Angela is so
Gambit look
dog
showed
shit.
that a map like Central
And they just
Park
keep forcing Angela and just lose games because they're playing Angela. I don't understand. I don't get it. What's up, Calafo?
for the enemy team.
Wi-Fi some crazy, not gonna lie.
and they
Yeah, I
know
guess so.
how the Mantis.
They have the
Okay, we're
Mantis Reserve.
banning.
We can assume Mantis obviously
Wait, we're banning Elsa and we're not saving the Gambit on blue team.
will be played. Groot on top. Ultron.
Do they not care about having Gambit?
Storm too.
Why isn't anyone on Penny? Ban that guy.
It's gonna be a tough one here, but
It's like
Okay,
instant-
both
instant
sides
KO
don't want
everywhere.
Gambit,
okay.
Elsa,
so the
or
Gambit is not saved.
Loki.
So Pirates will gladly take that
not
off
sure.
the table. So finally,
why they went for that.
both teams will not be running the gambit, but Rival will get the save onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Pirates do have a chance to save it for themselves as well. And so far,
Just ban
thinking
Jeff
about
here, no?
their next ban here, it could really be the Groot.
I would just ban
wouldn't be
Jeff
against
here.
a group ban
Just
here.
ban Jeff.
Yeah, I think a group ban would be a really awesome choice.
Let's get a ban going. A White Fox.
Oh,
Okay.
that might be the first White Fox ban
That's
inside
not
of
a
all of Ignite.
terrible ban.
it
I would
is.
probably still
Wow,
ban Jeff though, because they
okay.
have
I mean, after the
Venom
heroics
and
that Hoodie
Deadpool
was
team up.
able to achieve, they don't want the same thing that
Oh,
happened
they
to
want it
them.
one-sided? No. Adam save wouldn't be a bad
Please just
idea
save Tank
here.
Pool.
Do they
Please
go for
just
the
save
Warlock or
Tank
the Adam
Pool.
Warlock? Both are really great options for Hoodie here.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with either choice. Hoodie going for the White Fox.
Saving
after what
White
happened in
Fox.
Game 1, I
This is
feel
the
like it's a slam
This is the
dunk.
first one-sided White Fox. Via ban draft here.
I mean,
that is
do we not just ban Tank Pool?
insane
We're banning
adaptations
Psylocke.
coming
I
in
don't
from the
understand these
Asia
players.
region.
Am I
We've
just
watched
dumb?
Americas, we've watched EMEA
Do I not
duke it
understand
out
what's
for
like what's
3
happening
days
in these
last
games?
week, and the Pacific region already throwing
I was
in
Penny
their
had all
own
this Penny
variations
Penny
of this
ban every game and
season
did not have a
7
Penny
meta.
player. Why are you
Wait,
LARPing, bro?
A Psylocke ban?
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting equals what the fuck are you doing?
That's got a target up, maybe a possible dive composition coming in on the side of
I
Pirates?
suppose, but like at that point you're banning a symptom, not the actual disease.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that's
There's
a
no way.
bar. That's a bar.
Oh my gosh. Is this real?
No,
Hold on. I don't want to hint at I think
gonna get hot in here.
Navi versus Shikigami might have reached the Asia region. I think a lot of people saw the VOD of that match in particular, and we're seeing some inspirations here.
Oh no, Pirates swapped off. Vital's gonna go for the early Spider-Man. Maybe we can see a swap back.
Rival are still cooking with it.
Oh no,
They're the one to season 3 with 6.
Ooh, okay. Supercon, reckon. Ultron on both sides. Pirates has Ultron, Star-Lord, White Fox, Mantis with the Angela tank pool. Rivals has Human Torch with the Mantis and Ultron. I mean, from what I would assume Red Team just wins this based off of heroes, right? Star-Lord is just better into Human Torch, I would assume. Angela's there to contest the Torch as well, whereas nobody on the enemy tanks or rivals can really deal with the Star-Lord. Tank pool matches tank pool. White Fox can deal with the Venom. So, Pirates should just win
On
this.
the Ultron and Zeph on the Torch.
All right, let's see how this goes out. Vital's
Go
gonna rock
away,
the Star-Lord
go
instead. Early
away,
pokes, double hit scan to
go
work with
away,
against the double
go
flyers, I
away,
should say.
go
It's just a matter of hiding and playing around this terrain and the environment. Works
Have I
well
climbed out of GM
defensively.
yet? I have.
Now here's
Some
the problem
picks.
with Torch Ultron
So listen
running
to it right
in
now.
Season 7. The issue being that Kaidia on the Angela could really just shut down both the Torch and the Ultron, because with limited mobility and limited
Yep.
resources,
I mean,
everyone
I'm not
on
surprised at all
Rival
by
just
this.
cannot handle the aggression coming in from Pirates. Kaidia on they would
Dude.
go
Portal
for
back.
one of the, like an Angela to at least mark Kaidia
And
in
you're
where
getting
he
up
is,
the
but
map. Wait,
Rival are doing just that.
you didn't even do it
1-to-1
properly,
almost instant
Kaidia.
KO from Kaidia. Again, the
One of
big
the game
problem
changer
with
that
game
made you
number
climb
one
out
is
of?
the fact that we
I
see
don't know.
how strong this Angela is.
No mental boom, I guess.
Yeah, that's the issue. No one on Rival is playing the Angela, and with the Adam Warlock using the cocoon to try to get some extra
My
ult charge
God.
just means that he's just gonna get blown up. Hoodie is just showing why Pirates use so much resources, so much of that ban draft to make sure that Hoodie gets this White Fox one-sided, and they just get the first point blisteringly fast.
Go
Yep.
earlier today. Close condensed area.
Okay, we swap
You have
over to
help
the
of a
Angela
Vanguard,
now,
say at this point, Kaidia.
which is, I guess, alright.
Absolutely
in the context.
massacre. Galactic Legends
Oh,
down.
no.
Dissension down. The flyers
Yeah,
are gone yet
I mean-
again. Wow.
Like, we're just
And
playing
everybody's
Human
been
Torch
shut
into a
down at
Star-Lord.
once. This counterplay is not working from Rivals.
No, and
don't
Lumi
say.
even switches over to the Angela. He knows that he needs to make sure that Kaidia isn't just harassing Six and Zeft. who are just defenseless because of this Angela. And now with Rival, they try to get X-Files invisible boundary up in time, but Vital just comes in at the perfect moment, perfect place, perfect time, and now Fun and the rest of the Pirates just plunder down Rival again.
There's plenty of gold to find in these chests around. It's gonna be Hoodie for the double KO yet again, maybe near a triple. Up and above into the
Okay,
attic.
Hoodie, I see you.
That's the entirety of
6
Rivals
and who?
gone.
All right. I know EMEA and Americas have yet to play on this.
Pirates
hot
is so
race
much
patch,
better.
but
Yeah, infinitely.
Hoodie is so far the best White Fox I've
And
ever
their
seen.
comps are just
Yep.
infinitely
Hands
better
down.
too. That's the
Actually,
issue.
maybe shout out. Okay, actually, shout out to Swamp Gaming with Valentina Eve, who's also cooking on the White Fox. But so far, Hoodie is really making a case for himself.
3 ults to work with now for Pirate's side. Soon for the Soul Resurgence as well. Return, looking to just ult dump and farm away everywhere. Heaven's Retribution is out. Ult dump underway. The Rage of Ultron directly on top. Invisible boundaries out though. Rage of Ultron from both
surprised
sides
they
will try to
survived.
help out. But it is a battle between robots, and there's no definitive winner. But so far, a critical choke for these defenders is
George
being
due to
lost.
that being the
They
only comp that
cannot
beat
lose
VP, the
top of
best
these
team in the world,
stairs.
2025.
Roxy's gets taken down.
W
Great
kidnap.
assassin charge from Kaidia to shut
Yeah,
down the
I'm
Soul
just not
Resurgence.
convinced
Lumi
that you
goes
can
in with
play
Heaven's Retribution
Human
to
Torch
try
into
to
a Star-Lord
get
comp.
some sort of value, but Return is
To
there
be
with the one side of
honest.
Mantis ultimate.
Out of position.
And Aztec is going to get shot down.
Big
Hoodie
White
is
Fox
also
ult.
available with the Kumio Unleashed to try to provide extra CC immunity for the rest of the team. And Pirates just literally
Get
just
out of your
stomp
X
on through.
form!
There's no stopping them.
Get out of the
It
X
is too late. 4 minutes
form!
on the clock and so little distance to be made from
Why are you
Pirates.
in there for so
They are,
long,
again, pressing into the spawn of these defenders. No chance to escape. 6 and Zed have not swapped off the double flyers when it is
6
not
and
working.
7.
I'm very concerned.
Yeah, this is really concerning.
I mean,
Six
like,
gets
what are you supposed to
defenseless.
do?
Great shield coming in from
What does
Hooded
Human
to
Torch do?
make sure
Nothing.
That the
That's the
Galactic
issue.
Legend is able to tear down Rival, and Pirates just speed run.
On Pirates.
And now they're
Rival
going.
are
s-
looking to utilize
They went Psylocke.
Warlock. I guess.
They went
yeah, you
Psylocke
got
with triple
bigger
support.
hit scan options, but I don't think the Adam Warlock is the correct move. You have options like the Hello. You have options like the Phoenix as well to shut down the amount of flying characters on the side of Pirates. But
how do you
Rival aren't just
counter-
going for it.
How do you counter Angela? What is the solution there? Because Rivals need to know. They don't have anything for Guardian now. Invisible boundaries
Vital
out.
ult in
Aztec
3,
on Rage of Ultron
2,
will
Vital
try to
just,
help
one.
out
Vital
here.
just pops off.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I guess so.
Two go down.
Star-Lord
on
ult
the
in
Pirates, but
3,
Hoodie is
2,
there with the Karmic Revival.
1.
Vital, if he's able
Let's
to
get a
time
Star-Lord
his
ult going in
ultimate
3,
perfectly, it's going to be
2,
devastating.
1.
Great stacks coming in from Pirates to
And
deny
they're
the
all dead.
value of a knockout blow from Six's ultimate. And then
Oh
Vital just
my
cleans
God.
right up with the Galactic Legend. Nothing Rival can do to stop this unless a
Another
Karmic Revival comes in to
Warlock
try
ult.
to extend this fight for a little bit longer.
But he died.
But Pirates do have the Heaven's Retribution as well as even more resources to shut it down.
I'm looking at the KO feed right now, dude.
Yeah,
and
Star-Lord
it's
into the Torch
nothing but
comp.
orange
Yeah.
on blue. Oh my lord.
It's the big team
Kadia
diff.
has Heaven's
Yeah.
Retribution.
Pirates
Nearly
just
set up and ready.
Infinitely playing the
Rivals
better
may
comps,
try
and they're
to
also just
portal.
better,
There's a minute
period.
and 30 seconds left. They have to consider it at some point, but I think that's what Kaidi is waiting for. Either that or a massive choke point to go for a team wipe yet again.
And the positioning coming from Pirates is perfect. They're just covering every single angle that Rival wants to go for. They want to go left, you got to deal with a member of Pirates. You got to go right, you have to deal with another member of Pirates. And Rival
That's the
looking to
soul.
break through
Killing
main
Fun
of
Fun.
all
Why are we not
places,
using our
thanks to
Deadpool
proxies with the Soul
when we have it?
Resurgence. And everyone on Pirates are just scattering away, making sure they find
they
as much
convert?
cover as possible.
Can they
But
cover?
Zeft from
Zeft.
the flank gets a double, might even get himself a triple, but it's gonna get stealed away by proxies. But I think Pirates have found their
Portal.
footing, but Fun will pop up with the portal, but there isn't much defensive options. The only thing they have is a soul bond coming in from Hoodie, but I don't think that's gonna be enough to
Rage
keep
of
this
Ultron.
hold going in.
You're dead.
Needs to happen now, but there's no one to defend onto the point. It looks like the payload may be converted. 38 seconds left. If they can't happen now, it might not happen at
Portal's
all.
gone.
Rage of
GG.
Ultron is out. Return set up and ready for the Soul Resurgence in just a few moments. But Lumi's there to shut down Aztec.
Wait,
a moment to breathe.
Okay,
We
they
get
got
the
it. They got it.
convoy.
They got it. They finally got it. It got so close. Aztec even investing in the Rage of Ultron. He thought it was winnable, and Kaidi was there to stall. for as long as possible. And unfortunately, they were just not able to convert it into a team fight win. So they're going to have to concede the first point. But with only 2.5 minutes towards Rival Esports' bank, we're not sure if it's going to be enough. Great piece of the Abyss coming in to get the elimination onto return. Aztec tries to peel away the team, but HK Mario should be able to get himself out. 6 comes in with the Dance of the Butterfly, but is not able to cut anyone down. Great use of the Soul Bond coming in from Hoodie to negate so much of that damage.
What we're seeing so far, Hoodie though with the Karmic Revival. I'm assuming him and Aztec will swap around as soon as they possibly can. Invisible Boundary directly on top is going to help out well. Vital, Galactic Legend, waiting for X-Leo to end their ultimate. There is movement, of course, with the Bamboo ultimate that could try to shut it down, but can they get the aim down just in time? Kadia is there for return is there for Kadia. They're going to help each other out, find so many KOs everywhere at once. And now Zeft, a Karmic Revival's out.
Why is my Angela inside the
small little building, and it seems like Pirates are set up and ready to take them all down as soon as they spawn back in. Kadia's gone. Everyone pummeling from a distance. A literal siege onto a castle. A minute 30 left.
Can we get a point stall going? If you want to get the point,
and the rest of Pirates are able to stall on through. They lose out Kadia early, but Kadia's on the end.
Let's get a card stall.
He's going to be able to come back to the fight very, very quickly. Great charge coming in from Aztec as well. It's going to draw up proxies with this own resurgence, but no one on Pirates had any sort of response. So the rushdown should be successful for Rival here.
Soul Resurgence is out. Feed looking in Rival's favor. They got their bearings together. 6 on this Psylocke has helped out tremendously against the flying capabilities of Kadia, and Lumi's there. Hit scan shuts down Kadia again.
I
mean, Rival's is kind of just running it down, man. Just kind of getting fucked.
But ultimates are not online anytime soon. It seems like Aztec comes in with the Kumiho on the leash and is just able to stomp down the rest of Rival before their ultimates even come down. Heaven will fall, but the Soul Bond is not going to be enough. Everyone on Rival just get aced out. HK Mario, thankfully, is able to find the exit trade onto return, but it's not going to be enough here. And with 30 seconds left, Pirates just have to hold off one more push from Rival.
Rivals cannot spare anything this time around. They cannot be team wiped again. There's simply no time. X-Leo, Invisible Boundary, can absolutely set this up to create some space.
Wow.
It's the slice, it's the dice. Fun Fun is gone. Looming Co have an advantage.
Bro, I swear Fun is perma-dead with his tank pull. I don't get it.
Invisible Boundary can absolutely
okay, I guess it got slept there, but like,
it's the dice.
why are you getting slept in the first place?
Looming Co have an advantage. They have bodies to work with now. 3 ults at their disposal. Feast of the Abyss needs to be from HK Mario, but it's a now or never moment. He gets the feast. He gets the Abyss. Hoodie is gone, and a Karmic Revival will have to wait a few more moments. Hoodie goes for the self from 5. Zeft is there to shut down Vital. Things are going up Rival style. He has 3 meters to go, but they're in overtime. Soul Resurgence. Dance with the Butterflies. Shutting them away. Kadia is there. Gone now. Flyers no longer in play. Karmic Revival. Hoodie needs to find more. Vital and Kadia are back in play. Galactic Legend is out now through the castle. Can they shut it down? Someone's gonna touch the payload. Our Rivals are out for the day, and there's no time to spare. That's it for Rivals.
Great use of CC.
I mean, Pirates win.
Coming in from
they just had the better start.
on the site.
Okay, Z-Tag. This is a team I was working with for a little bit.
You know language. I
was working as a translator for like.
We started.
I was supposed to be a translator for them.
Maybe we will.
Teams are
but I haven't actually really gotten much time to work with them.
But Zero Tenacity get the chance to go for the save.
Because of that, I'm kind of rooting for Red Team here to win.
Stray away from this Gambit ideology.
Hello, you man.
Daredevil, Nooks and Cran, and Counterflight. High potential
being enabled. You
Thankful,
need to ban out
Elsa,
the Star Ward if you need to ban out.
Very interesting. So plan now. They could just ban whatever they want, man.
I think the best option is to ban the Loki.
Yeah,
because you don't want to risk
you know what, Loki is
Loyalty being able to steal away Zero Tenacity's one-sided Gambit ultimate. Because if Loyalties had access to that Loki and were able to get some sort of angle to get a copy onto the enemy Gambit, it could turn the tide, and Zero Tenacity are going to utilize their final save for the Mantis instead of the Loki.
A Gambit reserve, a Mantis reserve.
Okay, the
wow.
Loki still goes through.
But you don't have
That's
the
just
Star-Lord
that's just a
Gambit combo
wait. That's
anymore.
just a triple strategist of Gambit, Loki, and Mantis.
I mean,
You
at
have the
that point-
team up ability with the Mantis and the Loki. You get damage amplification on the regen.
I mean,
domain.
Zetan should just win.
no.
How in the world is Loyalty going to beat this?
Okay, over under. Surely they so far today. What's up?
I'm seeing what on the portal. Maybe get a Penny Parker to get the explosion down.
Yep,
but they're
there
not
it
gonna
is.
go for
Okay,
that
both teams are
aggressive
portaling.
approach. They're just gonna
I
go
think.
for the positional route. Make
Nope,
sure to get the
just
portal,
walking.
maybe up into the high ground, or just cut off main, but they're gonna choose to go for the former, so they're just gonna take control of the high ground, while Zero Tenacity are just gonna walk it down main and try to scout out what Loyalty are cooking up.
I like the style, a lot of reposition value. Keep an eye on Marvel, the Rogue, to see how they can initiate. Alternative route, though, from Zero Tenacity.
tank,
Knowing
Rogue,
full well that
Loki.
this team has all the upper level control. Just a matter of seeing if Rogue can get away, and she does!
Okay.
Instantly in!
Big
That's gonna be
kill.
used and gone. The Namor, the anti-dive, dove down and destroyed completely, and so is the Venom! Oh my lord! Marvel just keeps on going! It's a
Okay.
wipeout completely!
I don't-
The portal shot
Like, why do
completely
people
dissolved.
portal like that and then do nothing?
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity, thanks to Marvel, just goes right up into Yugen's face. I don't think Yugen even had time to use the Blessing of the Deep to save himself from the sheer amount of
But, like,
burst
why
damage
though?
coming in.
It was completely
Follow
unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. And Zero Tenacity now with
QGNHR.
Visor and Wendy on the Gambit Loki, they still have a chance to go
What's
for
up,
the
man?
Mantis combo, but for now, Zero Tenacity are going to go for the triple Vanguard lineup with Marvel on the Rogue and the Gambit teaming up with this Rogue as well. It's just going to provide so much damage and so much healing output as well.
No, Marvel is a monster. It's just a shutdown. You put them in
Yeah.
a small condensed box.
I
versus
just
Nova
don't see how a
State. That's
team
an instant stagger. The
with
White Fox is gone.
Phoenix, Gambit,
Invisible
Loki,
Woman
Rogue,
relegated
and
back to
Mag are
Spawn
gonna
2.
lose to
Any
team
distance
with
you just
Thankful.
made, lost completely. You have
And
to
no
go back to
Gambit, and
Spawn
no
2 for
Loki,
your
and a White
strategist.
Fox. Like,
Unless Loyalty find some sort of huge pick down, maybe right here actually with Wufo and Yugen looking to get behind of Zero Tenacity. They're
it's something I need to for a little while.
creeping
Figure
on
out probably the
through.
stream.
Thankfully, Zero Tenacity
Appreciate
don't have
that.
access to the Daredevil, so they're not
We're
gonna be
watching
able
the
to be
Asia
scouted
series right
easily.
now
It's
for
just all
Ignite.
sound
What
cues
is,
for
I don't know
Zero
if you've seen
Tenacity, and the map
the
moves.
esports
Oh,
game where I did a
gosh.
breakdown of Angela.
Okay, so they're
What did you think
probably
of that
gonna
one,
foil for a
if you
little
have
bit,
watched
but
it?
at least they are able to find the high ground. But Wendy is able to get the copy onto the Gambit, is able to get the Royal Flush down. He just
I
needs to hide and let the rest of Zero Tenacity cook.
This might have happened though. Isolated Arrow, that's not long
Yeah,
for
but
this
look at-
world when
yeah,
it comes to
GG.
Wolverine,
Yep.
Marvel, X.
Was that recent? I have to look later?
all
Yeah, it was my
over.
latest
That's
video.
entire wipe
Long form
again.
video, that
Loyalty
is.
gone. Their little
It was
weight
100 Thieves
escape
versus
through the
Energy
vents of
Shock,
Hell's
where I
Heaven
talk about
did not work out, man.
And look at Zero Tenacity.
How
they're going for the
100
close
Thieves
hold to
through,
make sure that
especially by
Loyalty,
playing
if they wanna
Angela
break
willingly.
Through Zero Tenacity, they have to use ultimates in front of their own spawn.
Oh,
And
no.
as much as it sucks, it's the
93
only
Dan.
way for Loyalty to get themselves back in. The portal's not even back off cooldown. Actually, it is. No, it's not even off cooldown, but there is a back cap happening, so it does trigger overtime to the likes of Access.
Wow.
But it's not going
Okay.
to Z if he
First
was.
round instantly goes over to Z10.
Before
They're doing Portal. Kidnap.
We'll see. Jay-Z is also prepping the Invisible Woman to use the Force
for the
Fist to
Vid
get them
portal.
pulled through the portal. Zero Tenacity,
no.
though, are
Boom, boom,
also going
boom.
to invest the portal themselves.
And they missed.
Here we go. Is the kidnap going to work out this time around? Nope. It's going to at least draw
They have a
out Zero
Gambit.
Tenacity's Raging Royal Flush,
What
but
is
Wendy is just
happening?
going to get a random frag onto Wuvo. I think, what's happening right now? Zero Tenacity have angles on both sides of the portal.
It is a death box everywhere. Defensive
Oh,
portal.
Care
The
Marvel,
camera
Care
steal off
Marvel.
of Wendy. Wendy still finds an opening pick off of it. Yugen goes down. Finds
Wait.
two. That's a great way to level.
Oh, that's a big four man. Holy shit.
I
think he was saying he didn't want to play Angela into Emma Tank Pool. That's what I heard when he was on live later that night. Well, he was playing into
The
Venom
synergy
and
is
Tank Pool,
absolutely
and he
perfect.
gave it
As
out
soon as Soko
analyzing.
went for the Eye of Agamotto, Bison was quickly there to follow up with the anti-heal.
But yeah, Angela's
with
just
the
not very
Gambit.
good for a lot
And
of these
with the
games.
invisible boundary coming
Wow.
up, the anti-heal was enough to get 2 quick picks, and with that momentum, Zero Tenacity looked to just take over this first fight.
Agamotto, escape. Where are you? Can it be brought out? You get in trouble. Needs to get away. Cannot do so. Z
But yeah, I probably
is
wouldn't play
popping off
Angela
onto
into
the
Emma Tank Pool
Psylocke.
either.
Everywhere you go, 1v1s galore. And Z can easily
That's
just
not
pop
true.
and escape
I would
and
still
get
play,
away.
but that's because I play ranked.
Yeah,
not
XC
fucking
is
MRI.
in the middle of a team, just bobbing and weaving in and out. Loyalty looking for different adjustments now. Scape and Wuvo could combo with the Eye of Agamotto into the Ensong Inferno. Exis is also preparing the clobbering time as
Bro's
well.
a name from
It's
ranked
just a
every
matter
game.
of time if Zero
Yep.
Tendency can weather the storm of ultimates and are able to counteract what this aggression Loyalty are trying to throw at.
Great double kill, KO early on. ZT now
I mean,
having
they
no
did
vanguards
use
except
Phoenix
for
and
Marvel
Strange
to work
also, I
off
guess
of.
it makes
Shields
sense.
are gone. Gambo making things even worse. That's gonna be a lack of strategists onto the battlefield. Loyalty finally have a chance to breathe.
Oh? What is Marvel doing? It's
just
kind of
doing
just
Marvel things.
he's just sitting in the back line.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's on
Is
the
he
other
gonna
side
wait
of the
for
map.
Heartbreaker and just
He's-
completely flank?
That's gotta be the plan, but Marvel is still have to navigate 15% of his way to a Heartbreaker ultimate, and he's just gonna
Okay.
go down at 92%.
Capital
That did not work
trades.
out well. Unlucky there, Invisible Boundary is out now.
thought about
Plenty of
going pro.
opportunities
Luck,
now for
no.
Loyalty, seemingly getting their
I don't have
feet
a
planted into
wide
the
enough hero
heels
pool
here.
to be worth,
Oh
Getting
my
things
god,
back.
another
or
Or
to be
thing.
going into pro scenes.
But is that
for
gonna be
pro.
enough though?
Oh,
Cleanse
no.
from
But also it's
Wubo
like,
was
it doesn't
gone, but
really-
even then, there's plenty of bolts for Loyalty to back this
Yeah,
up.
I'm just not
Sissoko and
good
company,
enough
they're
for pro
losing
anyway.
ground. They're forced to tuck tail and run.
Yep, and
How are
Marvel
we
gets
losing?
caught up by the clobbering time as soon as he comes back.
Hold on. How are we losing
Marvel
on
doing?
red team?
It's
just
kind of
doing Marvel
just he's just sitting in the back line.
Can we
Oh,
be serious
no.
for a
He's on
second
the
and
other
just
side
pop
of the
our
Heartbreaker
Gambit and win the
just
fight?
completely flank.
That's got to be the plan, but Marvel is still have to navigate 15% of his way to
I mean, you just play less aggro here if you're
a
rogue without the
Heartbreaker
Gambit.
ultimate. And
I
he
guess if
just-
you thought you got the Gambit, you would assume
Back
you'd win.
this up. And Sissoko and company, they're losing ground. They're forced to tuck tail and run.
Yep, and Marvel gets caught
We
up by
copied
the
for a
clobbering time.
second
As soon as he
Gambit
comes back into the
too.
fight, he just gets taken straight back to the spawn room. And finally, Loyalty are
fuck are we
getting the momentum that they need. Already at 55% and climbing here as Zero Tenacity. Will they have time to invest in a portal play once again? That's going to be the big question mark, as how is this team going to rotate onto the site, go for a retake opportunity. Marvel even had
just
the
wasted 200
Heartbreaker
Gambit ults.
in that fight, but thanks to Access with the clobber in time, was just able to shut it down before it became a problem. But with Zero Tenacity with these three ultimates, is able to counteract the aggression coming in from Loyalty.
Might be dropping in one by one, far too quickly now. Looking at HP,
Marvel.
things are looking good. Dance of the Butterflies underway. Regeneration
Okay.
domain stifling some of the damage being brought out.
Pretty
But
big
slowly but
kills.
surely, ZT, they're
Marvel
taking
keeps
bodies
just
left and
inting,
right.
though,
Z
on the
takes down the
rogue.
thing. Escape is gone too. Z again pops off. That's going to be the entire front
This
line
round at
dissolved.
least.
Yeah, all of Zero Tenacity are just doing what they can
Anyone
to
talking
just
about
provide
thinking of pro? Look at Light and
as
Mace,
much
for
resources
example.
as possible to
Well, that's 'cause
Exy.
they have
He's
connections,
the only
too.
duelist on the team piloting the Psylocke, and he's already positioning himself to get some sort of backline assassination already.
But yes, you're right.
This is good. No chance for
Yeah,
Dance
look
of the
at him go.
Butterflies just
Right
yet.
now,
They
the
have to
top-
wait for Bison
the
to go
pro
for this
scene in
Raging Royal
Rivals
Flush
more
to
so like,
initiate
who
again
knows
to make
people.
sure
Oh my
no
God.
one can
Do
get
you know
close.
somebody who can
It's
get
all
you in
down
a
to this
team?
Gambit.
The answer's no,
90,
well, then good luck.
100%. I'm ready
Here
for
we
it,
go.
baby. Heartbreaker. Consider it a
Ooh.
heart attack. Close
Big-
down everything.
big grab
And
there for
it
the
is.
CC
A
immunity.
sacrificial play coming
Really
up
nice
from
play
Yujin.
from
Sure,
Marvel.
they fall, but at the same time, so does the rest
He's
of
with Soccer
Loyalty.
Pro? Was he actually?
Oh my
I did not know
goodness.
that.
Quick as you like it. Zero Tenacity get the retake down. They know that the Strange Portal is
all
available,
putting the
but are
portal.
they able to get the crowd control that they need to get them through? No. It's going to be used.
Oh.
And it's going to cut off the main area here. But Wendy does
Big
have
Gambit
the
ult.
copy with the Gambit ultimate. Everything is just flying.
Oh,
my God.
6-man ult! Oh,
What
no!
in the world? Soko, you madman!
I mean,
There's no chance left.
Jesus.
No, Meteor
no.
M. The ultimate Vanguard dream come true.
Oh, and that's
Wow.
it. Zero Tenacity with Soko. Night.
That is disgusting. 6-man
Wanna go for the
Strange ult. I mean, shit,
DT.
man. I'd come too on the spot.
Only one.
How's up being?
Yo,
I really
can we get a
hope to
game
see
going?
They put the
Okay, they're smart. They actually banned Gambit and Loki on both teams. They protected the Elsa while we protected the Mantis over on Z10. And they protected Ultron instead of Tankpool. Now, if I'm Z10, I would have banned Tankpool on the enemy team. But I guess not.
12% damage who's on from the mids.
Why are we saving Ultron over tank pool? I don't get it. Sure, you can get a team in MRC to at least 3rd place.
Who
Yeah.
did they put the Ultron drone providing 10% damage boost onto? And keep in mind, damage amps the Phoenix, maybe perhaps the Moon Knight. Both
Interesting.
great options in terms of just that
Interesting.
sheer damage output to get through that triple spawn break. But
think
Zero
for-
Tenacity, they're not going for that triple.
Seems like maybe for defense we'll see the double damage amplification for the Moon Knight, but because they're on attack.
Looking to get the hold down, they do run a triple Vanguard setup with Soko, Jerry, and Marvel on the 3 Vanguards, but XZ, the sole duelist yet again,
Triple tank with the
rocking
Angela.
the Elsa Bloodstone this time around.
Not sure why.
This is going to be really good. Baby counter dive here. with
Angela
the Apex
doesn't really do
Predator, the
much in
Guard
this
Fox is
situation.
available. Marvel's the player I want to keep an eye on the
Ooh,
most because they're
nice
critical
kill.
fighting things out. Damage amp or not a Wubo, the opening pick is going to be a huge dub for Zero Tenacity. Off of that,
Ooh.
Jerry a second is good to push on forwards and immediately
Nice.
stuck in spawn.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity did a great job at covering all the angles that Loyalty could have gone for. You saw Wuvo
Yeah,
going up
this
to
is
the
a
high
gap.
ground on the on
This is
our
the hard
right
gap.
side, trying to get some sort
I don't
of
think Angela did do
sneaky
anything
little
this
pick.
map.
But
I
with
watched earlier.
Marvel
Yeah.
just there, marking that territory.
Angela from which
just
side?
means that as soon as Wuvo goes down,
I mean,
the
either
rest of
way,
Loyalty
Angela's
just
just
don't know what to
useless.
do because they don't have
Especially
one
like,
of the main
okay,
damage.
if they have an Elsa, you don't play Angela. If they have an Angela, you don't play Angela. If they have a Invis, you don't play Angela. If they have all 3 of those things, you just shouldn't be on Angela ever. Well, I don't know why we're on it still. Just go Thing, go Groot, go Emma, bro.
Steelers out in the fight.
Want to say the shout out to production. I love the little CCTV camera we got there for a second.
They went pro through MRC.
That is a great angle indeed, but oh my
Angela is
goodness,
legit
Zero
useless.
Tenacity.
Like,
Just
nice
no-
peel, bro. Nice shields, man. Good axe form. Amazing.
Just no mercy at this point for
Lord.
Loyalty.
Say
just
cheese.
The icing on the top of the cake, Soko going for selfie after selfie. Dambo's gonna go for the Jeff. The damage amp strat's not working out anymore. Instead, maybe a longer distance could be utilized here to extend out those deals. Maybe? But it seems like, again, that's not really the right prioritization. You need to find a way to activate Wubo, get those opening picks, and find a way to get into the back line. That's going to be down to the Angela to find that impact.
What are we
Yeah,
doing on
not
Angela,
huge
man?
fan of Jay-Z sticking to the Luna Snow. You
Are
still
there
got
maps you
other
don't play her on?
options available. You've
I
got
don't
Mantis, you've
actually
got
don't play her on
Ultron,
this
but
map, actually.
In a two-strategist lineup, you don't really have any
Museum
options.
is pretty
Invis
bad
Woman
for
goes with the
Angela
best
outside of
alternative,
like
but that's gonna
maybe
be
3rd
banned
point,
out.
and even
Do
then
Loyalty
I've
just
never
go
really
for the
opted
Jeff
to play
rocket
Angela on
backline
that
here?
map.
But Jay-Z also has
It's just
Spinable
very hard to
Falls
get
online.
anything
I'm
done
not sure he wants
on
to
Angela,
use it. Yeah, he doesn't want to go
because,
down
like,
to 50% ult charge. Oh my god, okay, goodbye, Wubo.
You can't really
Where
flank
did you
either,
go,
or like go
buddy?
for
No
environmental
Endfang
kill.
Inferno for you. Escape
And if you
the
contest like
save.
one angle, they
Oh
just
my
turn around and
God,
immediately see you because it's
stop,
all just
they're
one straight
already
line
dead.
on this map.
You
Why are we still on
I think
Angela?
you have to proc out Fate of both worlds right as soon as you
Oh
step out
my
of the line.
god,
Yeah,
this
you
guy's
might
getting
have
shit
to.
on.
Yugen goes for the clutch last stand to try to get something, but nothing comes out. You're
By
just
the
getting
way,
negative
it's been
value. They're not
3
getting
minutes.
any
Angela
sort
has
of room to
78%
work
ult
with.
charge on their first
And
ult.
Zertaness, you're just swarming.
What does that
between
mean? I
spawn
wonder.
room after spawn room. There's nothing Loyalty can do.
Marvel's just aura
Oh,
farming
okay.
right in front of the spawn door. That's ridiculous.
I mean, they're getting spawn held, and we have an Angela that's
Percentage
useless.
is
I'd be pissed.
Low, but it is navigated. You have
To stagger at all. Really, you can't afford to lose a fight.
to play
Jerry
the
wins Black
payload
Panther.
and just make sure that it reaches that 40-meter mark. That's all they have to do.
All right, let's see how this plays out, though. Jerry has a little bit more extended space to work off of. Is he going to play for the flank? I like this, though, from Gambo early on. Holding things down, defensive line, having to play a small corner. Surely aware about the Black Panther at this point. Some bodies are taking extensive damage into the front line, but back Black Panther in
there
the
we
back.
go.
Oh,
Goes for
come
one, maybe
on,
make that a second.
man.
Could there be the self-resurrect off of this? No, not even. Somehow
E-map
Wubo
looks like a
survives
great
all of it. Marvel goes
Angela
for the
map.
portal. Probably
Third
they go
point
for
I
the
saw
severing
looks
into the back
amazing.
line.
Oh my
First
God.
point is
Oh,
whatever.
No, don't do it like this.
Okay, okay,
Don't.
okay.
Alright.
Oh,
So
oh,
far.
oh, yes,
Oh, wait.
well,
Oh, no. What is happening?
The fuck?
A wild Wuvo appears into the
Bro.
portal, but it does.
I mean, like, how sad is it? What's up, Carter? how sad it is to be a pro team and you're going 40 meters on first point for your max push.
Was it denied them from a series win?
Holy shit. That is embarrassing. That was just sad to watch. When does this start? American series. It starts at 4. We can fit a comp game in. Let's see whether I lose my mind or not. Yeah, that Asia series are... How are these both pro teams? I don't know. You just can't even put them on the same level. What did I put for the predictions for Asia? I wonder. To be fair, I don't know any of the Asia teams until now. Pyro was rated high, RC was rated high, Z10 was rated high, so far that's pretty accurate. Exact ranking is not. I put not this. They should be going to like 8 automatically. Yeah, like Loyalty, right? Loyalty was the team that we just went against. Yeah, Loyalty and Nihex should both be bottom, 7 and 8, and then from here it's like 6, 4, 5, 6. I don't really care. I would probably put Rivals at 5. No, I would probably put Rivals at 6. Yeah, Loyalty is god awful. Everyone's seen the preseason. Who's the best Angela you've seen? I have not seen anybody on EU side yet, so I can't say anything. For NA, it seems like
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Necrise is a better Angela from what I'm seeing.
Be wary.
But
No timeline exists
but to
where
be
Magneto
honest,
yields.
it's just not very impressive.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Because a lot of the times these players are playing Angela in team comps where they should just never be on Angela, but they keep forcing it, and it's just ending disastrously. Asian doesn't have a lot of teams of players, which leads to less competition. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know what? If I was in Korea right now, I could probably become part of the pro scene for the
Trust me, bro.
for MRC.
And the support. I will ban it
You
last.
see the boxing guy, yeah, Frankie Boxing. I haven't seen him play yet, but I saw him get quote unquote shit on. Just ban Gambit here. You play Angela today? I didn't. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the Europe's games. But I know Frankie Boxing is like supposedly one of Europe's best Angelas. But when I saw him play, it just wasn't very impressive.
You'll need a top-notch team to win
I think his team got like shit on too on day 1. Not to be in Korea, you just have to join or create a team. Yeah, but it's easier if I'm yeah, actually in Korea, you know what I mean?
Round 1, go!
Our past was mired. Be wary.
What I do
Yeah, can
may
we chill
seem
out?
dangerous, but I've never felt safer than when I'm with Spider. Time for some fireworks.
You're number 9, you're getting rage baited. Just play the game, bro. Who cares about rank?
I'm here to finish the fight that my father.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Just say I've been keeping him warm.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really play
We need
support.
another support.
Be wary.
What do you guys think?
No time.
Alright, swapped.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
First game on, by the way. Yep.
We win, they got support full. That shit is ass.
Look at they got a Jeff though. That team is so big. I can bully you when you want to go in rogue. Look at rogue. Look at rogue. Nice.
Jeff won.
They're Peni mines.
What's up, EP?
Carry me, carry me, carry me. Hear me, please.
Oh my god, the guy won't die.
I'm dead. You have one healer.
That's Eva. I'm breaking nest, and I'm dead. Is that Brandon?
MVP.
I don't have ult for you. Chill.
It depends.
Penny one. Thank you. Itiha. On my rogue. Look at their invis half. They have no portal, so we can walk them. OG pure.
Who's that bull mine?
Venom's walking in. They're jet ult.
You're gonna Jeff will.
Oh, Defo.
I mean, oh, it's pure. Yep. The OG pure guy. Him is low. I'm bubbling you if you go in.
How disappointing.
Looking for tall hubby.
Yeah, Rogue, you're so tough.
Oh, it's Vastlight. I've seen that guy. So who's their White Fox player?
My daddy.
Oh my god, I'm so good. I killed their fucking Loki. Wow, the goat.
Huh?
I two-tapped their Loki. I must be not
Hope
one
you
of
know
them.
you're all getting carried by my.
Fire what?
Can we work the high ground here, everybody? Just shoot it.
No, I don't want to do it.
Okay. Alright.
What's Deadpool doing? Died 4 times already.
What rank are you right now? Celestial 2.
Strange on the
Strange
left.
looking for ult.
By the eye of
I mean, that guy's just an AI.
That was right.
You know what? I
No,
wish I
my
had
one
bubble,
above
but it
all
was on
Rogue,
1
you
second.
die.
I can bubble you.
Combo mag.
Go. We on. I got enemies. I'm dead though. Phoenix 1.
Big laugh.
Look in tank pool. Oh wait, that's DPS.
He's one.
DPS 1. Blocking heals. Look at that Loki.
Look at me in the mirror.
What?
What? Look at me in your bed.
What?
What? Hawkeye on the left? I dinked him twice.
Hot
Ain't
guy
good.
on the left?
Don't worry, I'll get him.
I can bubble you, Rogue, if you want. Look at Groot. Everybody look Groot. Blocking heals.
Your powers are mine!
That terrible ult.
Battle
Phoenix on the left. Spare Hawkeye.
Look at their Sue.
Stay C9. Okay. What's up, Biku? No, he's starting because of White Fox
Oh,
ban.
you're too tough.
Who is looking for tall hubby? I feel like I've heard her voice before.
I think we're good at the game.
He's just like creating all the space in the game.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary.
Shut.
No
Never mind.
timeline exists where Magneto yields.
He's about to throw again.
No, like Vassalite might be him.
You don't know who Vast Light is?
No, that's the goat you're talking about.
Oh my god. Why is she rage baiting?
Oh, don't worry, I'll tank for you. My goat.
Don't go thing.
For so long, I fought for mutant kind's future. Our time
How was your
has
day?
finally
It's been alright.
arrived.
I got a haircut. But you know how like the first, I don't know if anybody else feels this way. I feel like the first day of a new haircut is always a bad day.
Yo, oh,
Or like it always looks bad on the first
you.
day. And they'll look better like the day after. You know what I mean?
Why are you typing meow?
I don't meow, but I bark.
What?
Huh?
What?
Who asked?
Mal did. What do you mean?
The battle starts in
No, all he said was meow.
4,
What's
3,
happening?
No, he asked me.
2, 1.
It's gotta marinate. Do I ever tank
Must
pull?
be glitch on my
Whenever
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
open, but not really, because I'm not good at it. Mostly because I can't aim for
Oh
shit.
hell no, you're
Yeah,
awful.
you guys shit on. You are
You're
bad, bro.
awful.
You are terrible.
Bro, I got hit by
Seems we have company.
Phoenix headshot, Hawkeye body shot.
No, you are bad, bro.
I could have countered that.
You need not fear.
You're walled. Oh, you're hard walled.
I'm hard. I'm not walled though.
Nice fun fact, I guess. I can
Don't
bubble
worry,
you
I
in
got your
3.
gut king.
Thank you.
Solid glow. Shoot the solar. I can bubble you, Rogue. Yeah.
Yo, I killed 3. Hello, where's my team?
You are under my protection.
I killed 4.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna die here again.
Always better a few days after. We need face cam now.
Thanks for the shield, my queen. Oh shit, they're all coming for me. Help me, help me.
He's one.
Okay.
Oh my
Ooh.
god, they're so.
What are they doing?
How you like hitting every shot?
Them they go. What do you mean? Support
Bro has
players
a
are like.
Zen.
Support players are just like OP on hit scan. You didn't know that?
You have a Zim connected.
You are under my
Oh
Probably.
yeah,
Jit word.
much better.
Jit word
yeah. Phoenix is so
exposed.
scared of me.
They're on the one jet field.
Can
By
you
the
hit
way.
her? She's one.
Brother, I can't see her. What are you talking about? Hit her.
Get out of there.
I'm not getting out of nowhere.
Get out of there.
She's 1 HP. Shoot your gun.
Get in there.
I'm him, you're her. Thoughts?
What?
Oh no, you went Spider-Man.
I'm
It's
Dave
over.
then.
I'm done.
Pick up my hair like Korean style or just normal one? Korean style.
I think that Jeff wants to be friends. Oh, never mind.
Shut
You're
up.
shooting.
Kill him.
Shut up, Nick.
You can't have any friends but me.
Oh my god. Heal me.
Don't heal them.
Heal me. My queen. My queen.
Ayúdame! Ayúdame!
I got you.
Shield me back, shield me back!
Nope.
By the eye of our
The fuck?
That's not real. No, that guy's a freak.
I'm going for a swim.
Alright, well, GG, I guess. It's not over, still it's over.
Why do you guys follow up my ult?
Invis, are you tall?
Terrible.
By chance?
Nah.
Invis?
Can we check Hellas?
What are we checking?
Check your PC?
Yeah, check my PC.
I
Oh
can't.
hell no.
What a freeze.
Oh my god, I'm missing every shot. Got him.
Hey, here's the TP. He got me. It's like,
But you are
hello, I'm
bad,
getting
bro.
like
You are
body
bad.
slammed by Spider-Man.
Oh my god, help me.
You are bad, bro. You are bad.
How am I not MVP?
Off tank
DPS,
now.
broken.
Brother, I've done everything this game.
No, you are bad.
All you did was
Alright,
yap.
fuck you.
You're actually bad.
Alright,
No, but like, you are terrible.
You're
alright.
actually not even good.
Alright.
Fuck.
Wish you weren't on my team.
much better.
GG.
I've got your back.
Yeah, we lost.
GG.
Final score 3.
What a great first game to watch.
My rogue is so tough.
Shut up. This is what you sound like.
What the fuck? Marvel Rivals Twitch.
The anchors of some of these teams that we think you
Countdown in 5 minutes.
SSG versus YWL. Nectar is obviously where we have to start. They have been a tremendous reason why this team has gotten a lot of buzz. They are truly Thanos, as we keep calling them. Elsa Bloodstone getting a lot of playtime, obviously, there. But also, Star-Lord popped off in the neutral. We saw that early in day one, week one. Nectar, I think, is a big backbone, obviously, to this team, and they've got to play at their top level if this team wants to advance and get to that next stage.
Yeah, Nectar's the Swiss Army knife of this team. Can play virtually everything, has had success in past seasons with virtually every hero. Looks great on Star-Lord, like you mentioned. Plays
Y'all
the
can
Elsa
hear
very
him.
well.
Cool.
But also is not afraid to match up against Speedery in the Ultron. Obviously didn't work out for him, but still, just the flexibility alone from Nectar is why Nectar is so incredibly strong.
My ass hurts.
Balancing to the hero that needs to be called upon, and that's what makes them great, always in the neutral. Other side of things, I want to highlight the vanguards of SSG. Don't get a lot of love
Eyes are
from
too
us, but
blue,
hey,
it's
listen,
scaring
Blur
me.
has been a
Oh
tremendous
my god, you're right. I didn't even notice how blue it was.
Vanguard. A lot of Venom play. I've played a lot of Venom myself right now, and just a very good hero at this level of play. With those ready go comms, when you can time that ult with the pop of the cellular corrosion, that thing is absolutely lethal, and that's what you want to see at this high stake level. This guy's almost only played Venom, and if you look to the other side of the Vanguard department in Necrise, kind of untraditional with these two, huh?
Yeah, it is weird, right? They do run, well, Necrise obviously on the sticks, on controller, right? But Blur, like you're saying, in the front line, very much that lead Venom initiation. Venom taking a huge step forward in the meta right now, pulls out a ton of cooldowns, very difficult to KO, and just has some really strong abilities with the ultimate. Feast of the Abyss is great, with the anti, and the self-sustain with shielding. Outside of that, you talked about Necrise on the controller. Really good on that Angela.
40% Angela.
A ton of success. I know you know, we had this discussion in the green room. Not a ton of Angela, you know, major plays throughout this tournament so far, but still very consistent. Does a great job shutting down different lines of sight. So shout out Necrise on the controller playing at this level of play.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see how Angela has adjusted with the new patch notes in the way of playing her, and it has been a bit of a warming up period. I think, you know, she's getting better and better as things move along, but Necrise has been kind of a shining star in that moment. Obviously, Central Park and those maps are going to get a lot of love, but look out for these Vanguards and Nectar in the play difference for SSG. Moving on, though, yeah, we lost. This is a fun team. Plays like no one else. Very dive heavy. Anything but traditional.
Yeah, I really want to see some of these.
Player of the week in the Cozy Cast on episode 2. I highlighted Jitward. This guy
some of these
is
Angela gameplays.
He's chaos behind the
I hope
I mean,
we see something cool and interesting.
We don't see a lot of DPS Deadpool, if any, and with the new patch, we'll see how much we see moving forward. But either way, if you're looking for Spider-Man, Deadpool, Daredevil, you're going to get it here with Jitward, and I think he's just one of the more fun people to watch in this whole thing. Kind of reminds me of Self on year 1.
Yeah, it gives me a lot of the make or break, right? It looks really good when they're winning.
Yeah, we lost wins this one. You think so?
Puts everything on the line. So yeah,
I feel like Space Gaming has a chance. You know,
run the hero, which is awesome to see. But again, new patch this week, so has taken a bit of a step back. We're gonna have to see together if that's still gonna be, you know, the case.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, Kurova with Adam Warlock. From time to time, you get somebody that reminds you of one hero, and right now, I think Cart Lover is the Hulk. I mean, this guy has been playing Hulk at such a great level. And he's just been a lot of fun to watch. I know whenever they played Nightmare, you got to see just an absolute gamma god at work. He's got 81% win rate, 2 matches right now, 52 KOs across the board with this guy. Cart Lover has been something special.
W Lambs, W Surf. What's up, Ag?
We had a pre-interview with Cart Lover just to test the comms, and he essentially said, "I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll come right back after our game," and did just that. So really cool kind of confidence level I think you do need at this level of play. And like you're saying, on the Hulk, unstoppable right now.
Hey, let's talk about Zatex, right? Zatex has been a very good fundamental piece for this team. Also has been flexed over to the duelist side if they do play, you know, triple strat, if they go into Mantis, Adam Warlock, but also, you know, Crazy on the Elsa and Psylocke. Talk to me what you've seen out of Zatex so far.
Yeah, man, what have you seen?
Consistent, right? While they're doing some of this crazy stuff, they have Zatex on that hit scan, playing some Psylocke, playing Elsa, like you're saying. Right now, 2-0 on Elsa, so obviously confident on the hero, looking really good. But also can flex in that Mantis role, too, if they need to. We've only done that a little bit in the tournament so far, but I do think if Mantis gets through the ban phase, you really do need to have somebody that's probably a duelist slotting into that position so you can run that triple composition. So really, really flexible, looks really consistent and confident. And again, Zatex right now on Elsa does have 100% win rate, so it is in the conversation for the best Elsa.
Absolutely, guys. So SSG and yeah, we lost. Those are the players to look out for. A lot of great talent on all the team, but those are the ones that we think make some big impact. We got a lot more to cover.
We got a lot more to cover.
At ESU, brilliance takes center stage because class is in session, everyone. And reality
of y'all
is
chilling.
about to be rewritten.
Nice.
Rian Landau dominates every
Just
debate with
chilling.
precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danum Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in defending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's
Wow,
Rian
it's
Landau,
control.
the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Danum Ket, Professor Costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon, guys. It just became available as of April 2nd. This is not April Fool's, so make sure to go and check that out before April 30th, because in a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest minds decide what's real.
True.
And the
Guys,
city
buy the
never
skins
sleeps,
now.
but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then descend the secret labs, pulsing with from street
It's
level
kind of boring right
clashes
now
to tight
recently, not gonna
interiors
lie.
and
Put crazy
vertical
work on those
engagement.
skins.
Every corner shifts the balance of power. This
Yeah.
isn't just New York.
A lot of
it's
work
what
into
lies
the skins,
underneath it.
man.
Available in-game now. The city is only the beginning.
It's only the beginning.
And folks, we have brand new Twitch drops arriving.
Can't we get the game started?
Participating channels
Let's
and
get a
watch your
video
favorite
game
streamers
session
to earn
going on.
exclusive rewards, including a spray nameplate emotes, and of course the exclusive Gambit costume. Again, it's going on March 27th to May 30th, and you can watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up. And speaking of which, my friends, we've got week 2 of Ignite preseason right here, right now.
All right, Cozy, we're finally back, man. I mean, like you said, Twitch drops are here. Week 1 was wild. I mean, week 1 was an absolutely insane week, and it's awesome to be back with you. And Gask now coming in, one of the new members of the crew. So I'm excited, Cozy. I'm sure you guys are, especially after that banger of a week 1.
Yeah, hey, listen, guys, if last week was the chaos that started it all, this week we're going to find out kind of who thrives and is built for it. The path to number 1 is wide open. The stakes are still rising, but every team, they've got something to prove. No more introduction to these teams, but obviously, yeah, our introduction here. I'm Cozy, your host today, again, with the legendary Gaskin and the man with, you know what, he has no filter in the best way possible, Dogman. Dog, you were part of week 1, behind the mic a little bit. You know, what did you see? What did you love about it?
Yeah, week 1 I think was just all over the place, right? And that's kind of the change up of the meta. Like, I think that, you know, a lot of us, including myself and, you know, a lot of our viewers kind of maybe overreact, right, based on what happened. But now we're kind of settling into it, right? After these recent White Fox
What's up,
changes,
Sky?
the buffs, and then also
How you
the
doing,
Deadpool
man?
changes, we're going to enter a brand new phase of the game. But this is yet another week of, you know, a new patch, more time for these players to grow and develop in it. And I think we're going to get a little bit more confident in our top teams moving forward. And, you know, we have to be, because we're entering the very end of this week where, you know, teams are going to get eliminated. Some teams are going to punch their ticket into the playoffs. So that's exciting.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great time to be a Marvel Rivals
Dog
player.
members,
Gaskin,
mate.
it's great to have
J.K.
you
Simmons
here as
remind
well,
me of
buddy, as
you.
We look at our preseason schedule.
Yeah, some would
Obviously,
say
we've
we're
got
pretty
the
much on the
stakes going
same
on
level in
right now
terms of
into the
talent
playoffs.
and
I mean, I know you
skill
were behind the
and
mic there last week. We have
amazing
you
bald
for a lot of
heads.
days coming up now, man. What was kind of the most biggest wow
I
factor
think they
of
get
it
that
all for
a
you?
lot.
I mean, simply would be Swamp Gaming, right? I think everyone was impressed by how incredible they were and the difference makers that we saw on that roster, and just trying different things. The diversity of heroes has been insane thus far. I'm sure we'll finally develop a little bit of a meta and people will start to play similar things, but the fact we have players that are doing things and changing their mind and being able to just throw spanners in the works, it's been so good to watch, Cozy.
You finished
For
Whiplash.
sure, it's been
Ooh,
great to
nice.
watch. Donde está la biblioteca? We have a
Donde está la biblioteca?
a lot of prize
When's the
money
next
today.
game? It's
Obviously,
about to
they're
start
playing for
in,
their, you know,
I want to
their
say
own
3
names,
minutes.
but also large amount of prize pool here. We have $50,000 in total.
Wow,
Obviously, dog, this is a lot
50,000.
of costumes in game, lots of moolah to spread around.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need all of that, right, to get the skins you want. You know, if it's a specific event, right, with Invisible Woman and the wedding skins with Gambit, right? Like, for sure, you definitely could use all of that USD, all of that money gained, because in North America, I mean, not only are they playing for the playoffs, like you mentioned, Cozy, but also, yeah, that money in the bank.
And we're just getting started here. This is obviously the preseason. There's so much left for competitive play. We've got a brand new map pool ready. Obviously, you guys know and love these maps with our new introduction to Shin Shibuya coming back into the fray. We obviously have seen a good amount of it so far, actually, thus into week 1. And this is, you know, some people definitely love it. Some people, you know, maybe they don't think it's the greatest map. It's pretty defensive heavy at times, but we've seen just about every map in rotation thus far, Gaskin. And, you know, I think for you, if you were to pick one that you'd like to see more of, what would it be?
Oh, something I'd like to see more of. I mean, Convoy on Midtown is always an interesting one for me. That's been one of my favorites right from the get-go. I do think that some teams are very much struggling in certain areas as well. Like, we've seen Domination be very difficult for some teams, but a little bit better when it comes to Convoy. So we'll have to see how that develops and whether teams are going to be trying to pick around these maps as well, because there's definitely favorites for them.
Well, you said pick. Let's look at the pick and ban phase. That's obviously going to be a little bit different than your rank play, or maybe in the MRC. We have a brand new way to do it here in Ignite, and we love it over here. Dogman, I mean, listen, obviously these picks and bans, they're for your team. They're one-sided. How does this change what teams' compositions look like and strategies going in?
Yeah, it can change everything. I mean, off the rip, you see both teams at the same time go for that first ban, and then all of that is kind of, or after that is all decided by the order, right? That you can see. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is where we sync it up back again. But this can change everything, like you said, Cozy. Compared to MRC, you know, with 4 bans impacting only one team, you know, targeted towards them, that can really force a squad that maybe can't play.
I keep
certain
burping, bro.
compositions
Why?
To have to play completely different,
Fucking indigestion,
entire
man.
compositions
Pissing
that
me
maybe
off.
they're not used to. So that's why we have it as we do in this ban and lock system. But, you know, and maybe why a lot of predictions are now messed up, right, Cozy? Taking a look at this, like, man, everybody was looking, you know, in North America at Sentinels and Team Liquid, it looks like, dude.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at the group predictions here, this is where everybody's got them at. Maybe your predictions are looking better than others as we all continue to learn these teams. Obviously, we see over there in Group A, Swamp Gaming down there as the 3rd spot. I think that might move up if we were to readjust some of these. TLC obviously looking really great as well, but you can see EMEA and moving forward to our Asia and OCE regions. Anything jump out to you here, Gaskin? Who'd you have taken number 1 in the America region?
I mean, I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. I had FlyQuest on Group A. That's not particularly gone well for me thus far. However, my Group B predictions are looking
Why
a
isn't
little bit
MB
better.
playing? I want to see
if SSG beat YWL today, I will actually be bang perfect.
MB
So
may or may
at
not
least Group
be
B has
in
been
the
good,
Ignite,
but yeah,
bro.
sadly for me, FlyQuest just haven't lived up to my expectations. Or maybe I cursed them.
What's up,
Who
Kai?
knows?
Hey, listen, that's Marvel Rivals, right? There's just any given day you can win, and that's what makes things interesting as the team rankings overall to this point. We had preseason week 1, and this is how things have shook out. Obviously, Swamp Gaming, they've got their 3 points. They're ready to get into the playoffs. Now, Sentinels having 2, but everyone else has a lot now to try to play for going into week number 2. You're going to see a lot of win and get-ins or just controlling your own destiny. Or for Swamp Gaming, staying on top, right? So this is where things sit right now for Group A of all things.
Why is Sentinel so
also
high?
Into Group B. I think
Because everybody
FlyQuest is
predicts
obviously
them to
the
be that
shock
high.
here. I mean, Gaskin just said had him at number 1. Being at number 6 was probably not on everybody's board. Dogman, you shocked by what you saw shake out as we look at Group B?
I think so, yeah. I mean, like, it was just a wild week. And then, you know, even for the other side, for Liquid, you know, Citadel, they kind of, you know, they 2-0, and it's tough to really critique that. But it was, I mean, I'm not going to say the easiest of 2-0s, even versus, like, Lunex Gaming in their very first day. So, I mean, I think this still is a pretty wild group, Group B. Same thing with Group A, like you said, with Swamp Gaming staying on top. But, I mean, it's still up for grabs. I mean, even Lunex can come back. And then same thing for Nightmare. Like, I think I rated Nightmare very highly going into the last week, and then they just had some really tough matchups versus good squads. So I think it's as I think Gasklin pointed out, you know, SSG looks pretty good, and that should be a super fun matchup, the very first one of the day, right? Like between SSG and Yeah We Lost is going to be a really decisive match for this Group B.
Yeah, for sure.
Xer was trying to avoid Rocket, that game you rated
looking
him.
great for 1
Oh,
week,
really?
or if they're going to show consistency, which you guys both know at this level.
Yeah,
is so
I rated
important
him,
to have
and you were on the
week
enemy
after
team
week,
with
right?
Rocket.
Adjust to things like the patch
And you
that
guys
we're going to
got-
be playing into now.
and you guys
Elsa
lost.
is going to be having that nerf. Obviously,
Yeah,
White
thrower?
Fox as well.
Sounds like an
We'll touch
excuse.
on that more later. But looking at it as a whole, I do think
Holy
that any of these
Yapathon.
teams, they've got you know,
Deleted.
winners DNA in it.
Let's
but this is
fucking
kind of some of
go.
their first
Also
look at
deleted.
pro play and things level up. Now today's matches, Gaskin. absolute heat across the board. I think 3 in particular stood out to me.
20,000 plus healing to another support. That White Fox sucks dick.
2 might just be the game of the entire preseason. You pumped for these coming up?
I mean, for good reason. You've got the team that was #1 in America last year against the team that is currently, in a lot of people's eyes, the #1 team in America right now. How is it going to be in terms of developing the meta with SG trying a lot of different things that are a little bit off meta against 100 Thieves who like to be a little bit more structured about their approach? Now, I think there might be a little bit more triple strat coming into effect here today, which might be great news for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look across the other side, even though they're not winning, man, that's when I think games are so exciting. When your backs are against the
people
wall,
who purposely throw should lose their hands.
They're
Thoughts?
0-3 right now.
No.
Clearly, now you're playing for heart and effort and everything to show there. But then you have Lunex and Nightmare that are at the bottom of Group B, and they obviously need to play just to showcase what they have moving forward, because players, positions, improving it to your org is just as important here, obviously, as we look into the preseason. So there's money to be played for, but not just at the top end. I think at the bottom end, there's a lot of games that are going to really speak to these teams. And we start out, obviously, with what we just said, guys. SSG versus YWL. Yeah, we lost. Starting off with Space Station Dog. This team, full of a lot of talent. Obviously, Nectar being the Thanos, as we like to say. What do you see in this team?
It's just enough Sharia law in the US,
very
please.
solid squad. You know, as rewatching some of the games,
they slightly glazed 100 Thieves, turned it off.
Nightmare, and kind of an unsung player that didn't get
you know what Sharia law is?
I think was Blur. Like this guy, at least in terms of whenever he's playing the game, you know, kind of well, first of all, he's European, coming over playing in North America a lot of his time, you know, formerly on some other top teams on Tech EXD and stuff, playing with Nectar. It's a lot of fun to have those guys back together. But I think
why does SJW not have a picture?
He was so disruptive, hard to really KO him and remove him, and he was really distracting a lot of the back line of Nightmare last week and stuff. Like, he was doing so much work, and then Nectar never going down, always staying at 3 Instinct on Elsa was huge. So this team, you know, really has a cohesive unit that plays well together, has the correct combinations in terms of ultimates, and, you know, I think Doom does a lot of the dirty work. Necrise kind of is that anchor, playing a lot of that Emma and stuff, and then honestly, Fidel looks leveled up as well. So this is a very good squad, month formerly of Team Envy. It's just a matter of can they put it together, and then obviously SJW on the bench, I think, is one of the best hit scan players in the game. So I think they have a pretty unique roster that's done well so far.
Yeah, Necrise and Blur are your more untraditional vanguards in a way, right? Yeah, you know, Necrise does play some ammo, but it has an Angela as well, so just Venom and Angela constantly in the back line could definitely mess with the mental. But when you look at, we lost. This is a team that is anything but normal in terms of the way they play in a great way. And you look across the board, these are your MRC champions from Season 6, and they are showing anything but that. They are here, ready for the pro scene. Gaskin, when you look at the way they play, so unique, obviously starting with a player like Jitward, what do you see from them?
I mean, Jitward's going to be excited to prove himself today, if you know, you know, and I'm very interested to see what they kind of throw at us today, because they have really just been forcing teams off of the meta. They've been kind of surprising us with their bans, surprising us with their selections, but showing us that you don't have to play the way everyone else does. And I think if We Lost can force people to be uncomfortable in their selections, in the way that they're playing the game, then we might see a result where We Lost continue to dominate and continue to be at the top of the leaderboard. And SSG are going to have to be ready for that, because I love that everything that YWL are doing at the moment, and more teams maybe need to learn from them, that it is about playing what's comfortable for you, not necessarily about what is always in the meta.
Yeah, for sure. The aggressive of YWL versus, I would say, some of the passive play from SSG is going to be interesting to put together. Nectar versus Jitward, you know, Cart versus Blur. I mean, that Hulk and Venom is just, you're going to see them two just constantly in the back line. Both these teams lost a game to Nightmare, so it's kind of interesting if you stack up like competition. SSG has 3 games played. YWL,
why is the GM coach saying
both their games, looking pretty strong. Obviously, SSG lost to what is Liquid, who is a solid
Celestial
unit.
2, actually.
But they're both coming off of pretty strong matchups as we look at our first map of Celestial Husk. Talk to me, Dogman, about domination and just starting off hot, because in best of 3, buddy, you
Yo, how long are we taking?
Teams, I think, have been pretty solid on domination so far. You know, like, I think that besides losing to Team Liquid, SSG have looked good on this map type. You know, even against Nightmare, though they lost that matchup,
they're playing a lot of dive comps. Certain teams
benefits. That's where I would definitely favor. We lost a little bit, right? Considering, I mean, Nightmare's obviously very good on domination, it's tough to really get that matchup, and the Team Liquid just been
When you
dominating
like
everybody.
queue into a winnable
But
ball
for Yaoi
lobby,
Lost,
you
this
shit
is a
your
very,
pants.
scrappy
Alright?
team. They like to clutch up down
You
in
and I are not the
fights, even try
same.
to go for spawn camps. So it's as
You
and
legit
Gas
call me
both-
up
both
at the
mentioned,
middle of
dude,
the night
this
to be
team
like,
is just going
Full
to
Metal
be
Lamps,
all over the place. and
what
it's a
do I
matter of,
do?
can you
They
deal
have
with it? Can you
tap
manage
1-3.
that aggression that's surely
I'm
going to
so
come, right? Because SSG
scared,
do the
Full
same
Metal
thing.
Lamps.
But, you know, I think it's going to be a very
And
interesting
I'm like,
ban
they're
phase.
there, it's
And I
alright,
think
I'll
both
be there
teams,
to save
despite
the day,
SSG's
I can
record
coach
on domination
you.
so far, are quite good on
It
this map.
becomes like,
No,
it's
it's a great
tiring
point,
because
and
you'll like
having
call me
Yaoi
up
Lost kinda give
every
you
fucking
reverse
day,
sweep
bro.
of what you can
I'm
in
just
best
like,
of three
man,
against Nightmare shows
like,
that they're okay being uncomfortable.
one day you gotta learn how
which is
to
a place
fish for
they're not
yourself
at
and feed
often, at least
yourself.
from what we've seen. But
I
looking
def
at it,
tap
win
for my
and get
winnable
in.
ball
This
game.
is to get into
You know,
the
we
playoffs,
all
to get your
like to
third
make
win.
up
That's
shit
obviously so important for these
sometimes.
teams. SSG played an
Not
extra
gonna
game, so
blame me
more
for
important
that.
for them. Gaskin, can that,
Two
can
players
that
at
change a little
113
bit of the
ping right now.
mental behind these pro players? You know, this is all they need to get into that next step of pro play?
I think typically, yes. I think SSG will be looking at this as an opportunity to qualify, but also the pressure it puts on their shoulders if they do take that loss as well. Obviously, it will depend on what happens around them and results coming in elsewhere as to whether they would still be guaranteed when things happen in the next couple of days. But at the end of the day, this is their job. Pro players, they know what is the task at hand. They know they need to just get a win here, and I think that SSG might surprise us. I think that domination is going to be one of the key areas. Looking at the stats for the two teams, both have looked relatively weak in certain areas, but as Dogman just mentioned, Celestial Husk in particular, they've both found victories on them. So I do think that this could be the map that really changes how this series is going to go, and I'm going to call a prediction already. I think whoever wins this first domination wins the series.
Oh, just keeps with the momentum. I like it. Guys, you're in for a treat. I've got to say, the first couple of matches, if you've come here right on the button when
What
this
are
thing started,
all of
week
these
2,
bad?
we've got a lot
Oh,
for you in the
there's just
preseason.
cons.
Guys, last
gone
week
to
we
every
were on the
single
current
con.
patch where you had the Elsa slight nerf. Obviously, the Deadpool nerf for most people isn't a big deal.
Told Thomas that I watched this side guide and couldn't make it out of Diamond playing side. He said he'd remake the vid.
Ignite series alone. So we should see maybe a little bit of a tiny effect
500.
there.
All
I
right.
still expect to see the Deadpool. And then, obviously, White Fox, which we've seen some players grasp
I
to
felt pretty
before
bad
the
about
buffs.
that.
Do you think, Dogman, that White
Maybe you
Fox is
shouldn't
going to
be
get
a
even more
bitch
focus, perhaps even
next
a ban?
time.
Maybe, yeah. I think that's the prediction. You know, like for sure, you're on the money with that one, Cozy. Just because, yeah, the character got buffed. I mean, the health given, the shield was already insane. You know, I've seen a lot of Redditors just talking about how the character's terrible, or rather, is balanced. But I mean, in my opinion, that character's anything but, right? Like, if you're a good White Fox player, you can absolutely dominate the lobby. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, spoken like a
Why are we-
DPS player for
why are
sure.
we
over
talking
there.
about
Never go to the
Redditors?
Reddit, man. You can never trust what's up. No,
Yeah.
but either way, man, it's definitely going to be changing some of the pick and bans. But as you know, you ban certain heroes, it leaves more wide
is
open.
Reddit
That's
in the
why it's
discussion?
so powerful to be a kind of an effective. You know, we don't have one tricks here, but effective at a great level at some
I
of
fuck
these.
with
And
pros
that's
who
why
don't
when you
shit
see
talk
something
all
like
game
Ollie get his
in
cap
ranked.
out, you know, that's a massive advantage for them. But guys, we've got ourselves a huge matchup today. Win and
took it
get
the wrong
in.
way.
It is SSG versus We Lost. Take it away,
You should have
boys. We got a
apologized to
great
him
cast for you.
immediately.
Thank you, Sir Coz. Well, Gas, first time we're on the mic together, man. So this will be a lot of fun to watch over the game. You know, obviously, Cozy behind the scenes been ridiculing me for dodging him on purpose, not on purpose. Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. I love Cozy. I've definitely loved working with him throughout this year, and also with you, man. So, like, for the first time, getting into it, going to the ban phase, like, what has been like your takeaways from last week? I guess, like at a macro level, as we see the Gambit and Daredevil banned out.
Obviously, last week we saw a lot of Gambit, we saw a lot of Elsa being banned as well. Oh, the Protect onto Mantis is an interesting one, which might give us our first indication of a potential
want Flash
3-strat meta here, but we will see how it develops. The Daredevil ban, I think, is very important. Actually, if you look across the board, a lot of teams who rely on
I can live
diving
through
in
this.
general, which, to be
let's
honest,
get
is
out
a
of
lot of
this
them in this current
area.
meta. Getting rid of that Daredevil
Once you're ever
really
pending up with
changes
the
their
GM, so you did
success
something
rate
right,
in
I'm
terms
curious
of
to
this map.
see
So I do think the
still.
Daredevil removal is a very important one here, and you can also see now Elsa is going to be the next to be banned. as
Banning
well.
Daredevil.
Well, I think you had a good read on it. You were talking about how when you
Saving
watched EMEA,
Elsa
Gas,
for
like, yeah, there was a
Mask,
lot of
I believe.
Mantis avoidance of bans, right? Like
Banning
that's
Gambit.
kind of interesting that SSG already go for that Protect, and then the Elsa gets protected for We Lost, right? Like, I mean, the Mantis sort of forgotten about on the EMEA side, or like a matter of maybe people are avoiding it per se, right? Because the damage boost and stuff could be kind of hard to deal with, I guess. Like, it seems like the Mantis is sort of being forgotten about for some people, or for We Lost, they totally avoided it, looks like.
That's
well,
a lot
I
of
think the fact
likes.
that, we lost saw that the Mantis was protected by SSG, so they said, well, we have
He
to
found
get rid
out
of
his
Elsa.
teammates were
Typically, when
black.
we're looking at the meta that's developing,
What would your
if you have
stat line be
Elsa
if you were in
plus
this
Mantis,
lobby?
it is
Depends
so
on what I'm
difficult
playing.
to deal with. And you can also see
who I'm
Ultron has got rid of
replacing.
on the other side as well. Jeff's now being removed. We have seen SSG very successful with
My
Jeff,
ass
so maybe they're a
hurts.
little bit worried about, we lost with it on the other side as well.
1 in
They're
25.
potentially going to protect
15,
Hulk,
11.
which they will. We've seen how incredible they can be having a Hulk on their side
Protecting Hulk.
It's definitely targeted so far towards we lost, because it's like you said, I mean, with triple strategy just being so good, you kind of have to focus on it, but also you still have to be aware of what the other team can run, because it's like you said with, the Jeff ban maybe is a bit unorthodox for most teams, but with we lost, they just play everything. So it's like still focusing on the strategist meta it looks like, but just specifically targeting we lost maybe practiced heroes, which is kind of interesting. I don't know, guys, because last week, I don't know if you heard it when Remix was talking about teams leaking scrim VODs and stuff.
What's the difference between MRC and Ignite bans?
Like maybe that
MRC is
impacted this potential game even, because that specifically is targeting we lost and how they're playing.
I believe
And
MRC bans
the
apply to
SSG
both
protect
sides.
as well
Ignite
onto
is,
Jeff.
well,
That was what
for
I
one
was
side
expecting to happen. But when we look across, we lost when they did actually lose a domination. They had Daredevil,
pretty
Rogue,
sure.
Mantis, and Elsa
Maybe that's
removed
someone
away
remotely
from them.
counted
They've
as
been able
Elsa.
to hold
Nope.
on to the Elsa here, which I do think could be massive for them. The fact we've only got one
It's
Elsa
just a
in
better
this game,
Elsa.
and it's on the side of we lost. I'm a little bit worried for
Or
SSG,
a team.
but we'll have to see
Sorry,
how
not
it's
even
going to
team.
affect it. You can see
The best
potentially
counter
a three-strap
to
being
a
locked
good
in on
Elsa
both
is
sides
that
here
Elsa's
with
team
these
being
two
utter
teams.
dog shit.
This was my... I don't want to say it was a concern coming into today, because I'm quite excited to see how the meta does develop, but I did have a feeling that with the changes, with the patch that's come through, we might see more 3-strats coming in.
Yeah, I think that was a good read by you, just because, I mean, in general, like, the strats are just so, like, oppressive almost, because they do so much healing and, like, don't lack in too much of damage. I think the only difference between, I guess when we look at we lost later on, is we take a look at the overall map. Game number 1, by the way, which is going to be the start of an incredible day for sure to see who gets locked in between we lost and SSG, but also like
Heroes?
I don't think
Nah,
a lot
not
of teams
really.
prioritize like support pool that much or strat pool. A lot of teams sort of have been focusing on other heroes, but it's interesting as well. I don't know about Gas, like we're still not seeing that White Fox ban come through as well. That still actually slipped through in this series when everybody was sort of, that was a talking point, I think, moving forward.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a White Fox ban in the 100 Thieves versus SG matchup with Valentina and how impressive she was on
let's
White
full
Fox
screen
last
this.
time. But you can see it's going to be a portal-on-portal action to kick us off here, as they instantly going to try and get behind enemy lines.
What did Kendrick
It's like some
just do?
counter portaling, by the way, too. That was a portal to the point, which was a horizontal portal too. So they went through and then like
Torch
would immediately
Angela
come
are the
back
main
because of
counters
it.
to
That's
Elsa.
a
You're
unique
trolling.
Portal, fast one from Necrolize,
You're actually
who,
trolling.
You know, is maybe aware we lost want to play that aggressive.
Like,
right?
you're
Before this
LARPing
point
as a
unlocks,
rage
they're
baiter.
already on the objective. A little bit of slowdown towards Necrolize on the main angle, but we lost full control of height. Where do they want to walk to? Nectar with a damage boost from that Mantis, or rather from the squad of the backline, able to find 1, then 2, right? This Psylocke with that Mantis bonus with the team up in terms of damage upgrade just does so much. So Space Station already win that first fight.
I mean, that's something we have to look at throughout this game is it better to have Elsa without Mantis, or is it better to have a Mantis who can just boost up someone else? Because at the moment, it's looking in favor of SSG and looking like it is the latter, and certainly an impressive start for them, that's to be sure. But I do think that there's a lot of responsibility on you as an Elsa if you are the sole Elsa in the game as well, because people know how oppressive a character she can be. So are you going to be that hero for your team?
Yeah, excellent point. And I imagine for we lost side, they think they can maybe take over this backline. So it's a matter of SSG, I think, have a very solid backline. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can take out Doom, because I know that'll be a target of focus. But they really haven't been able to get much done. I mean, Kart's here on the top right, able to take down Blur. They counter the dive out of the character, or out of the player that was very annoying before. You also have the Deadpool ultimate committing, but Mask goes down with it while up. So trading it 1-for-1, still in control of the point is SSG, and Doomed takes down Kart out of Hulk form. Now here goes Nectar, in with the dance of the butterflies. Nothing to counter it either in terms of strats, because Mask has to swap over to White Fox now, and SSG, I mean, they look great so far in these team fights.
I mean, a lot of talk coming into this one was Nectar versus Jitwood, and who was going to be able to be the biggest influence. Right now, definitely Nectar. Necrise has Eye of Agamotto available ready for their next fight as well. Certainly, something I've noticed statistically from SSG is their Vanguards survive a lot more than Yeah We Lost. They are very good at avoiding fights, getting out of dodge. As I say that, Jitwood is able to get behind enemy lines and will take down Vital.
Yeah, that's really going to have to keep doing, as you mentioned, the Vanguard's doing a good job of just living. Whereas Cart, by the way, speaking of which, 1 HP, barely still in that Hulk form for now. The Venom actually gets CC'd out of his Venom ultimate. The Feast of the Abyss gets removed through the charm from Mask, it looked like here. That Mantis ultimate committed by Doom, met by the Invisible Boundary
Big
and the Eye of Agamotto. But counter Eye from Necroice's side. Does it get anything with it? Looks like answers no. The Glartrox, though, gets Nectar and Necrise. Here comes the Jeff, though, on the other angle, too, to eat everybody caught inside of it. But Cart tracks him down before the Invisible Boundary from Fidel could be there. A little bit too late, sadly, for Fidel and SSG, as they're down their Jeff. No ultimate still in the fight, regardless. As Matt's trying to build towards that White Fox ultimate. Blur close to yet another Venom ult. We're trying to go in on Doom. Needs to find the KO, and he does so. Doom goes down in the middle of his team, but fortunately, it's actually more for the side of Yeah We Lost, taking out Necroize as well, and finally flipping that point at 99%.
Yeah, it took us right to the 99, but Yeah We Lost, showing that they still have something left in the tank. I do think a lot of it came from Cart on Hulk being able to take down the Jeff. Otherwise, it might have been a little bit tricky with a couple of those being gobbled up. But now, SSG, they get the chance to reset. Blow has ultimate available as well, so they are going to be able to get very aggressive on this back line with the dive from Venom.
So bad.
The real question is, when do you go? You need to create a little bit of space, and Doomed will create that space.
I mean, Doomed has just been nuts so far, too. Definitely an underrated player for them. They try to go on him too aggressively, right? Trying to set up that dive. Jitward takes him off the map, though! No way, Jitward! What a play by him on Spider-Man. Insane so far for them, too, but it's traded on the opposite angle. It doesn't matter if you find that, I guess, as you just walk forward, stabilize, take the Doom KO, and then walk towards the point. It's also the Doctor Strange going down super late, so they have to switch Mask over to that Doctor Strange off of the White Fox to go for that portal play in overtime. But they're going to stagger in so slowly, having these overtime spawns. No straddles either. So Nectar's Dance of the Butterflies could be big if he wants to use it, or they may not have to with a damage boost on the opposite side. Necroize gets stunned, sure, but it's too much damage. The green's too late from the Loki on Kendrick, and everybody just walking into the fire rate of Nectar, who just deletes everybody, it looks like, in overtime. Chipper, what could you do? The answer is not much. It's, as you mentioned, Gask, the Mantis setups were so clean at SSG.
And thank goodness Nectar did save the Dance of the Butterfly as well. I was worried that you might just be like, okay, you know, I'll make sure we solidify it, we'll win the round, but a smarter player knows you can hold on to it for the next. And now that means they're going to go into this second with Nectar having it available. Blur also still has it. You can see a Stratol is going to be there. I mean, SSG are primed and ready for this next fight with the ultimates. They're going to be in such a good situation, so they can really set the pace of this game. Probably get control of the point first, and then it's going to be a similar situation for Yeah We Lost to try.
I mean, there's really nothing to like stop
Jitwood really hasn't had the space that we see how comfortable he can be when he gets behind the back line. I do think SSG have done a fantastic job at defending their own. And we're going to have to see if Yeah We Lost can kind of change something up here to perhaps find that space for Jitwood.
Yeah, it's great points all around. I think, like, your first one, you mentioned how, you know, they just, like, kind of held on to those ultimates at the end. You know, they play the macro super well. And then, like, it's mentioned, like, they forget almost that, you know, Doomed has hands. Like, across map just getting domed by Doomed. You know, Zatex having a tough situation so far. It's, like you brought up earlier, dude, like, Elsa, maybe there's too much pressure on Zatex right now, but at least they have ultimates for the next fight. And early portal play comes out from Necrise, and they have the Dance the Butterfly play, but Xantho sneaks around the back, invisible, ducks around the corner. With that, by the way, DPS or dual pool coming out from Jitward's side, so that's the difference makers. Zatex going aggressive on Doomed, able to take him out for the ult, and then the Glartrox slows down one, takes another out. Fidel falls with the ultimate, so that's two of the Strat players, both with ultimates up, and then disengages Nectar too. Are you kidding, Zatex? That was beautiful out of the squad in terms of tempo from Yeah We Lost after they got portaled on.
Yeah, this is so much better from Yeah We Lost as well. They force one ultimate out of the side of SSG, but SSG still have a lot left up their sleeve, and Yeah We Lost are going to have to pop one of their own just to try and sustain a little bit and stay alive and get control of this first point. But
and now he gets instantly punished for pressing Q.
There's a lot of damage coming in from SSG.
Why does no one ever ban Elsa? They're banning Gavin.
Oh my god, I mean, Jitward just gets deleted. Is Mike go back down to, like, you know, do we want the Mantis to go through and Nectar just going to do this? Feels like Psylocke, maybe sort of like a 75% of her power level until she gets the Mantis, it looks like for now, is, you know, SSG just shove off Yeah We Lost, and they put Jitward back over to Spider-Man, dude. They're trying to figure something out and just can't.
Sitting,
Yeah,
that's so
we lost feel a little bit lost right now, and
So
this was my
secret.
worry when I looked at who they played against thus far in the season and
Hello,
coming up
hello.
against a little bit more of a structured side in SSG, is when SSG figure you out, when they start doing this VOD review, what is plan B? What is plan C? At the moment, yeah, we lost struggling a little bit. Jitwood's already been taken down, so now it's going to be a 6 versus 5 here. It should be comfortable, and it will be. Doom gets another, Month follows up, and yeah, we lost. They're going to go right back to spawn here, and SSG looking to dominate some more.
Oh yeah, this is the tough part, man. With like you mentioned, with the Mantis going through and then the Elsa, just because I mean it's so much more brutal now. After Elsa now loses 2 instinct when going down at 250 HP, and then Jitwood when he's being focused this heavily. Like this is some clean play from the macro level of it from SSG. Xantho trying to sneak in for the dive. I mean, they try to set up an aggressive play, but is it going to work out? Here comes Car on the Doom with Xantho, by the way, the flank Invisible Woman. That's what they've been doing throughout their matchups. Able to find one, but Nectar with the Dance of Butterflies takes down one.
Xantho just dies here, right?
Play, and that
Ooh,
was the
he missed the health
strategist
pack.
of the
Oh,
backline,
no.
the backbone for the side of we lost. With both of them removed, that's 2 ults gone. I mean, Kendrick, Month trying to get out of there too, by the way, just trying to duck back around, not go down to Kendrick's ultimate or to any other ults on the backside, but SSG still in control of that objective, right? Making sure Kendrick doesn't give an ult, and he goes down. Oh my goodness, Kendrick wasting that ultimate sadly for him. Gonna go over to Magneto now. And SSG, it just feels like, yeah, we lost. They're playing right into their hands.
It's how well they're staggering. Yeah, we lost as well. They'll get those initial 2 picks, and then they'll wait a little bit before they push the charge, get the rest of the team.
Towards
and
the
they
Mantis
continue
makes it
that
really hard to play.
as well.
Also,
Yeah, we
same
lost.
thing
They
Joe
tried to
Starlord,
retreat,
my case
but really struggling to do so. And it's been the Nectar showcase all game long thus far. And yeah, we lost. They're going to throw everything at the point to try and survive here, but I'm not sure
I
it's
guess
really going to work out.
depends on
Jitwood does get one.
yeah,
Nectar's
I don't
gone
really
down.
see
That's
that
certainly
being
the
the
first attempt here.
But Doom trades it, sadly, for Jitwood. And for SSG, they can maybe get an eye on the backside. Doom gets downed at least in the backside. Same thing with Fidel.
Wow.
Is that enough? It looks like maybe the answer is yes at the current moment, but you know, that was a lot committed from the side of we lost in that fight. We'll see what happens in the upcoming one, though, as overtime ticks. Blur goes down. They got that
where they could play Olsen towards
come back into it yet again. As
Starlord to counter
stave off to SSG.
the Elsa.
This is looking better for we lost. They've got a far healthier ultimate pool now available for them. SSG are going to have to wait a little bit before they have at least one strat ultimate that they can use, and Car's going to get aggressive and go in with the Venom as well. This is what you need from we lost. You need to be diving on the backline. You need to be making SSG feel uncomfortable. That's when we lost are at their very best. When they make other teams uncomfortable and not in the structure that they want to play. So that's better from YWL.
Yeah, the Venom swap has enabled them to play aggressively, like you mentioned. Off of that hole, Blur able to back away as well. But Nectar in these neutrals, what could he do? Xantho, meanwhile, on the right side flank, has to back away. Has Zatex still there as well. But SSG biding their time, playing it slow. Here comes the Glartrox in the back angle into the Mantis ultimate. Jitwood able to find one. Fidel falls too, so the Mantis ult can't keep the backline healthy. And now they can't trade it because they have no healing. Another fight win for we lost. They could potentially come back here off of a nice, well-placed Glartrox and Venom.
They'll have the White Fox ultimate as well to use on their side, and again it's going to be staggered, but this time on the flip side for SSG. Of course, when the Cry's going down, maybe you could create a portal here to try and get in, but you don't have to. The rest of the team looks like they're going to push up a little bit. Nectar already trying to get into the face of we lost, and if Nectar could just find that one initial pick, it might be everything they need to try and break through here.
Great points. We'll see if it happens, right? SSG playing it patiently for now. For we lost. Giving up a little bit of point pressure. It looks like the Doom. Here comes Month to dive away from the Spider-Man. Just use his ult to live. Has to back away, hide from that spider for now. Jitwood goes down, and Nectar, by the way, in the neutral. Here comes that Dance of the Butterflies 2 on top of it in the invisible boundary. Outside of the White Fox, so Mask gets deleted. So with those 2 players down,
what is Xantho doing?
Aggressive ultimate. They think they can clutch up. This team always tries to clutch down members. Is it enough? Doom goes down. Nectar
what
trades
is
back
that
Kendrick, though. They
ult?
need more than just that. Kendrick has to go up. Ayavalgamo committed from Nectar. Slows down the front line. Meanwhile, Zatex goes down. And
Nectar!
in the middle
Holy
of the
shit.
Spider-Man ultimate. Nectar! Are you kidding? What a play by the Psylocke out of SSG. And the patience pays off, it looks like for now, as overtime slowly dwindles. And we lost. Look to control the objective once again.
Maybe one last portal, maybe one last attempt. Can anyone get in there quick enough? Yes, they can. No, they can't. Just shoved out. And it means SSG will take the first end 2-0. As we lost are definitely going to be up against it here, Dogman. That was a class act from SSG. Planned right from the very beginning, from the pick and ban phase, and executed perfectly when we were in game.
That was pretty good.
Absolutely, such a well-played game from SSG, and moving forward, obviously it's Nectar MVP. People talk about not giving the Elsa to Nectar. I mean, when you get the Mantis through with the Psylocke, that seems to be tough to deal with. I mean, just looking back at the stats board, like you can see 21 final hits is crazy, dude. Like, yeah.
Also, what stands out for me, look at the amount of casualties on the side of Space Station. I said about Vanguards and staying alive, only 2 casualties for both Vanguards. Statistically, if you are like around 2 and 3 on average, you are always going to have a far better time with your team. On the flip side, for we lost, the Vanguards really struggled. 7 casualties on both sides. You can understand why with the way that they were going up against SSG, to be honest. Nectar was on an absolute tear.
Buenas tardes,
Nectar carries on playing this way, we lost.
Absolutely, I'm curious what Koshi thinks about that one too, man, because that was, really.
I want to say it's a combination of Nectar being really good, but also
on domination, right?
Like
that was an incredibly kind of one-sided backup comeback from SSG towards the second half.
Yeah, oh my gosh. We said going into this game, Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly Nectar just not popping off.
Extra than we
but
lost. And listen,
Jeff backline just dies less to dive than whatever it is that they were running on.
This is exactly how you want to get things
lost.
firing away for Space Station.
Yeah, like support pool or white pot. It's just not as good as Jeff with the
talent all the time, with like big name
Venom
talent.
team up.
Are they
also,
them?
Mantis damage
let me
boost
tell
is
you,
really strong here
is
too.
all of that, right? Like, talk to me, dog. I'm going to give this to you and say, when you have this meta that's so divey, so chaotic, we just saw there, whether it was Jitward pulling someone off the map or, Jitward did a quick ult as Spider-Man. How valuable is it to have a player like Nectar who can slow things down and control the fight during like chaos?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crucial. It's, as you mentioned, I think Nectar really is now, oddly enough, becoming a veteran for this squad in SSG, and it's like you said, like Nectar's kind of been that flex player to do whatever and always does whatever on a high level. It's kind of crazy. It's not exactly the most common thing, at least in North America, besides
should
for
be
a team
less
like
than 5 minutes.
So huge shout out to Nectar, obviously, and then the rest of the crew. It's kind of what like Gas talked about. Their Vanguard's never going down, and then unsung hero Doom, like, sure, got a lot of casualties against him, but like, man, the amount of plays created by basically everybody around Nectar was also phenomenal.
Yeah, Doomed has evolved as a player so well. Obviously, the duelist that we know, but I want to kind of talk about having a Mantis that is so on fire, right? I mean, he matched the limbs of, the other side, Elsa. I mean, that is obviously insanity for a Mantis. Having a strat that can do that for you, especially with this triple strat lineup, which, Gaston, we talked to the green room, this is kind of what you expected from SSG going in. How does that give your team just so much of help in the flow and the fight?
I think having a strategist who's comfortable in 1v1 environments is absolutely a necessity, and you can see that in the statistics, which are available in client, by the way. Very good at solo KOs are the SSG strategists. Like, if they get pushed on that back line, they're very impressive being able to take those fights. They're not scared to take those fights. A lot of strategists will just retreat and try and get out of there. Of course, it depends on which hero you're going to be playing on, but they just seem to trust in their team and say, look, I will take this fight. If you're able to trade with me, that's fine, because then at least we take out either a Vanguard or a duelist, and then we might have an advantage going into that fight, especially because we're on the 3 strat.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I've seen this from We Lost Dog, is that they take a little time to adjust to the pick ban phase, which if you look at it, SSG, simple plan, ban the strats, get them out of there, save the Mantis. We're going to let you have the Elsa. Go ahead and take it. It was kind of the back half that I wasn't so impressed with on Yahweh's Lost, kind of pick and ban phase there. Do you expect them to change that up? And some of the key decisions, what do you think might change their path and who they might pick and ban?
Yeah, probably. I mean, like, the thing is, you have to be a little bit targeted with it. But, I mean, to go back towards what you said about, like, Nectar flexing and a lot of these characters that can play whatever, or heroes that can play whatever, it's tough to go for, like, those hyper-specific bans when that can happen, I guess. But really, you just have to give credit to the players, the captain of the team, to go for that ban phase on SSG, because, I mean, it was just specifically targeting everything that Yahweh Lost do well. And it's not that they, like, didn't get something that they wanted to play, but it just felt like they couldn't stabilize it all ever. Like, their plays are to play aggressively, go and do something. But, with Jitward specifically, like, he was just having to do, like, the perfect combo to make a fight work. And across the board, it just felt like, we lost. We're kind of lost at times due to the fact that, as you mentioned, with how the ban phase went, they're going to have to mix something up. I think they'll do better, maybe, depending on the map. They have to pick a good dive map moving forward if we go to, like, combo and convergence. But regardless, it does seem like SSG have a good read on Yahweh Lost, right?
Well, yeah, for sure. And if you have Museum of Contemplation, Gaskin, this is one of the best for dives. I play dive, love it. There's so many hallways and corridors that you can jump and go through. For me, it does feel like, I talk about this all the time. You kind of have the hot
back to
flashy
banning
team,
Psylocke.
which is definitely we lost in
think
a
so?
lot of ways that they like to play, and then you have consistent, kind of always getting the ball back. Nothing ever, too crazy, but always going to stay on that consistent train. And I think that's kind of what I like to see from SSG. Looking at it, obviously Deadpool, it was such a big part of their game plan. We got a bit more Spider-Man that time around. I mean, returning to their roots, do you think we lost shift up the comp massively, or are they looking at completely different? I mean, Cart, I think, was a big part of their game plan as the Hulk. And he is the Gamma God. I don't want to say. I mean, this guy's very talented at the Hulk. But do they try to aim towards something different as far as their anchor point? Asking.
I do think they'll be a little bit more comfortable on Convoy
Hello,
instead of Domination in
Hendry.
general. Like, they're unbeaten on Convoy, and they seem to be a little bit more comfortable about how that plays. My worry is they're going to get bullied in the pick and ban phase a little bit again. I think the SSG have got a little bit of a read on them. They've noticed kind of their patterns over these last week or so. And the real question is, are they going to be able to avoid that? Is their pool deep enough? Because we know that, we lost, they can play a little bit off meta, they can surprise us. But if SSG are kind of bullying them into certain areas and saying, actually, we want you to have the Elsa, we want you to play the meta, and let's see how you do with it. If we lost are unable to actually play with the characters that are benefiting other teams, then I think SSG might just continue to kind of roll them, to be honest. That was a very one-sided affair. I was expecting more from we lost.
I mean, as was them against Nightmare last time, and then they came back. I will say this, Dog, you know this for sure, too. We see this in Ignite, like Ego Death long ago. They were, like, coming out as Dive in this hot flash. It's like, whoa, this is crazy. How do we deal with it? They get a couple wins. We saw that. They went 2-0 into this weekend. But then that's when tape comes to play, and that's when what Gaskin was just referring to, having that flexibility, because you can have some crazy tricks up the sleeve, but you have to have multiple. And we've seen that kind of affect these kind of crazy dive teams time to time. Do you think that that's maybe what we'd see here with we lost, or do they have more up the sleeve?
Yeah, it's kind of to go back, like exactly what you said. Like the more they sort of played, this was kind of the worry that they'll get worse, right? It's because of, like you said, the more opportunity teams have to play against them, the more they have to see. They kind of can find those solutions, but it's, as you mentioned, they have to find something to counter that. Maybe for them that is this map. Maybe that's going to the Museum of Contemplation and to play more divey, like you said, and play on a map that favors it. But I know that they assume in practice and in the scrims, they're not exactly the best team in that area. But it's a matter of showing up on match day, and they really have to right now if they want to qualify and punch their ticket into the playoffs right now.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But talk about a great map choice to kind of get things rolling. We keep saying this is the kind of one of the main chances for Space Station to lock their spot. We lost, still have other shots to do so. But this is going to be a map they can do it on. Zatex and what he did in Elsa, they look to probably change that. But we've got ourselves the next matchup between these two. Win and get in. This could be it to get Space Station to punch their ticket. Here we go, guys. We've got a good one. Let's take it to the pick and ban phase.
All right, off the rip, Gas. Let's think about this, right? The Daredevil ban last map definitely seemed like a very strong start for Space Station, right? Because it's as you mentioned, that character, removing it immediately takes so much volatility out of the back line for SSG, right?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that they've noticed the patterns of where, we have lost previously, and as I mentioned, getting Daredevil removed from them, Rogue, Mantis, all those three characters have been very good at finding success for them, but as these heroes get kind of learned by everyone, sometimes you just let one slip through and say, actually, we know how to deal with it. So I think that's why they allowed the Elsa in the previous. This time, I'm not going to allow the Elsa, but they are going to protect the Mantis yet again, our Space Station. On the other side, we lost, they're going to protect their Jeff. Again, I think that having their Jeff banned away from them in the previous did hurt them a little bit because we've seen how impressive they are going for the trip strat whilst Jeff is part of that.
Yeah, good point. I'm curious to see if they even need that Mantis, moving forward. Because of that, that might actually impact a ton, right? Though they give up the Elsa, they're fine with that for now.
Probably ban Jeff
due to that change up. So that could really mix up we lost game plan on this map because of it. Does Space Station want to maybe diversify away from that Mantis ban? The answer actually right now is yes. So they go for the Jeff ban against Space Station, who was running it in the last map, right? And the Invis ban to counter it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think they want Jeff to be as polarizing as he was previously. I think that they know it can be such an impactful hero. So instead, they're going to switch things over. It doesn't mean he can get the Loki Protect, though, and I'm personally excited. Loki, one of my favorite characters in the game. So
Loki,
a potential here for Loki to come
Groot.
in and really make a difference and just be a threat on that backline against, we lost. But now they have the final ban opportunity here to maybe take I don't know. Do they try and get rid of a little bit of duelist here? Certainly, we have seen previously Vanpool targeted, but I think since the changes, maybe isn't as much of a target now. So they're going to get rid of Ultron. So they are very much worried about the triple strat. They don't want to give any sort of trip strat available, so they're trying to take away as many strategies as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. It makes sense. I think a lot of teams, by the way, yeah, that change up is to get that Loki ban on the opposite side, but it's maybe like you mentioned on Vanpool, the changes did a lot, but also like, I don't know, I saw a lot of people saying that like, you know, like Deadpool with Vanpool specifically, although he can seem like server admin sometimes, just can't really peel off the dive that well, I guess, right? Like, I know you mentioned like when you play ranked and stuff, playing solo Vanguard Deadpool, it can be kind of tough still, right? To help peel on that character.
I also think that when we're looking...
Why are you loading?
You know,
Oh, hell no. What? F! 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 I was wondering why it wasn't fucking working out. G flarkin' G, bruh. Yeah, how long did we wait for that, by the way? Fuck off.
Changes it last minute, so it doesn't really matter. And
Wait,
it looks
we're
like
back.
they will shift over last minute to a triple strat themselves. You can see Stratpool coming out.
Yo, who turned the OBS off,
Yeah, I mean,
man?
I guess deciding till the last second to see what they want to play, if they want to go for a few fights of the whole, you know, Black Panther stuff. But they kind of go back and forth straight over to the Stratpool off angle plays with Card. Looks like on the backside, Chitward just kind of making sure not to go down. Get the damage boost as well from Zatek. So they at least get that Mantis mismatch, or rather, I guess, mirror. And also, you know, maybe built that ultimate quit for Mask's side. They can get it really fast, go in aggressively with it. But as long as they're in card space, that's just making sure they have constant people on it. Nice sleep onto Blur, but
stream
eventually gets that
momentarily.
over health and able to back out for now. At least slowing the pace down has given Mask his ult, but same thing for Necrise, right? So which Deadpool able to get more out of their ultimate? At the current moment, it's the offensive Deadpool for Mask to go throw it on the back line. Necrise going for the peel job on it, making sure they can live through it. Jackpot built up, though. Can they get the KOs through it? Looks at the answer is no. Counter Deadpool ultimate onto Mask. Blur able to take down Zatex as well. So because they made this fight so split, everybody's peeled off on SSG's side, able to take down the opposition strategist and enable their defensive hold.
Space Station are doing so well at prioritizing their targets in the moment as well. As soon as they notice that someone is slightly peeled off, someone is vulnerable, SSG will pounce. And yeah, we lost struggling with that. Now, if my ranked teammates are anything to go by, yeah, we lost should win this game because they have Gambit, right? That's how it works. But the real question is, can Xantho make the difference? Will pop the ultimate, and it is going to be a chance, and now it will allow Jitwood to really get up in the face of SSG here.
That poor Doom just got taken off the side of the map due to Jitward's push, just flank fast with that Gambit ult, but do they have the portal play to come back? Nectar is the one to switch to Doctor Strange, but can they get the portal play off in time, as somebody's going to have to touch before them? It looks like it is Blur at the current moment, but here comes Doomed. Ultimate soon, by the way, in the Invisible Boundary committed by month. They still have Fidel's afterwards and Doomed, but it's a matter of, are they reading Kendrick, right? Is this Doctor Strange ultimate going to be big? It looks like it's on the backside. Angle blocked partially, though, so nobody goes down. Month still alive. Able to dodge back and forth. And that was kind of the big deal, though. Jitward comes in with the Spider-Man ult. Actually on everybody in the background. And the Deadpool as well from Mask committed. That's enough of a job done from Jitward to fully capitalize and move into the second phase of the map.
Yeah, they just need to give Jitwood the space to shine like that, and yeah, we lost will have so much success. They are so much more comfortable on Convoy instead of Domination as well. I do think that structure is something that SSG, I keep saying structure, and it's going to be my buzzword for this series because SSG are very well planned, very rigid, like their structure, so Domination is perfect for them. But when it comes to Convoy, it could be a little bit more all over the place. There is certainly a lot more areas you can be vulnerable for the peel and for getting caught off guard as well. And yeah, we lost. They kind of thrive in this chaos as Xantho gets one onto Doom.
Maybe your ranked teammates are right, Gas. Coming with Xantho, setting up these antes. The follow-up is there. It looks like most of the time Jitward goes down, but Spider-Man can come back quickly from spawn, so it's even for now. Cart, nice job to pop the ultimate switch before he goes down. Everybody making sure they can come and peel off Cart, but Cart can maybe find the KO until Doom pops that ultimate. Needs to get it off in time. Blur goes down to Jitward, by the way. Peeling on Spider-Man. Don't really see that in rank necessarily, as that's actually a very valuable trade-off to happen, as Nectar came back on Phoenix, by the way. Nice flank angle to take down Xanth, who's playing aggressive. And then another one removes Cart, trades their lives, but I mean, that was so much value in that flank from Nectar.
I was about to ask, what a Space Station going to do to try and counter this, because they can't just allow it to be too comfortable for Yeah We Lost. I like the switch over to Phoenix. There was a bit of bunching on the side of Yeah We Lost, so you can fully take advantage of that with the splash damage from the Phoenix. So Nectar being very wise and does have the ultimate available coming into this next fight as well.
Yeah, right now, team's trying to play fast. Jackpot built up. Lord takes down Zaytek again, so that's a huge pick in the middle of that ultimate, though. Doom gets falled, or gets traded, rather, into the Gambit ultimate for Kendrick. Oh my goodness, gets deleted in the middle of his ultimate, so that's getting canceled due to some nice shots from Nectar, though. He's lost everybody in the backline. Trades back one at the very least, and Jitward's there to trade it. Necrise gets the health pack. Slows it down, still alive, the healing is here, no way! Oh my goodness, if he just hit a couple more shots, that'd be a KO, and Jitward gets peeled off too, so nobody falls on the side of SSG. They've peeled off every potential KO for the side of Yeah We Lost, and now they have to go aggressive for the Mantis ult.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both Mantises here to make sure that they can get a little bit of extra damage for the team, but it's Nectar who gets the opening onto said Mantis, which is now going to give them a huge advantage into this fight. Jitward's going to do what he can to try and get around and survive, but he was very much the focus and the target. Eventually does get shut down, and now we should just see SSG march on through the rest of the players here.
Yeah, this is kind of like when we see teams play Wolverine on inside angles and stuff, man. Like, the peel has been phenomenal. There's already a minute 30 left to go. Deadpool ultimate committed just because it's on that 45-second cooldown, and minute cooldown, and you get back up really fast. But for Yeah We Lost, I mean, that's tough, right? Multiple fights in a row lost, and now they have to kind of come back into it onto Space Station with Nectar in this damage boost, and they've just not missed a single shot throughout, dude. Like, this has been beautiful. Mask does commit that ultimate on the backside, but can they find a KO off of it? Everybody coming back to peel. Jitward with that damage boost is going to be scary, but the invisible boundary by Fidel gets pulled out of it and is barely still alive. Peels off himself, and the heals are there, but is there anything else to follow up on Yeah We Lost side? Phoenix from Nectar goes back towards the cart, removes all of that overhealth and the shields from Yeah We Lost, but they're still nice and healthy at the current moment. But Doom commits the ultimate. Nobody down so far, and this has been falling apart for Yeah We Lost, though. They commit that Gambit ultimate. It looks like it got CC'd or canceled, though, to some degree. No, never mind. It does get off, but can they find the KOs afterwards? Mask able to take down Nectar. That's a huge amount of damage removed for the side of SSG as they get walked upon by the side of Yeah We Lost, who need to keep finding these KOs, but it's been slow. Portal blocks come through from the side of Kendrick for now to block off that left side, but they've gotten through with Blur, and you talked about him before, has been so good at living, but eventually will fall. Necrise with the ultimate has to pop it, does so before going down, but do they find the KOs? The greens have been used from from the side of SSG, and can they find any KOs with 0.10 meters left to go? Looks like the answer is yes. Jitward goes down, but Mask and Kendrick traded. Eye of Agamotto committed just cause you might as well at this point of the game. Nectarize does trade out JTEX at the very least, but they're still stalling, dude. Like, this has been an insane amount of stall from SSG despite what's happened.
This has been a ridiculous fight thus far, into overtime now as well, as SSG just refused to go down, but now surely, Yeah We Lost will have enough to punch through and power through here, but with Blur back on the scene, surviving yet again, Yeah We Lost just need to find a way to try and shut down. This fight is crazy!
They just keep coming back, like just holding onto that point with an absolute death grip right now, as here comes Jitward, months aware of it in the Loki copy. We'll have greens in a second, but can they peel off that Spider-Man ult? The answer is yes. The CC's not there. Mask can't find anything. Everybody's still peeling. Blur's still touching the cart. Nectar's back on Daredevil. They've switched to basically everything. Gambit ultimate committed, but it's maybe too late. We've lost 2. We've lost 3, and yeah, we lost with 0.03 meters to go. I mean, the last person to go down is that Doctor Strange. That portal now has to be committed by somebody coming back from spawner. No, he used it the portal block earlier, so they have nothing to touch. And SSG, an absolute miracle hold. Get it done.
I mean, if you want a lesson in how to survive a fight, how to delay a fight as long as possible to get your teammates back in, and also knowing when to switch onto what heroes that can get back into the fight as quick as possible.
I was getting
that
food.
That was perfect from SSG, and that is going to be so frustrating.
So, looks like SSG's going to win.
Are we witnessing
based on how they
already the beginning of the end, potentially? We'll
second
have to see,
point
but,
hold.
I mean, it was just frustrating on both sides for both teams, I think, because they were looking at it and they were just struggling to try and get that wipe so that you can have that breather and that chance to actually think about what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And this SSG team is looking so good, dude. Like, I mean, who knows? You know, maybe going back to last week with their win over Nightmare. You know, maybe we're not going to give enough credit to Nightmare considering how SSG has looked so far. I mean, this team, like, they peeled off that so well. I'm curious what Yeah We Lost could do. You know, going back to the ban phase, you know, does that Mantis potentially enable a lot of this stuff, right? Like those peels from SSG? Or is it just like how strong Triple is right now, Gas? Like, this feels like SSG have just figured out the playstyle of YWL.
Well, I think that going back to like a triple strat meta is always going to play into the favor of the teams that were playing a lot more throughout the 2025 season, right? Because it does feel like watching some of these fights, I'm like, what year are we in? Because it's like taking me right back to when Triple Strategist was at its very core. And now on the flip side for Yeah We Lost, we see Adam Warlock coming out. So if you wanted to be back in 2025, even more so now. Is the revival going to work? Can the Calming Revival be the difference for Yeah We Lost? Because in a fight that was taking that long, perhaps that could be what helps them in this one.
Yeah, they're trying to find answers. You know, can they, right? Because I feel like if a team like Yeah We Lost have given up on that Mantis damage boost stuff, right, they've have to switch to this sort of Adam Warlock res, and immediately Zectex goes down, has to use the cocoon, though Mask does use the ultimate, not enough. He goes down immediately. Yeah. Everybody's just trying to go for a quick first fight.
It looks like for YWL's side, go next.
For at least that portal play, but that's a first fight win for SSG as the counter portals come through from Necrorize, maybe off map. He's going for it.
I mean, that was a valiant attempt to start with from Yeah We Lost, but again, we are now going to see SSG just being able to show us what they're made of when they have that structure available to them. They control the convoy, they're starting to push it, and now Yeah We Lost going to have to try and go for something a little bit different now.
Absolutely. It's smart from Yeah We Lost, think to walk all the way there, understanding that counter portal's coming through.
Nice try.
So they just block off the choke partially. Here's Nectar lying in way. Damage boost. Over the height.
3, 2, 1, big slam!
Zaytex get blown up by the height,
fucking
by
beautiful.
the dive of Blur and Nectar. So,
Rat cereal without milk is pretty good.
Zaytex, you lose the damage boost, by the way, off of switching off of Adam Warlock. You do also have that Feast of the Abyss available. No straddles for Yeah We Lost side. I mean, they're on the Black Panther now trying to go aggressive. Maybe, but it seems like the triple comp out of SSG has been so good. Doomed again. Now here comes that Gambit. Nothing on the side of the defensive angle for Yeah We Lost because of that first KO. And no portal play is going to happen here, Gas, because we move to second quickly.
Very quickly indeed, and I think we are seeing a lesson being delivered to Yeah We Lost from SSG here. And the fact it's the ultimate usage and actually the economy of the ultimates that we're seeing from SSG. They are very patient with them. They're not just popping them unnecessarily, which I would expect from every team.
What's that one cereal brand?
But there was
it's like the one that's supposed to be like healthy and has like a gorilla on
it. You know, I'm panicking, I should pop it. Down to 50 HP was Blur at one point, but he held on to it, he waited, and he was able to get the support. They trust in their teammates to SSG right now, as Yeah We Lost now looking to try and take them off the convoy.
Yeah, they've had to slowly figure out what SSG are doing, but as Lavandre pop by Fidel quickly and early to make sure they can't find anything with this Gambit ult, but I have Agamotto to slow it down. Blur trades back Zaytex. Doom goes down. That's at least a
probably
trade,
some sort of weak cereal,
Doom has been so good so far. Jitward trying to get some bounces with the jackpot. Able to get it off of Nectar. The Devil will not be let out today as Nectar's ultimate gets canceled and sent back away. Nice little selfie towards the very end to get some more levels and CC immunity, or rather invulnerability. But SSG are still in this. I mean, they still have cart presence, and they're capping the cart yet again. Cart trying to go, by the way, on the back of said cart to find maybe some cooldown pop-outs, but now here's that Mantis ultimate from Doom. They want to play aggressive now on the side of SSG, but can they find the KOs? The answer is yes for now. They found 2. Zaytex maybe with the Phoenix ult could find something, but you're missing most of your team. Outside of that Phoenix ult, Zaytex like, where did everybody go? Oh yeah, they're in Jeff. Back at the spawn, Zaytex gets staggered.
Yeah, and again, it's just great chasing from SSG as well, not allowing that one player to escape and reset and get back with the team. The staggering so important. It's how they were able to win domination, and it looks like it might just be how they're going to continue to win here on Convoy. They look so confident in every single engagement at the moment. Yeah, we lost. Have now maybe one last chance to try and defend here, but if we learned anything, we could get a very long engagement that's going to happen on this next point.
Yeah, let's see if Yeah We Lost can rip a page out of SSG's book. Nectar, by the way, over to Psylocke now, just flexing over to basically everything. Ultimate's committed by Yeah We Lost side, but can they find the KO? Necessarily not yet. Zaytex trying to find something. Gambit ultimate committed from the side of Yeah We Lost. Can they find those KOs? Nectar, though, in the Mantis ult, able to get one, trades back one on the month 2. Nice shot from Jitward, but really deep in there. Gets pulled back in by the force physics, and they're removed. Nectar with the 2-piece in that fight due to that force physics committed by Fidel, who's been playing so good so far. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Zatex will come back from spawn, but Xantho goes down, and just one after another, man. It just feels like Yeah We Lost are getting picked.
Yeah, Necroise has Eye of Agamotto as well. This might just be the beginning of the end if he times it correctly when Yeah We Lost do get onto this convoy. It's Venom on Venom action at the moment. Jitward, what have you got? Can you pull something off and maybe take down a couple of these strategists on the backline? That's the real question, because you have to get someone, and Nectar does go down. This is the opening Yeah We Lost needed.
Exactly, but 2 minutes left to go. They need to find some stabilization. Blur commits the ultimate just to survive at the current moment. Jeff ultimate still available for Kendrick's side, but still holding on to it for Peel, kind of. Necrise goes in with the Avagamoto. Jeff on the other side from Kendrick to give some healing. Jitward goes down a little bit too far forward, but the Jeff ult does get one, and oh no, the Dance of the Butterflies is there to take down Kendrick. In the sky, here comes Zatex, but is the follow-up there? Not for now. Zatex falls low, has the Psylocke on him. Nectar goes and takes him down. Same thing with Cart, and again, Yeah We Lost just can't find anything. Spider-Man ult in desperation, it's not going to do anything because Doomed has domed Jitward, and with that, a minute left to go. SSG just have the Jeff to take care of. Fish removed. Yeah We Lost go down 2-0.
Yeah, they lost.
I mean, well, what a masterclass we've just seen from Space Station Gaming. I think that they went into the VODs, they looked up what Yeah We Lost were comfortable with, were uncomfortable with.
You have to have like soy milk or almond milk.
It to be on the other side. I thought Yeah We Lost were doing so well at making other teams feel uncomfortable.
What's up, Blur? Yeah, it's just a better team. It is what it is. Unlucky, unlucky. Clicking the wrong thing. What the fuck am I clicking on?
Right in that last game of day number 2, just to get 2-0'd by them. So, I mean, this is a phenomenal roster moving forward, and that's just game number 1, Gaskin. Cozy coming into it, looking at the stats, man, like that was a banger of a series from SSG.
My God, this was the story of 2 minutes to go on last point, 0.03. It doesn't get any closer than that, and they just kept on. It was the trade of having Jitward being able to go there quickly and cart with the Venom, but then the spawn was right there for Space Station.
What's going on with the Jit, man?
On the clock to stall, and they just lived up to the challenge. And then, of course, we can't say without Nectar pulling the Thanos, fine, I'll do it myself. It felt like he had 99% accuracy. 45% still disgusting on Psylocke. I mean,
Nectar went kind of
really
crazy
great
this
all
game.
around. And I want to highlight, Dog, you brought this up. You said, hey, Necrise and Blur, look out for them today and look at the difference they made on this team. I mean, Necrise being the strange in the last 2, we didn't really see that from him on week 1. This team adjusted perfectly.
Yeah, this is a very good sort of team, and you know, I'm sure when we talk to Blur later on in the interview, we'll get to learn more about them because, yeah, just they're slowly getting better, and I just don't know how you would beat them. Like when we watched last week versus Team Liquid, it was definitely Team Liquid's favor by a decent margin, but this week, I mean, they've just stuffed anything Yeah We Lost were doing, and it's like you said, it's on Necrise, it's on Blur, and then I think Doomed was also just such a standout today.
What is
so
Strange
really
looks so
good job around
effortless,
board.
hitting every melee cancel
Yeah,
perfectly.
talk about doing your homework. I mean, Gaskin, you said that best, right? You said it looked like they went to the tape and really got adjusted to what the game plan was going to be, and that's what I can't wait to talk to them in the interview. Is like, you know, it shows how liquid, how strong they were, and I love that you brought up Nightmare too, taking a game off what looked like a very strong Space Station. But altogether, man, they saved the Jeff. Then the Jeff wasn't a part of the game plan for Yeah We Lost till like the end, and then it didn't have that big of an effect. So Gaskin, to you, was a lot of this damage done again in that prep phase, the film, the stuff that maybe isn't too fun all the time as a pro, but the most important?
I think that not only did they do the prep and the VOD, they also looked at how they counteract some of the most kind of oppressive heroes at the moment, the most powerful heroes that we see. They let them have Elsa in game 1, didn't help them. Let them have Gambit in game 2, and they were able to counter that as well. I think that's what's even more impressive. You give them 2 of arguably the strongest heroes we have in the game right now, and you're still finding the wins. SSG are doing a lot behind the scenes, whether that's the coaching team or whether it's the captaincy that's coming through. We have to give them their flowers because they came into this one with a game plan and they executed it.
And again, yeah, we lost. They dropped a map, but they haven't dropped a match yet, this being their third. And so we've had nothing but great things to say about them. And we kind of highlighted that, you know, when you have the fire that they cause in the back line, it's very hard to slow things down.
Yeah, why does
and kind
Dogman
of
look like
extinguish one fire
Forsen
at a
right
time.
now?
And it
Anybody
felt
else
like
see it?
that's what SSG did. Like, there was constant just
kinda looks like
gibber
Forsen,
here
no?
and Venom there. But they were able to have this control over it that not a lot of teams can do. I was most impressed with, to me, Dog, is triple strat doesn't always have the best time pushing forward. It's a tough thing to do on offense sometimes. It felt like they handled the dive of what, yeah, we lost Broad, even on the offense side, man. Were you impressed with the way that they kind of had this game plan already?
Yeah, I think so. Really, they kind of just played around those sort of like peel angles. They played around like back of the map very well. So yeah, there's a lot to doing well as a team, and I think it's as Gasket. You got to give flowers to the coaching staff and the team as a whole.
Well, let's welcome in our interview today. We have one of the main vanguards, the Venom himself, right now, and that is going to be Blur, who we're going to be welcoming in and asking him, I'm sure, tons of it. First of all, congrats,
What's up,
Blur.
Blur?
Good to see you, man. I mean, you were locked in when we saw you in the green room a second ago. You're coming off now a 2-0 clean win. I got to ask you, man, first question. You bounced back in a big way today. You know, how proud are you the way that this team responded after going against Team Liquid? And does this show that SSG can truly compete with just about anyone?
Yeah, thanks for the congratulations and everything. Our team is, I think we're kind of getting used to, like, I don't think that we went through like a really sluggish period of struggling versus like almost everyone basically, right? And it started off slow whenever like I first joined the team and things like that, like a month and a half ago. And recently it's just picked back up, and especially after like playing our first official versus TSM, then even though like it didn't go well versus like Citadel, it was like enough proof where like we feel like we perform well enough in officials. It's like a massive difference compared to like our usual like scrim game compared to like officials. Like everyone's giving their 110% and everyone's feeling good. So even though like we lost really badly to Citadel, I think now we've realized we should just play for, like, I mean, you've seen today, right? We just first protect Mantis and just play comfort, especially into a team like this. Like, we thought that it was really good because we scrimmed Heretics, who, I mean, basically we just scrimmed Heretics for 2 days and realized Mantis is broken. And we was like, yeah, we'll just do this. So that's basically the thought process behind it. But yeah, we're feeling good about everything. I'm looking forward to the next matches.
And that for you, Blur, I mean, like you were playing a lot of that Venom so far, right? And just kind of living, like, I don't know, like, can you maybe describe for a lot of those like dive players that sometimes it feels like you're on an island? I mean, like, how are you even alive for so long versus their backline and stuff when you're just like relying on your backline to outlive, kind of? It just felt like you were never kind of being traded. Like, are you doing something specifically, or is this more of like a standout performance from your strategist players?
I think obviously, like, especially like second map, right? Like whenever we have like Mantis Loki, like Month is like on his comfort pick of Loki, and it's also just running any type of triple, especially into a team that likes running like Spider-Man, and you're first banning like DD, like they don't really have a side player either, so they can't really hard commit on a dive, and whenever they do try and commit with like a Spider-Man, triple support's really good at like peeling it, so it's good on like my backline.
That's you? True.
And fighting and doing everything correct.
We got Blur in here. We got Blur
think it's just the fact that, like, I don't think they can really play the comps that they usually play into like a triple with Mantis. It's like there's like so much risk going into it, right? Like diving into a Mantis, like a damage boosted DPS. But yeah, I don't think there's anything like special, really. Like, I think tank, especially in this meta, is just like, I mean, I just play Venom, right? So I'm just a fat guy who people look at, and it's quite boring. It's not really majestic, right? But yeah, I think we're supposed to play really well.
I mean, you certainly make it look good, and you have one of the best like survival rates actually in the entirety of preseason thus far, so you should give yourself some credit there. One thing I wanted to ask you though, we saw you lose 2-0 to Team Liquid Citadel, of course. What kind of is the plan now? Because it's a very different team we've just seen today compared to what happened against Liquid. Do you think that you really just kind of developed as a team and you learned from that loss, or is it just a playstyle issue that maybe you're gonna have to change moving forward?
I think, okay, I don't think like today, obviously today's like important for us, right? Because it's like probably our biggest match like so far, especially because it like has to do with like seeding. I think this makes us really likely to get second seed in our group, which we're really happy for. But I don't think that today was like an exceptional game that we thought would be like significantly harder. I think all the other games like we played well. I think the Citadel game we were like mad, or like not really mad, but it was really one-sided towards them because I think we were just playing into their comfort too much, and we knew what they wanted to do, but we didn't really talk about what we want to do. We just kind of went into it and just said, just match it, you know, just match Ultron, like do whatever. And they were like really versed on those comps, and it was just a poor decision. But yeah, I'm excited to playoffs to play like the teams in Group A, especially, and also like Citadel again, because I don't think that we're like that far beneath every other team.
I got a question for you, man, to end it here with the Venom. Okay, so obviously when you get Mantis as Venom, it's a bit more fun. You can be a bit more aggressive to get some of those, you know, thresholds to be in that aggression for your, you know, right-click and more. Can you tell me a little bit about how that enables you as the offensive side of Venom, but also explain to me at this high level, were you trying to stay alive forever? Do you always just know where those strats are going to be? Do you have like a calm room where you go? Because as Venom, it's about, you know, getting in, cooldowns, getting out, right? Is that just something that, you know, you have ready, or there's so much synergy on this team that you kind of are always aware where they're going to be for the quick heal up?
I think it's really routine.
Yep. Let's get on to the next game, guys. Let's get on to the next game.
Any dive hero, it becomes really routine
I'm trying to take a
what
nap.
you have to do. And especially like whenever people are running like Gambit and things like that. Like I said, you're just some fat guy and you just go and stall point, you know? Like it's not really like hard. It's nothing too deep. I think everyone can do it if they just think about what they actually have to do. It's just that. I think it's just like once you put enough reps into anything, like you'll know your job within the team comp. Especially like versus a team like we lost, who like 6-man rushes in like one direction, like using like support pool or things like that, or like Jeff a lot. Like a lot of the time, like you just go on stragglers or go stall cart anyway, you know.
Awesome. Hey, man, as a Venom player, a lot of fun just to hear from you, and thank you for breaking all that down for us. Hey, big congrats. Enjoy the win. You know, I know you guys have a lot more ahead of you, but we're just excited to see this team continue to thrive and enjoy this one with, you know, your entire team, and thanks for coming on.
Yep. Thank you. No problem.
Absolutely, guys. So that is Blur, the Venom himself, and as Gaskin said, the man that is surviving the mode, playing Survivor here on Marvel Rivals. It's just been a ton of fun to watch this team. It really felt like they clicked across the board today, and how they're not taking a loss to Liquid really that big, right, Dog? I mean, they kind of felt like they're like, you know, we're fine. We kind of know and what we are and what we've adjusted to.
Yeah, they've read the week well, and they've done a good job switching it up. And as Blur said, he's just a big fat man to stall cart, and there's not a lot of skill expression, Mr. Venom Cozy. So I don't know, man.
Gaskin, Venom players are falling down all over, just being name called, taking strays. But guys, we have a lot more coming at you. An awesome match number 2. Match number 1 was a fun one, but even more fun on the way. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be a quick break, and then we'll be right back to the action.
Okay. Is your chair ergonomic? I don't think so, no. Under the moonlight. Not beating Guna allegations. What do you know? Key short for incognito. Who doesn't? Hey man, I was listening to that shit.
We move on to 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming. These are obviously some of the, I would say, #1 picks in their region and in their grouping, and now battling out for it. This is going to be one of the biggest matches today. 100 Thieves first. We know these players very well. They survived a lot of roster.
I don't want to see this. Well, too bad.
Is one of the most legendary vanguards in this game, especially on controller. And we see it here with just looking at the stats. Not exactly the showing that they wanted, I would say, in the beginning of their preseason of year 2, but nonetheless.
Did my girlfriend Vicky come? Nope, she did not come.
It's another one of those situations where, you know, TTK and Emma Frost is like storied, and Angela just not as much success right now. 37% win rate, not getting as much influence, but that's kind of been the case for Angela as a whole, and compared to some of these more divey frontline vanguards. Obviously looking good and pulling out that Deadpool when need be too, which I think will remain a mainstay for the Vanguard front. TTK, there's not much that needs to be said. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. Kid is really, really good at the front line.
Get his dick out your mouth.
Really, the guy can switch to anything he wants. And if he's not playing in a tournament right here, he's streaming and he's continuing to play rank. Like, this guy just loves rivals, and that's what I love to see from it. But on the other side, obviously,
he stole my parlay.
Some big shoes to fill, going in, taking Terra's spot. And
yeah,
I think
37% Angela win rate was not exactly
we're gonna see here. He's playing Wolverine even in
amazing
that
to
regard,
look
and then
at.
he's really kind of come on to form of what he's gonna serve for the 100 Thieves team. Man, Wolverine, Daredevil, Ultron, Mantis, Doctor Strange. This guy can do it all at a very high level ship.
Yeah, looking back to our last game, when it came to last Sunday, dude was discussing on Daredevil. I don't think we really got to look at his Daredevil. Never really made it through the ban phase. There was rumors about it. Nobody really wanted to touch on it until the game started, obviously, because Screambucks, you don't want to expose secrets too much. But yeah, just looked potentially like the best Daredevil we've seen so far in Ignite. Really held down that final point in overtime. Got multiple KOs and pretty much almost self-clutched it. Go watch.
Hey, self-clutch, I'm going to have to take that in the future cast. No, looking at it, bro, it's funny because 100 Thieves sometimes play passive, but Self is a very aggressive player. So to watch these two mix together is what I think makes it chaotic. Delina has been the FBS mechanical keyboard god over here. We know him for a long time. Also, Bloodstone, Psylocke going back to even the last year. A lot of play there. You know, Phoenix, Adam Warlock, guy does it all as well. We've heard, coaches talk about if you need to ban either Elsa or Gambit. When it comes to Delina, you got to get rid of Elsa Bloodstone.
Yeah, we talked to Coach Fox, who essentially called out Delena straight up and said, you don't want to give Elsa to Delena, who right now, struggling a bit on the win rate front, right? But again, it is a team game and it depends on who they're going against. Right now, we're rocking a 26% win rate, but when he's on the hero and if you've watched any of these games, you can just see the impact. The plays are immense. He looks confident. He's dominating, but still just not quite able to get these wins.
Let's move on to Swamp Gaming, who has the biggest rise in stocks, I would say, in the sense of where they land on the power rankings, even in America. This team has looked perfect. A million ways to beat you. I mean, Krasman is crazy. We always talk about how to say his name, but he is crazy, man. I mean, talk about a perfect Hulk, his win rate on Hulk and America and Thing, all 100% across the board because they're not losing Shib and they're looking dominant in it. I gave this guy my best Captain America of the week. So if you're a Cap player, if you just want to see how you play a Vanguard role that's aggressive at the highest level, look no further.
Yeah,
my ass hurts.
The Bruce Banner looking really good, but he just has 100% win rate on both of them, right? Looked really good in both the matches we've seen from Cap and Hulk. Somewhat similar playstyle where you're going to see Cap be a little more divey, Hulk can peel, play a little more brawly. But yeah, Cap is just really strong in this meta, and there are select few players that play Cap to that extent. And I would say that Kraz is absolutely one of the top 5, and maybe
PC hasn't arrived yet.
Especially not even 4.
The $1,000 one.
So definitely,
the pre-built.
Something to keep your eye on.
I'm pumped to see Valentina Eve play White Fox with the buffs because Valentina was playing White Fox before it was cool, and so this is going to be fun to see what has been one of the strongest backline strategists for any team here in America continue to succeed. And these are not just small buffs, these are major buffs coming to White Fox for this server. So this is going to be definitely, I think if they're already looking this dominant, man, it's going to be scary to see what else comes to it.
I know this team is in the conversation for the best team in the North America's region right now, which is awesome. Shout out to this team. They're looking amazing. Shout out Valentina, like you said, running Fox before the buffs, 100% win rate. Obviously, the team has not lost yet, but she just looks like an absolute unit on that hero. Maybe a ban target now.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, and on top of that, Melophobia, not a lot to talk about him other than he's exactly where we left him off last year. Melophobia was always such a kind of shining moment of that team, and it was never, if they didn't win last year, it was never on him, really, because this guy always showed up, and he continues to do that right now. You can see it across the board. No matter what this guy plays in the duelist position, even if he has to flux on over to Vanguard, things are fine. This guy's cooking. A lot of fun to watch him. He's a rising name in the duelist department. So that's going to be 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming, maybe the game of the day. A lot of big players to watch out for. We got more player breakdown coming to you after this quick break. What is going on, guys, and welcome back. This is the match that a lot of us have been waiting for, right? It is who we thought a lot of us going into the preseason was the #1 seed versus right now who a lot of people put as that #1 seed. It certainly is in Group A. I mean, listen, Swamp, 100 Thieves. Gaskin, I want to give it to you first, man. What are you expecting out of this matchup? Are you just pumped?
I mean, can anyone be good enough to take down Swamp Gaming is my real question. If anyone's going to do it, it would be 100 Thieves, but from what we just saw in that previous matchup with how there's kind of the trip strat. That was a difficult one to try and say. Never
better
really
chair in
wanted to
the
do that
better
one.
table would help me a
trip
lot.
strat is really going to favor 100 Thieves, I think. I
Just
think
'cause
they're
my
going to be very
wrist hurts
comfortable
so
with how the
much when I
meta
play
is
the game.
developing at the moment, and perhaps that could be a little bit of a concern. But
Even
the
before I
big one
started
for me
streaming today,
is
my
going to
wrist
be
is
White
hurting.
Fox and Valentina, and how incredible
I don't
they
think it's
were
carpal tunnel,
on it
but
in
it's
the
just, like,
previous week. And if
it's
we
not
see
comfortable to
anything
play the
like
game.
that, then maybe 100 Thieves might struggle to deal with it.
Yeah, so many ways to beat you, I always like to say with Swamp Gaming. But, you know, listen, 100 Thieves, I feel like, dog, we've watched this team for so long now. Going all the way back when they were mutants, right? Like, going back for a while, the core team is still there. This is a team that kind of heats up a bit later, right? So they got their, you know, shock by NRG shock, but then they ended up beating up FlyQuest. And we've seen some early shakes, but we're seeing Self and Co. kind of come into form. Do you expect them to be completely locked in now that they've had kind of a break now for coaching and VODs and what they do best?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I don't tongue twist it as like Gasp did, but they do need to strip their strat. Or see, I messed it up now too. They need to strip their strat down to the basics and really just go back to the old 100 Thieves, like you said. Like, I think that this squad, like you mentioned, adding new Self to the roster. TTK, everybody knows, like one of the greatest players of that squad. Winnie also is playing really good. By the way, speaking of which, Winnie and Vinny on the same squad has been a unique team. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's going to be tough. And I think it's as Gas mentioned, like this Swamp Gaming team is very good. You know, I know that, you know, some people were maybe underestimating them, including myself. But with Valentina, as Gas put it earlier, and Forky Dog joining from Solaris and, you know, now TSM, this squad is very good on the opposite side. And for 100 Thieves, they usually play better in matches, especially high leverage matches. So it's a matter of can Self step up to that same level that Terra used to, in which I believe earlier today, Terra had a tough game. So, I mean, like, kind of big shoes to fill, but also it seems like everybody's kind of struggling that has been veterans in this scene. So 100 Thieves trying to kind of stick it to the new guns.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just saw Nectar just so well going from the Elsa over to the Psylocke. Delena has done the same play, Psylocke going back, way back, but we're going to probably see a bit of that adjustment. Self has just been a demon on the devil. We just saw that at the end of FlyQuest in the game that you saw, one of the best matches of the preseason so far, but also filling the Terror shoes of
I will say, though, I feel better
quite
playing the
often.
game
So much to
because I
break down,
changed
then we'll
my,
continue on
my
that.
setup.
Yeah, let's take a look at Swamp Gaming. First of all, W having these roster pictures. Glad to see these guys repping the Swamp here. But taking a look at what this team brings, I mean, I gave
why did I think
Craftsman
Forky Dog was
my,
white?
You know, Captain America, I don't even know what honor over the last week. This guy played him at the highest level, in my opinion. So much pressure built off him. But one thing this team does, Gaskin, is they sub in.
I played one game of ranked,
we've seen
and
we've
then
seen
we
back
won,
to days,
and then we are watching
depending on it. But guess what?
both
of them
Asia
comparing
scene.
that
We finished
role,
watching
does
Asia.
that give him a big advantage?
And now we're
moving forward?
watching American.
I think
Ignite.
utilizing a substitute is absolutely massive in Ignite. If you can have an extra player who you can change depending on the team you're going up against and play on their strengths.
He's A's
in
Ignite too.
a hero shooter where you need to have someone who is good ex-hero to be able to take down a team, having that 7th player I think is absolutely massive, and Swamp Gaming taking full advantage of that. Speaking of Krasman as well, I know earlier I mentioned Vanguard's how important it is to stay alive in those casualties. He actually has the best survival rate in Ignite preseason thus far, only averaging 2 casualties every 10 minutes, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. We did just see how impressive it was on the side of SSG, but maybe expect more of the same here going into this one.
Wow, I was going to say, so boy, we're coming off 2 of the most staying alive. And speaking of it, on the opposition of that, you have Delena versus Self versus Melophobia. And I think, man, Melo has just been so consistent, dog. I think going all the way back to what this team has put together, even in Stage 1, Stage 2, before the upgrade on the back line, this man can play any role that's called to him. But a lot of people, especially Vicky last week, was calling out, I think it's the battle of the backlines here, what Valentina brings. White Fox, I mean, my gosh, she was playing it before it was cool. Now White Fox is all the rage. This might be when we actually do get that White Fox ban, yeah?
Potentially, yeah. It's definitely in the books. It's definitely in the cards. You know, it's something that you have to think about, right? Like, do you want to specifically target like the White Fox and how it's been, or the Jeff that I think like Gas was bringing up earlier? It's definitely maybe worth the ban, but at the current moment, dude, like there's so many good strategists that like across the board, they're kind of all very strong. So it's always a tough decision you have to make. And then sometimes, like you said, if you just have a White Fox player as good as Valentina, it might be worth throwing that out.
For sure. And listen, yes, they are undefeated, but Cafe Rose did a great job, I think, putting them to the test. I mean, even, you know, on social media, they're like, hey, that wasn't the easiest dubs. You know, we have seen them have some points where Swamp Gaming, you know, can bleed, right, if you will. But for me, I also think you got to look at it. One team's already in. 100 Thieves, this is a must-win for them, Gaskin, if you look at it. And it's not obviously the easiest team to do so. But when you look at it at 1-1 now, or even, you know, looking at their
I don't know why I thought
3-3
was
overall
right.
in between maps, I mean, this is going to really set a statement for the org and the team moving forward.
It puts them into the danger zone, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's a tough expectation of them to come in and take down Swamp Gaming with how well Swamp Gaming have been playing, but at the same time, at the start of the season, when they looked at this matchup, they probably thought that this would be one that favors them, because 100 Thieves probably expected to come into this and wipe the floor with a lot of teams. However, that's what's been so incredible about preseason thus far, is a lot of teams have surprised us, which makes for very exciting matchups. And I do think that domination maybe is going to be where we really learn how much tape 100 Thieves have studied, because at the moment 100 Thieves haven't won a domination match. They're 0-2 across the board, whereas on the other side for Swamp Gaming, they are 3-0. They have really found their comfort in terms of domination. So if they've been going in studying Swamp Gaming, what has gone right for them, what's gone wrong for them, maybe 100 Thieves can pull one out of underneath them here.
Yeah, they've won those quick. I mean, those matches go very fast.
It reminds me of PG.
Domination. And also, if you win this, if you're 100 Thieves, all the mental comes back and all the confidence boost. Talking about, you know, going into this thing, you beat who right now is everybody's, you know, 1 seed or the team to beat. This is a big one for them. Celestial Husk obviously is going to give a lot of, I think, bonus to both teams, depending on how you look at it. You know, I want to highlight Vinny and the tanks over there with TTK. TTK obviously has been that Angela a bit that we've seen. You know, not a lot of Angela to begin with. Necrise a little bit, but Angela has been somewhat struggling. And then you obviously have the comfort pick in Emma. Celestial Husk, big Venom map. Vinny has been super flexible, obviously, from being the group player, dog. But what do you expect in the Vanguard roles here and the role that they play against such a great opposition?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something to be said about, like, living and taking space, but also, like, realizing kind of where everybody is. Like, I think a big problem for a lot of the teams last week was being desynced, like being desynchronized from your backline, from your duelists, and from your other Vanguard player, right? So, like, that's always a tough hill to overcome. I mean, I think we saw that. I saw on social media was trending the Jolly stuff last week versus 100 Thieves. But, I mean, I think, you know, I know Imperator gets a lot of flack on social media, but, like, he pointed out how it's not entirely on Jolly, right? It's a team game, right? In hindsight, for example, a lot of what I said last week about Mace and stuff, like, this is a team game. What people don't realize at the end of the day, you're out of position sometimes, but that's usually to set up somebody else, especially if you're playing dive compositions in the current patch. And like Gask pointed out earlier about Triple Strategist, you have to have these sort of set dives. Otherwise, the comp, you know, just because it lives for a long time, it doesn't mean that's the play. Like I think Blur said it in the interview. You know, you don't just because you're playing Ultron Triple or whatever doesn't mean you just want to mirror an AFK. You still got to be proactive, and that was the biggest critique that I had last week was 100 Thieves and a lot of these squads. Maybe it's because it's late in the day or whatever, just not playing super proactive, not hyper aggressive like they usually do, to rely off people like Delena, like you said. So a lot of that is on Vinny in this tank line of TTK, but it's on everybody else to follow up on it.
Listen, hey, it's like when a quarterback gets an interception or a couple of them, it's like a lot of the blame gets cast to them, and it is a team sport at the end of the day. At the pro level, of course, we're going to obviously always be critical of every player because that's the great thing about sports. You're in the limelight, and you have the chance to shine and be there, highs and lows. I think that's what makes it great, but the team aspect is what's so important. And one of the reasons why I liked 100 Thieves going into this entire preseason was they, for the most part, kind of kept their team together. Obviously, Winnie being the new addition to them, and then self-replacing big roles in Terra. But for me, it is about how you coordinate as a team. I think, you know, Fly, you said is a great example. Team with talent across the board. You gotta be, you know, together as one, especially in a dive meta more than anything, right? And this team plays super unique because a lot of them know their roles, and we have new people coming in. They've got to figure out what their role is and contribution to the team. But Swamp Gaming, they've got that figured out, Gaskin. I mean, you welcome in a new backline. Valentina, Forky Dog, it seems like they've been playing with these other four forever, and I think that's what is such a big impact for them. I've heard their comms, I've listened in. It's awesome to see that this team so quickly is working as one.
Yeah, I think that even though I give credit to Vanguards and their survival with the casualties they have, you have to also understand why that's happening, and it's because of the backline and the strategies keeping the Vanguards alive. And Valentina and Forky have been unbelievable, not only at their healing rate and their output, but also the amount of assists they're coming through because of that as well, leading quite a lot of players in terms of assists throughout the league when it comes to those strategists. So I think that they're going to be a key part, and if you're looking at that from the side of 100 Thieves, because you've got to understand, how do you take down a team that hasn't lost yet? When you look at trying to study tape, trying to work out how to beat a team, if they haven't lost a single time yet, you are not going to see many of those weaknesses actually come through. So you have to look at their strengths and how you actually shut down their strengths. And if the strategists are their strengths, then you need someone who is comfortable diving, someone who is comfortable in 1v1s, and you actually just puncture through them. I do think a Daredevil would really help being able to take them down, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daredevil gets banned away from 100 Thieves every single time today, because in all 3 of their losses, they've had Daredevil and Gambit removed away from them, and they've really struggled to be able to kind of bounce back from their strengths.
I love you. Thanks,
yeah, I mean,
man.
Self was absolutely him on Daredevil, and the big difference of that flag quest. I know, by the way, it's 100 Thieves. It's like, we're ready. We're getting there, guys. The players are getting ready to roll here. But, I mean, for me, I mean, if you look at, obviously, Daredevil, but we listened to Coach Fox, right? He talked about their strategy going with Gambit or Elsa, Dogman, and a lot of it was, all right, we don't want to give someone like Delina Elsa. Did he just give away the plan going in, right? Like, is this obviously what they're going to do? And Delina, does he expect that, or was that in the last patch? I mean, we just saw Nectar. They adjusted so well to that quick ban on the Elsa. That's all they had under the resume, at least in the preseason. And then when the Psylocke came out. So I think Delina has big shoes to fill here, because you have to be somewhat of a hyper carry at times in that duelist role.
Yeah, to take back and take a step back and look at the overarching sort of history of 100 Thieves, you know, it was kind of like Terra that was the star of the team, or at least took a lot of the limelight away from Delina. But he was kind of that sort of unsung player, and then since last week has been playing really well, right? Like, I think a lot of people have noticed how his gameplay is a lot of fun to watch, and I think that he plays a very exciting style for 100 Thieves. Now, it's not like they've won a lot of their games necessarily, just because of the fact that they, you know, had a close series with FlyQuest, you know, and the fact that they've, you know, lost to NRG, a team that a lot of people assumed they would have beaten. But it's still a lot of, you know, potential game plans leaked, like you said. But regardless, what you saw in the last series, and like Gaskin pointed out earlier, Mantis is kind of a real boon this week, and maybe Elsa has taken a smaller step back.
They're stalling.
Yeah, I think we're going to see by far the biggest, like, wows to the balance patch of what was White Fox and Elsa in this game in particular. I mean, listen, you said no Daredevil, Gaskin. Give me Daredevil, because Self versus Daze going head to head is just going to be its own, like, spectacular to watch. It's going to be like DBZ going on, just a bunch of crazy combos up in the sky, looking wild. I mean, that's what I expect out of them. But yeah, I'm wondering what team of Swamp Gaming we get, because again, Amadian has came in, and then Days as well, right? But we've got it ready, guys. The yap is over. 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming is here for the potential looking best of the Group A. Boys, take it away. We got a good one.
Also ban on both sides.
Thank you, Sir Coz. It wouldn't be a 100 Thieves game, Gask, without a little bit of, I imagine, you know, discussion over the server. You know, where you want to play. You know, West Coast, East Coast.
Oh, and look, instantly 100 Thieves getting the protect onto Daredevil. Cozy gets his wish. We will see 100 Thieves with Daredevil. As I said, in their 3 losses thus far, they haven't had Daredevil. But it seems like Swamp Gaming felt like Elsa was more of a threat. Of course, they follow up with Gambit as expected, but will get a protect onto their own Gambit indeed. So Swamp Gaming at least going to have the Gambit on their side, which is definitely going to be worrying when you look at how impressive they've been from their strategists in particular.
All right. Well, we get Cozy's wish, I suppose, with that. And, you know, on the opposite side, what's going to happen, right? Because Mantis was a lot more focused, what Blur said in the interview. But this time, man, like, we're, like you said, diverting immediately into that Elsa and the Gambit. And, well, that game plan that you guys mentioned in the sort of lead up to this, it seems like it is going to be enacted by the side of Swamp Gaming, right?
And I think it surprised me to hear about how, you know, we think Mantis is a little bit OP, Mantis is a must pick. In EMEA, we saw Mantis completely ignored on pick and ban throughout a lot of the matches, and it might happen again here as well. Of course, it's only going to be a pick of Mantis, most likely if you're playing the triple strategist meta. So if you are just planning on playing the 222, then maybe you don't really worry too much about Mantis. And again, that's going to come down to preparation and learning about what your opposition wants to do. But looks like we're going to have Daredevil versus Daredevil. So Cozy now is going to be even more delighted with the fact that we're going to get that mirror match.
All right, yep, we get to see it. But it's a lot of focus towards that Gambit comp, I guess. That's like the kind of interesting part whenever we get those gambits going through is because, okay, you want to play Star-Lord, you want to play for that fight win with Gambit, Star-Lord, Galactic Legend combination. And then also the Rogue, so you're already trying to prioritize that Gambit composition. But for Swamp Gaming, that's kind of like a, I don't know, almost like a benefit. It's going to be interesting, right? So 100 Thieves go for that Deadpool Vanguard protection.
Any of the Gambit
But for Swamp Gaming, I'm curious if they were even thinking about that, right? Like, I know a lot of people mention how good Deadpool is. I know some pros will value that character so highly, even despite, you know, Strat Pool and Dual Pool being available a lot of times. A lot of those are also still quite good, especially with the damage boost and stuff that you can get with Strat Pool. But some focus for 100 Thieves towards that Van Pool, see how their sort of change-ups are. We did see that Ultron from Self before, and it's like you mentioned, Gask, no Mantis for either, or
I'm
rather
so
for the side
bored.
of,
I'm so
so
tired.
far, but this will
I
be
wanna
very
go to
curious to see
bed.
like how they've adjusted moving forward.
Yeah, I do think that if you can get the Gambit through, then you're not necessarily going to go for the triple strat. And it looks like that might be the case on the side of Swamp Gaming. Whereas for 100 Thieves, they're saying, well, actually, we love to play triple strat, and you've not taken away Mantis from us. So
I might just
why
go to
don't you
bed.
just give this one a go? And especially alongside Ultron, we
Take
saw
a
a
nap.
lot of Ultron last week. We even saw Ultron bans coming through last
Are
week.
you for
because
me to
people were
do
just
the-
that
are you forced to
concerned
do
about
this
the
shit?
triple strat
No.
being a little bit too oppressive. But we'll have to see now
Just
how this
doing
one's
it
going to
for
work out,
content.
because 100 Thieves having the trip strat versus Swamp Gaming, who are going to go for a more traditional triple two.
My issue
but
is
a
if
lot
I
of
take
it
a
is going to
nap
come
now,
down to how theirs works
I'm
on
not
that
gonna get
Daredevil.
anything done
Are you going to be
later.
able to shut down
'Cause I'm
that
gonna wake
back
up at,
line
like,
and maybe take
10
out some
PM.
of these strategists?
Well, let's see. Between these two teams, you know, can 100 Thieves bounce back from last week, or is Swamp Gaming going to remain at the top of the group, right? This team, you know, obviously there was whispers about how good they were, but now coming into it looked to be that for 100 Thieves side. They're going to play out with that Groot, kind of Vinny back onto the sort of classic character as they play this full counter dive around Delena. Again, you talked about him earlier, Gask, and so did Cozy. Let's see if they can heavily play around this Mantis buff for Delena as we start off with a very slow neutral fight as the point slowly goes to Swamp Gaming. 100 Thieves look to touch for now.
Was very interesting. The 100 Thieves haven't gone for the Daredevil despite protecting it earlier, but I think with the Mantis being open, they just felt like triple strat was going to be their option and the way they take down this SG team. No one else has been able to beat Swamp Gaming thus far, but if anyone can do it, surely it would be 100 Thieves. And oh boy, do we know though, on the other side, Valentina has been so impressive as a strategist and now has the Gambit available to her.
Well, there it is. They immediately commit that Deadpool ultimate on the backside. Trade back one, though. It's a 1-for-1 at the current moment, trying to play slow for the Daredevil, or sorry, Deadpool. Enabled the side of Swamp Gaming, but they do have that point. However, missing one. Kraz and Vinny both going to come back on the Venom fast into this upcoming fight as 100 Thieves try to build towards that Ultron ultimate. Scatter on the right side angle, just into that taunt. Goes and takes out two. Make it potentially three, as that ante was big from Valentina, and 100 Thieves sent back to spawn.
All right, so test one is a failure for 100 Thieves, and real question is how long do they stick with this before they try and change things up? You can already see TTK switching over potentially to Angela here, maybe feel like you can do a little bit of a difference being able to fly with her and maybe grab one of those strategists on the other side from Swamp Gaming. Delena is going to have an ultimate shortly. That Phoenix, of course, can be a big damage output on the other side as well for 100 Thieves, so can that be the difference maker? On the other side for SG, though, they have two strat ults to work with, so they're going to have a great time defending this one, if I'm honest.
Excellent points. 100 Thieves try and take that same angle. Valentina, Gambit, Raging Roar flush to the back side. You got those Loki crystals committed to sustain at the current moment, sort of like a soft strat ult in their own. They try to push forward with that Mantis ult on the backside from the Loki copy. But will they find the KOs? Deadpool committed onto the backside of, it looks like Winnie for the side of 100 Thieves, but he's able to live for the current moment. Self trying to stay grouped inside these drones, and the healing from the rest of the squad, but Mello and Daze fine on the 3. And with Valentina, that's multiple KOs for Delena. Unfortunately, Zensong Inferno is going to be all for naught. Only one KO for 100 Thieves side. They're sent back to spawn again, and Swamp Gaming look as strong as they looked last week.
I mean, it just seems like nothing can stop them at the moment. Momentum is behind them. Confidence is absolutely there. The way they're moving around as these strategists, fearless, taking some of the fights and taking the 1v1s. And as I said, I'm not necessarily surprised. Anyway, Portal is going to come through. It's a last-ditch attempt from 100 Thieves.
And touch for now. The straddle, so you mentioned Forky still has it. 100 Thieves close on Millennia's ult. They're going to pop out last second. You see a lot of the really good strat players wait to the very last moment of the portal to pop out. They commit the Mantis ultimate, but you got to find the KOs. Looks like everybody leaves. It's disengaged from the side of Swamp Gaming, who going with the Daredevil. Daze finds one with that Beast of the Abyss. TTK trades back one at least with his own ultimate, but are you going to find any more, right? It just seems like Swamp Gaming playing so patiently. They don't even just use Forky Dog's ultimate. He still has Invisible Boundary. They didn't even use it for the side of 100 Thieves. With that Mantis, Mello's there now on the backside to Self and Winnie. They fall. And in overtime, what a patient fight for Swamp Gaming that ends up 100-0.
The experience that we are seeing from Swamp Gaming and what they've just learned over the last week of how teams trying to break what they are doing, because Swamp Gaming are setting the pace, really. Swamp Gaming is saying, this is how we're going to play the game. It's up to you whether you want to try and counter it or not. 100 Thieves tried 2-3 separate attempts of really trying to break through, and none of them found success because Swamp Gaming just have so much coordination at the moment with how they're prioritizing targets. You'll see that as soon as there's a little bit of damage done onto either a strategist or one of the duelists, Swamp Gaming instantly jump on that. The comms have to be perfect because they are making sure they shut down that player, giving them the player advantage off of the rip, and 100 Thieves struggling a little bit after round one.
You can really tell Swamp Gaming kind of think about this game at a very high level in terms of the macro aspect of it, right? Like, it's disengaging 100 Thieves. It's kind of like Blur said, like some of these teams are trying to like kind of go in together, sort of apes together strong kind of situation. And Swamp Gaming aware of that is sort of disengaged. But now, like 100 Thieves have to rebound, right? They're still gonna, well actually they're swap TDK over to the Magneto for now, off of the Angela from earlier. So it looks like they're still trying to find that solution. And that's gonna also put Delena back over to the sidelock with Millennia onto the Luna Snow. So they're trying to mix it up heavily, in fact, now popping out as well with Winnie on that White Fox.
Yeah, going to the Triple 2 and the Luna Snow White Fox combo that we know and love, and I'm sure we were expecting to see a lot of here today, but already aggression coming out. Melophobia getting the opening onto TTK, so that Magneto shut down immediately, and then the follow-up is just going to be as easy as you like. 100 Thieves scatter to try and escape because Swamp Gaming just were able to punish them yet again.
Yeah, 100% tough fight for 100 Thieves to win, but Swamp Gaming just commit that one ultimate dive onto TTK, and I mean, that's just going to send 100 Thieves back. Now, 10% on the board built for Swamp Gaming. At least they're down a Shadow for 100 Thieves side, and not even close to that Luna Snow dance floor just yet. And they have so much space to make up, right? How can they pressure the side of Forky Dog and Swamp Gaming, right? Like, what does TTK do here? He's just kind of taking the space that's afforded them by Swamp Gaming, but it's almost baiting them into this choke point, which that Dance of the Butterflies is here. Millennia, though, claps him down. No way, Mello got the ult canceled. What a clap from Millennia and 100 Thieves to disengage it, sort of baited them in almost. Daze gets taken out by Delena. They removed both duelist players. However, Self goes down on the opposite angle. Dance of the Butterflies here doesn't force out Forky Dog and the Invisible Boundary. And actually, the TTK, the damage is there with the White Fox ultimate, so everybody followed it up, and that was an excellent push for 100 Thieves, as in the middle of the Invisible Boundary, they got the KOs due to excellent target focus and the point.
100 Thieves finally get their break then, and is thankful to some very well-timed ultimates, that's for sure. Swamp Gaming tried to counter them, but sadly, they weren't unable to do so. That is fantastic timing on the side of 100T. And now for Swamp Gaming, as you look at their ult economy, Krasman's going to have available Freedom Charge to really push in and do what it says on the tin. A little bit of a Freedom Charge to try and create some space for the rest of the team as they try and get into this one.
Let's see how much freedom they can gain towards this choke of Swamp Gaming. It looks like they're sent back due to Krasmang's very own. So we commit that into the Valentina ult as well. But any KOs potentially come through the dance floor. It looks like the answer is no for now because they're playing around Millennia's dance floor, but here comes the Meteor M to help Peel dodge away, though. Nice job from Mello to evade it. Dace, though, with the ultimate afterwards. Same thing with Self. Who can go bigger in terms of the dead pools for both sides? It looks like Self is disengaged. No KOs just yet until everybody else is here to follow up. Mello trades back at one for the very least, but it was an engage that worked out for 100 Thieves due to that aggression. For the side of Swamp Gaming, they're sent back again.
100 Thieves look a lot better when they have control of the point and they are almost defending rather than having to try and break a setup. And a part of that maybe is just from their experience and how much they've learned, as this composition just seems to be a little bit more tailored around defending, especially with Magneto being able to just absorb so much of that damage as well. But really, that White Fox has been such a good inclusion for them, and I think that maybe Swamp Gaming will look at this one and say, do we need a White Fox of our own to try and counter this one a little bit? But now we're going to get one more push from Swamp Gaming, maybe two, depending on the speed of which this fight goes.
Something to chew on for Swamp Gaming for sure, Gask. And Kraz gets frozen by Millennia on the backside. Nice job from the freeze from the Stratus player of 100 Thieves. However, Swamp Gaming playing it slow at the current moment. Scatter with the Deadpool ultimate. Throws it onto the back line, met by Winnie. And now Self is here to track down Melophobia, so using that Daredevil vision, finds the invisible Melophobia and actually is able to find that KO with the Luna Snowflake. He's been getting so much done. Excellent call-outs earlier by both you and Cozy to bring out how Self has been dominating. Scatter, another one. Dance floor here too from Delena. Don't even know if it was necessary because Swamp Gaming are sent away and will rely on this portal touch now.
Portal touch does come through, but they're just going to be too staggered here, and it's just going to allow Self to continue his domination and his reign of pain. This is why they protected Daredevil. This is why we wanted to see 100 Thieves on Daredevil, but Swamp Gaming are trying their best, forcing everything through. Any ultimates available. You can see Forky drops the ultimate as well, so this is still alive for SG. 100 Thieves, can they hold on now?
I mean, they commit ultimates afterwards. Oh, Daze goes down. Sorry, Valentina goes down with the Raging Roll Flush as well, so nothing to counter it in 100 Thieves. They get it done. Yeah, they played it slow, able to kind of build up those ults you mentioned, Gask, and now we're headed to Celestial Hand. The third round, it's 1-1.
I think that Swamp Gaming, I mean, they now know that Daredevil is such a huge threat, and whether we see a little bit of an adjustment on their side and them going to something that's a little bit more comfortable for them. Sure, Valentina on the Gambit in the moment is their contemplation of should I switch over to White Fox, and maybe we go for the White Fox and Luna Snow combo as well, and go for a direct mirror, because 100 Thieves have found something here that has really given them success. And that's why I wanted to see Daredevil for them. The stats don't lie. 100 Thieves haven't won a game where Daredevil's been banned away from them, but perhaps now they can show why it's so important to have Self on that DD.
He's been absolutely phenomenal so far, especially with that Snowflake. Maybe that's why Forky goes for it on their own side. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, they have to up the pace here with that Raging Roll Flush onto Millennia and 100 Thieves, but they, alongside this Captain America, have done an excellent job of living. Well, Gask, this will be the deciding map, right? Starting it out, both teams are gonna, you know, kind of control that objective. We'll see who gets pressed off first. It would be kind of unlikely, I think, for him to go down early, but Melo's been like kind of a hard target from 100 Thieves' side, right?
A very hard target indeed, and Valentina obviously has that Raging Royal Flush available, will pop it as well, and now this is where you need to rely on your Daredevil to go in and get a little bit of damage off the back of it as well. But you can see on the other side, 100 Thieves also pop their ultimate defensively to try and make sure that they can stay alive here. This is a huge fight that's going down, and as you said, whoever can get control of this first point, it could really show who is going to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's an absolute clash of colors.
I didn't realize I was muted the entire time.
Going to come through for 100 Thieves' side. Meteor
I was talking
to help heal the back
but it
line.
didn't matter.
Looks like it was disengaged for the side of Swamp Gaming. Devil out committed by Dace. But will they find the KOs through all the healing that is coming from that White Fox? Like you mentioned, the freeze comes out. Nice job to slow down the White Fox. Also takes out of the ultimate. But Swamp Gaming are in control. Melo comes in with that Dance of the Butterflies. Is it disengaged? So the bubble here on himself and the deflect. They come back for Daze, and they do so. Nice disengage back from that White Fox with the shields that you talked about. Melo also invisible. You can't hide from the blind man of Self, as TDK's there with the follow-up. Right-click. Delena also Dance to the Butterflies. And you talked about it, Gas Man. This White Fox has done so much.
It's just been massive for 100 Thieves, and as you said, just the ability of having the freeze for that stun and the stall has been huge for them. It just has been the difference maker at times, but also ultimate timing really worked out for 100 Thieves as well. Delena were able to get that Dance of the Butterfly after the fact of surviving, whereas Melophobia had popped it, not really found as much damage as they would have liked. And now 100 Thieves, they will gain control, and Swamp Gaming going to have to try and break here. And as we learned from the previous one, 100 Thieves very successful once they have control of this point.
See if they can keep that success up. TDK trying to mark Melo for now. Which I believe the Snowflake, by the way, is going to be on Daze the whole time. Melo trades back to Lena, though. Nice work to actually capitalize on an aggressive play to Lena to control that high ground. Excellent tracking, and then the follow-up onto Self. But will they find the KOs? It looks like the peel job is coming through from 100 Thieves. They don't even have up that point given just yet due to Vinny stalling it out, right? Not even any percentage. Nice healing coming over to Vinny as well. Here comes the dance. Maybe from the side of Swamp Gaming onto the dive from Valentina. But no KOs found just yet with the Raging Roll Flush. Will they find anything after it? Potentially Scatter goes in. with the band hammer towards the back line, but everybody else is here to peel. Look at this. TTK holding up the wall to make sure they can take down Daze. And Delena, nice double dash through Daze, coming through with the white fox now, forcing the Luna dance floor from Forky Dog, but they are down a ton of damage, and they're able to take down Winnie regardless. Maybe they can clutch it up, right? All these teams like talk about winning in these 4v or 5v6s, and they trade it back, making it a 4v5. Mello with another one of Delena, same thing with Vinny. So with that, Swamp Gaming, in terms of ultimates, able to take advantage of 100 Thieves and flip the objective.
Swamp Gaming might win
perfect
this
timing
next
on
fight
the
because they
fate
have
of
the
both worlds
capital.
there from Forky Dog. I saw it popped initially on the side of 100
Was
Thieves.
it
And
Devil Fruit?
I thought maybe
I
it would
like
give them enough just to be able to
the
sustain and take out the enemy, but Swamp Gaming, again, they just timed their ultimates a little bit better on that side. And now they are hovering over 2
I also
as
like the
well. They
sand
did the same thing for
fruit.
100 Thieves. They have a better ultimate economy, and they just need to time these correctly. Initially, you're going to see Freedom Charge come out to create that space, and that should give Self the opportunity to let the devil out here.
Also the light flight
together. Here comes that dance to butterflies, no CC to remove it, and Self there with the follow-up.
It's just Mira has
onto
Angela's
it from
no
Delena,
rings. You got so much
and
ring
that's
this
just gonna
season.
move everybody. Days, like you said, a little bit too
Personally,
late. Maybe they can
seen
get some
that.
KO. Oh, just kidding. He
Damn.
found 2. Maybe make it 3 onto TTK. Gets the bubble.
Oh, so
they all come back for the
close.
peel. Somehow didn't get 1 HP TTK. Scatter trying to clutch
dead.
up though. Is he 1v3? He threw out the ultimate. Found 2 potentially. He's still bouncing around. It's Swamp Gaming. They still have control.
Vanpool still lives, and Vanpool still crazy as always. Very impressive from Scattergenji to be able to survive, and of course utilize all of those abilities to try and shut down the remaining damage that had been done onto 100 Thieves. But I mean, TTK surviving was mental, but at least there was a follow-up. I think Daze might have been a little bit frustrated had TTK survived that one. But now here comes a quick push, because we're at 92% here for Swamp Gaming.
They go aggressive. Can they find the KOs through this? TTK trying to come and peel. I mean, they have no ultimates. You have to rely on just raw peel.
Goro.
You have people touching, at least it's Vinny.
Is that the
and Self,
Thunder?
Delena probably to get staggered here on the back angle. Everybody coming back for Vinny now.
Dude,
I
my
mean,
stomach
overtime
hurts so
slowly
bad right
dwindles.
now.
Portal. Actually, they do have it, right?
I'm
With
just not in the
Millennia,
good-
potentially with this portal in a moment.
I'm not in a
But you're
good
losing
state to
everybody in
stream.
overtime now. 14 seconds. It got CC'd and spawn, I believe. Who is that all the way
Wow.
towards the spawn? It looks like somebody on Swamp Gaming side. Regardless, they get it done on Celestial Husk. They win
Swamp
2-1.
Gaming might be the best
Really
team.
fun matchup.
Oh, I mean, this is the matchup that we wanted with these two teams. We wanted
Kepa's going
someone
crazy.
to be able to push
Yeah,
Swamp
once I
Gaming
saw
to
they had
this kind of
capital-
level. We wondered how high is the ceiling of Swamp Gaming. Well, I think we're learning more
I think
and
they
more.
would. They
100
just win
Thieves, they
that.
found a way through in round 2, but then in the third,
Capital
Swamp
to
Gaming
Nurse
had
Portal.
their own answers.
They
They
had
had
to
their way to
Portal.
get back into the game.
fucking
And
G.
again, it comes down to prioritization in their targets. That was absolutely fantastic in those final
tired.
fights.
Should
And
I
also
just go
the
to bed and
individual
end
prowess
stream?
that we just witnessed as well. Daze on that Daredevil showing just how impressive they
Pray
can be.
Swamp Gaming
21k in
wins.
terms of damage on that side, but 14 final hits for Melophobia really standing out for me as well.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal work out of Mellow Cozy. What's your overall thoughts from that
Oh
matchup?
my.
Because that was insane.
Never get to force
Order
it.
in the court, man. I mean, we got
Yeah,
the lawyer v
I think
lawyer
I'll end
matchup
stream.
that we thought we'd
I'm
see.
legit falling
Complete
asleep
chaos
right now. I
there.
mean, I
Just
don't know.
honestly perfect.
Like, I'm
battle
falling
of
asleep on
momentum
stream,
and
but also I could
adjustments. I mean, I
just
felt like
brute force
with
it
the
and
ult
not
economy, 100
go to
Thieves kind of had that to
bed.
lose, and it was the Swamp Gaming being the Thieves and stealing that at the end. It's
Yeah,
just
the thing
that
is, I gotta
sustain
work
they were able
at
to do. I was
11
pumped
in the.
across,
I gotta wake
holding
up at
back line.
10
So much
in
to
the morning.
say.
If I
Guys,
go
we
to
have
bed
another
now,
great
I'm gonna fuck
matchup
my sleep
coming up
schedule.
after this
I
quick
can't
break.
just,
We'll
like-
get right back to this insane
I don't know.
matchup.
Oh, my stomach. Play the game. because you AFK. Oh. What did they say about TTK's Angela? I don't remember. Who won? First round went to Swamp Gaming. Oh, my ass hurts! No, what did you say since you were muted? What do you mean? Like what was my commentary? It pretty much just amounted to them having cap, and Gambit is just gonna let them win fights faster. The old charge gain is just too good for them, you know? Oh, what if my chest hurt? Too many hot chips? Mine's just sore from the push-ups I did the other day. You know? I was working out too hard, so to speak. Am I gonna get a game?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Adam Morlock. Yeah, I'm not in the right mental state right now. Oh, we lost. Whatever, not my problem.
If this is how the universe ends, I shall go down fighting. The hack.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I've had my eye on you for some time, Mr. LeBeau.
Tell me more, Cher. Please, call me Remy.
Tiger Division has been planning a massive sting operation on the thieves. And you're our key person of interest.
On second thought, call me Logan.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
They're on Penny Parker. Okay. I lied. I thought I heard a Penny. Gambit in! I'm on Namor. Pokemon Champions? Well, I'm not gonna play it regardless. That doesn't really matter to me, but... Gambit win if you see him. But, Champion seems cool. Thank you. All high ground.
Our enemy has shown their face. The fates cannot be cheated, guys. It seems fate has intervened.
Maybe winnable. Uh-oh. Oh shit. 3 on.
And we'll be at the web in no time.
A magical shortcut has appeared.
Okay, Gambit.
Look at this, Joe.
Feel renewed.
This is ranked. What's up, Swang? Swang? How you doing, man? Fun on such a shit map, how am I supposed to dive on defense? Yeah, I don't know. Havana is legit just all one line, one straight line. I was watching Ignite and the guy got bored, so I'm playing ranked now. Oh, I'm dead.
My soul is not yours to claim.
I'm ulting here in 3, 2. Hit 3. I killed Mantis. I want to say that's worth, but... Damn it, bottom right on me. Look at that tank pool. Meant to stop left. I missed. I missed. Rogue half. Rogue can die. Oh shit. Hold my hand.
Do not divert your course, Spider. The web awaits. Put your faith in us, Spider Zero. Nothing.
No Phoenix ult. I got Gambit. Aw.
What are you aiming at?
Tankful half. Tankful. There's left room. Look at Phoenix. Rogue next. On the right. 3 on.
Let's not keep the weaver waiting, d'accord?
Ooh, hoo.
This should cure my ails.
In other words, my help. Gambit 1 if you see him. Oh my. Rogue 1.
Hi, that feels good.
Tankful. Please be true.
What are you aiming at?
Uh-oh. Shit. No, I missed. Got the fuck out of that DP. Yep. Nice. I got point. I'm running it down.
We need to finish this now.
Uh-oh. Go on, Jeff. Look at that Gambit back left. He's one. No supports on their team. Look at Rogue, maybe? She's one.
What are you aiming at?
I missed that. We got Gambit on the right. Gambit. Nice.
Including which side you're on.
Skip this song.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
My stomach hurts. Why?
I will do all of the hard work while my father slumbers.
Keep forcing Angela losing versus Swamp Gaming and Ignite? Oh, really?
Before you attack, get ready.
I don't know why he keeps forcing Angela, man. Angela just doesn't work, man. Anyone who plays Angela is a bum. TBH. Give me some top.
I shall claim victory in Lamb's name.
I'm good, ignore me. Temple on the right.
What are you aiming at?
Jeff dies. Okay, maybe not. I have cart. Holy shit. Gambit 1. Gambit 1! On my Phoenix.
Wait, you are in, bro. I'm off the map.
Churu. Not good follow up though, no?
Just what I needed.
Okay. I wasn't trying to do that, but I'll take it. I went down too far.
Angels always rise again.
Let's play a game!
This deserves your attention.
Back up if I were you. What are you aiming at?
There's still a chance.
What are you question marking, man? Oh shit.
You just can't give me also?
Hello, Malena. I'm out. 988. What does that mean?
Secure my ails.
Yeah, thanks for the follow-up, Despo. GG. Oh, I might have missed. Pentagram of Allah. Oh, it's Suicide Hotline. Yo, where did energy go, man? Yeah. How does he get MVP and not me? Plus 24. Oh my god. Plus 24 for that game. Thanos. Thanos lobby.
Looks a lot harder on paper, but that team, we can't underestimate them. They are with us, if not above us. So it's mainly just about like not underestimating them, just playing to our best, giving it our all, and win or lose.
YouTube game. YouTube. How are you today? Tired. Had to wake up by playing a game of Rivals instead of falling asleep or ending stream early.
But we appreciate y'all, and go celebrate the W. Enjoy.
Again, sometimes you just got to hit your shots, and we
sustain effort from the seat.
Let's watch the YouTube game back.
They will run there if
it's banned for swamp.
You just did them, but it's a bit too much if you had that constant pressure from the trip.
Same 100 Thieves. Yep. It's game 2.
I do think
pulls coming in from the Angela and the Wolf, but no KO.
Who's in? Who's out? What does that mean?
Found just yet, so they're building up straddles on this defensive side. Scatter.
Again, I don't understand why we ever go Angela.
Trying to find the Daredevil, but cannot.
It's actually not terrible in this comp, like playing against Swamp Gaming, but it's just gonna be hard. It's just gonna be so hard.
For either side, just ultimates to be built.
Oh, there is the first KO, though. It's going to be on today's. Melophobia will follow up onto
So roster changes? Oh, yeah.
Thieves are going to find themselves in a 5 versus 5, so at least it is traded out. But I think that Swamp Gaming have kind of worked out what 100 Thieves are trying here with the Angela and the Wolverine, just trying to pluck maybe some of those strategists away from their comfortable spots.
Chilling.
Be
How
able
about
to
you,
take them
Wasteman?
out, and then you can just push through and dominate with the extra player advantage.
Who's played so far? Swamp Gaming just 2-0'd 100 Thieves because 100 Thieves is terrible. And then the game before that was what?
Greens used on the inside angle copy from
What was
Winnie.
it? I don't remember.
But who is that on? Current moment, they're waiting to go on forward. Forky playing back towards that bus stop side. Valentina.
Yeah, we lost versus Space Station Gaming, who also 2-0'd. So right now it's 2 2-0s.
Raging Roll Flush on the inside angle. Can they find the KOs in the sky?
Don't spoil.
No,
My fault.
Goes down.
Subsistence.
Usually finds
I mean, you can't say no spoilers when I'm watching it live. I thought you've been 3 games in a row on your what's it called, your Warlock. GG's last game, man. You figured out the problem with your explosive machine, not really.
One after another. Forky on the backside.
What the fuck Forky doing, dog?
Kraz is here. They're clutching it up. They've committed the Captain America Freedom Charge. Daze
What
with
the
another
dog
one.
doing?
Kraz with another.
We
So
bans Adam?
it might
I
have
don't
gone
know.
too soon. 100 Thieves are wiped.
How on earth
That is pretty
did SG
odd.
just manage to pull that one out? Because 100 Thieves had the openers
You
that
didn't have
they
to say
needed.
that,
You would
I
thought they were just
guess.
going to be able to comfortably walk through and clean up afterwards, but SG,
Whole cock
I
and
guess,
balls
just
in his
timed
mouth.
ultimates
I want
correctly,
that.
And also, again, sometimes you just got to hit your shots, and we saw exactly that from the side of SG as well. Melophobia showing what you can do on Winter
Who we
Soldier.
gonna go on,
Plasma
Daze?
also not being scared to get in
SG
the
or
face of 100
YWL?
Thieves as this Captain
YWL.
America right now.
Oh, Millennia falls over while Greens are up too. Oh shoot, Winnie rather in this case. Unfortunately losing his his fellow strategist player. We also commit TDK's ultimate in kind of a lost team fight after one strategist after another are falling. And that's tough, man. That is definitely a mental break moment potentially.
Yeah, 100
after
Thieves
they
sucks
clutch up
dick.
Basically 4 versus 6 on you.
I don't know what they're doing.
Look at the difference. Swamp Gaming get those opening picks, and they continue to be aggressive, continue to try and stagger 100 Thieves, whereas I think there was a slight bit of hesitation on the 100 Thieves side where they were kind of stuck behind the convoy. They didn't all commit, but some did commit, which just meant there was a lot of
Downvoting on
vulnerable
YouTube just for
and Swamp
that.
Gaming took full advantage of it.
GG.
There was a couple of 1v1s on the map that maybe shouldn't have happened. Anyway, we get another
Professional
team
team going to be
appearing here, and
Fullmetallamps,
again, Devil
FML.
is going to be the focus from Self, trying to get any little bit of damage he can, but not able to pick anything just yet.
Oh, winning
Original
hand.
Flush just smokes him. Oh my goodness. See ya. Back to the spot.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
everybody.
know.
Overtime
Like,
now slowly dwindles, and nobody's
one
getting
team
even
always
close.
gets Gambit, and it's just
absolute dominance
lost.
after that
The
hold
team
from
with
Swamp
Gambit just
Gaming
always wins.
As 100 Thieves get held on first point.
Swamp Gaming.
Also, were we on Angela the
slowly
entire
dwindles,
time?
and
No, we
nobody's
swapped
getting
off
even
to
get the
Emma.
pull. I mean, just
My Swamp or something along those
And on
lines.
defense, we're playing Angela. I don't.
You know,
yeah,
I don't
probably
get it.
Is,
I
but,
don't
you know,
understand.
maybe they can scream it in their comms. That's all that they need to know. Anyway, a chance for Swamp Gaming to show us just how impressive they are on the offensive side. Now, 100 Thieves are going to go for something a little bit different. You can see Adam Warlock's going to be pulled out, so they are maybe worried.
Like
that
Gambit
they're
open
gonna
for
lose
them
a
and
couple
didn't
of
play
players,
it?
might have to get that
Really?
kind of revival.
Yeah, we'll see if 100 Thieves have figured out, like, because the Invisible Woman mismatch has not sort of panned out for him so far, but maybe with Days going over the Wolverine, you can't put the bubble. Nope, no more physics.
Yikes.
Benny, goodbye. See you in the spawn. And
Jesus.
yeah, that's what happens when there's Wolverine and there's a mag bubble on him. Good job by Days.
And that was what 100 Thieves were unable to do on their offensive side. Wolverine just wasn't really able to get that pick, and it meant that Swamp Gaming were able to just constantly back up, get those strategists to level up their ultimates a little bit, and they were just getting stronger and stronger on the defensive side, and now Swamp Gaming can start to tear through.
Valentina
100
just
Thieves.
too good.
Valentina has been excellent.
Oh, as I say that, she's dead.
Yeah, just playing hyper aggressive, right? It's just trades after trades. BRB brings them back, and everybody else here on the
Ooh,
inside
clean.
just waits for their demise. You know, it kind of under talked about almost too, but
Team out of trouble a lot of times.
Still got a minute left.
Biggest degree. What other duelist is flexing to the Hulk to save the day, Ship?
Yeah, this team has been struggling because they are definitely more of a poke meta style team, but they're finding their footing with this new triple Vanguard brawl style that really worked for them. Talking about Gulk, we made that conversation look really solid as soon as they made that switch. Dive really struggled to move the card.
can play
forward.
one?
They essentially stopped carding every map after that, and it was definitely interesting to
You
see.
think
I'm
so?
looking forward to watching more of them.
Yeah,
Because LTC and TSM is about to start.
Story and really shine, man. This guy on Star-Lord can be a menace, and that was who I always remembered him as, is the Star-Lord. Plays Psylocke at a good level as well. I think this team, once they get their space and their kind of plan together,
Still got a trapped
look
and
out,
shit.
because they've got a lot of talent their way. They just have to go into it with a bit more strategy.
All right.
100% agree.
TSM is on. I'm seated for bedtime story. They about to lose. They're about to lose horribly. You about to be disappointed. Probably. While we're waiting,
I
let's
think it's
listen.
a lot of studying.
Shit.
That's what we've been talking. How much are you going to review your opposition and what they're good at and where their weaknesses are? Now, whilst similarly to Swamp Gaming, Team Liquid, Citadel maybe don't have many weaknesses you can actually expose, but again, it's trying to go against the strengths that they have. I think for TSM, they are in a dangerous position because if they lose this game, they then go into that matchup against Nightmare as a must-win, otherwise they find themselves eliminated. And you look at some of the players on TSM, there's so much experience there that you'd expect them to be able to give a good matchup here. But I think on the flip side, TLC are just far too strong. I think we're in another situation where at the tippy top of these groups, one team is just dominating the competition. They have figured out the meta, and in this instance, it's Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, looking at Team Liquid, if you guys do not know them, there's some of the, I would say most infamous names in the rival scenes in America, but they also got some love from the EMEA, bringing over Paul Lee. Now, he is known as the Captain America, but has not been able to play it much outside of just the banner to represent him typically, because it's banned out, dog, and that alongside Spark Chief, who is nearly undefeated on the Hulk, a crazy rogue. This is one of those few teams
Hulk?
that even though you have talent
Spark
at
Chief
every
got a Hulk in
position,
him?
you have to address the Vanguard line first, and then that opens everything else, yeah, down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you mentioned, you know, Paulie and Spark definitely some of the best vanguards in the entire game. That's 100% solid shout-outs for sure because of how much they've done. And I think this team, like, it's kind of what FlyQuest wanted to be, right, with their European mixed roster as well, with the EMEA roster. And on the opposite side, for TSM, their opponents, man, like, they fixed up the roster. They picked up some brand new players alongside, like these Solaris guys, and then also put Cal in a role swap for the first time in this game, putting him over to Strategist, which is what he was known for originally before Marvel Rivals. So this was a very unique roster, and it's going to be a tough matchup regardless, but they should be able to figure things out eventually. It's just a kind of a tough meta right now, right? Like, it seems to be a very dive-focused meta, Cozy.
Remember when Spark put you in a kebab in your place? Nope,
arguable,
don't
like,
remember
hit scan
that.
players in Gale and Bedtime Story.
Doesn't ring a bell.
First of all, Gale needs to change his image to the Hulk. We know that by now. I mean, this is a team that we've seen kind of adjust their game plan. We've seen triple Vanguard from them, Gaskin, and with that, you know, you let the Gulk out, and then it puts a lot of pressure, though, on Bedtime Story to be all that makeup damage.
I can
whether
send
you go
pick.
with triple
You just have
strat or with the
screenshots of all
Vanguard
these
role.
useless fucking
I mean,
things,
with
bro.
TSM, do they continue the Gulk? Do we think we see more of that, or more traditional against a team that is probably ready for anything in Liquid?
I think my fear for TSM is that they are very good at certain things, but maybe lack a little bit of flexibility from what I've seen thus far, and perhaps makes them a little bit easier to target ban in the pick and ban phase as well. So we might see Team Liquid actually punish them a little bit in that initial scenario. So we'll have to see whether there is a little bit more flexibility on the side of TSM. I do wonder whether there's a little bit of inside knowledge from Cal. Of course, he used to team with Nero on the other side for Envy previously when they competed together. He was a sub, but you would have learned a lot about how a couple of those players played. So maybe that could be the difference maker. Just a few inside tips and tricks
Google
from
Fiber is getting installed.
Yeah,
next
for sure.
Week.
I mean, Nero has been such a great player who was
What
one
is
of the best
Google
for Envy, and now
Where have I heard that
coming over to the
before?
side for them as well is just so much
What is
to
a
handle.
Google
But yeah,
Fiber?
listen, we're going to be going to Wakanda first. That's the infamous location. But if you are Team Liquid,
Well,
I
you
gotta
basically
say,
say
just
there's a
watch
good thing
Swamp
happening
dominate
and you have to
once
get
again.
out.
If anything, even if you're looking at this matchup, they
Cool
want to put on a
internet.
show
Oh,
to
shit.
continue to show that they are the team to kind of go up against. And, you know,
That's
sometimes in
pretty
these
nice.
matchups, you can get caught up with an easy game, whatever.
could
Doc,
get
I
it.
mean, how do we make sure, or how do you make sure as a player to be focused no matter the matchup? Doesn't matter the name. Just show
1
up
gigabyte
what you
up
do
and
best. 'Cause
down
we've
for
seen Liquid
speeds.
struggle a little bit in their matches, but still they're undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, it's that resilience that comes with practice and scrims, you know, and it's kind of what we heard in Mello saying, like giving some, you know, being humble and giving some credit, I think, towards Team Liquid, saying that, okay, this team might be even better than us. You know, that's kind of crazy for a top player and team to say, I think, in an interview this late in to the tournament. So I think that for Team Liquid, like you said, they have, it's tough to look bad at a 2-0 necessarily, but I think they definitely struggled at points. You know, I am just curious to see if they can maintain that for sure, going week to week without dropping
Still really
scrims
good.
in practice and, like you said, maintaining that resilience. I think they do have it. They have a lot of experience, a lot of players that have done well at the midseason, like you said. So there's a lot of that backbone they could definitely rely on.
But what TSM we're going to get, the one against SSG or the winners against Loon X? It's going to be decided here in the pick ban phase when you're going up against such a titan. It is Team Liquid versus TSM. We've got ourselves a banger. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, I think
Thank
I'll
you, Sir head into
stop
it.
the
Team
queue.
Liquid and
Wait, Penny
TSM.
Parker?
Sorry, Team Liquid Citadel and TSM.
Is that
whereas,
Penny
you know,
Parker?
TSM, like you mentioned in Gaslight, we've seen they haven't necessarily so far throughout. But if they were to win today versus Team Liquid Citadel,
Gambit
that
Bam
would
both sides,
be
Elsa
obviously huge
protects.
considering what everybody's been saying.
And we've just given Elsa as well to Liquid Citadel. So this one might get a little bit ugly. It's a very difficult decision to make. We've seen people going back and forth today. Do you ban the Gambit? Do you ban the Elsa? Both teams are going to end up with an Elsa, but knowing Liquid Citadel, they will be more than happy to have an Elsa off, essentially, because they're going to feel far more comfortable on it with how impressive they've been. They get rid of the Mantis. I think that's important as well. If we've learned anything today, the Mantis can be very difficult to go up against in some of those trip strat compositions, and I didn't say strip chat this time, so careful, Twitch, I see you. Daredevil being hovered at the moment as well, remove that, and Vanpool is going to go on the side of Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, that's it's kind of interesting back and forth considering how much we talked about like Daredevil before.
Yeah.
You know, and on the opposite side for Deadpool too. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to see the difference of opinion so far. Kind of Liquid Citadel taking what they're given. For TSM, that sort of difference with the Daredevil ban is definitely quite interesting. And then it's kind of the same thing with the Captain America ban from the Invis Protect.
I think this is very smart as well from Liquid. I said about running the tapes, they have definitely studied what TSM struggled with, because in TSM's losses, they had Vanpool, Mantis, and Gambit banned away from them, and Liquid have done exactly that. I know that sounds pretty simple because they are 3 very impressive heroes anyway, but it does feel somewhat targeted, and this is what I was trying to mention earlier to Cozy. TSM, I don't feel like they have as much flexibility as Liquid Citadel, which means we might see Liquid Citadel take full advantage of this. I think I spoke to Vicky about this matchup off air, and she said it was going to be, in her words, belt to bottom. So we'll see whether that happens. She may have said a different word, but as an Englishman, I think that bottom is more appropriate.
Yep. No, that sounds exactly like your response, and that sounds like what she would say. So I like that. You know, canonical casters over here. And speaking of which, you know, for Team Liquid, you know, that's the interesting thing that I think you pointed out earlier, Gask, is that triple strat meta is where we're at, right? And the Invisible Woman ban going to Liquid Citadel is kind of interesting, right? Like, you can still, like you mentioned earlier, play the White Fox, play Jeff the Land Shark. You can play anything, really. So far, it feels like, I don't know, man, that ban phase is a bit much of a commitment towards the backline, right?
A very big commitment towards backline, but again,
okay,
that pattern
if we know
seems to
TSM
have
plays
been
aim
emerging.
characters,
Apart
why not
from
ban Elsa
backline
first?
seems to get targeted quite a lot across the board through a majority of the regions that we have in Ignite. So I think strategists are just so important to this game. If you can eliminate some of the biggest and best heroes that are available, just gives you a little bit more of an opportunity in some of these fights. And that is a great freeze coming out initially. Groot unable to get through that portal.
Yeah, nice freeze from Cooper, but they've all disengaged towards that point where a Spark just sort of off angling over the height.
Like guys are both sides soon, bro.
On that triple composition was speedily playing that Ultron.
What do you mean?
See how they operate, right? Dive coming in from Paulie early onto the Invisible Woman in that Loki. We'll see how fast those crystals come out, and oh my goodness, Guru's already gone. Greens couldn't even be there to save him. Nice job from Energy. Like you said, this could get ugly fast with the likes of Energy playing that. Guru gonna come back onto the Angel at the very least, but you don't have Greens anymore to save Pizza Demon, and with that, the dominoes fall. Everybody's back to spawn right now.
It is worth noting that Liquid Citadel unbeaten on Domination, and TSM have yet to find a win on Domination as well. And even though we're only 1 week in, those stats do start to build up and those patterns do start to emerge. And the expectations start to begin of this should be a relatively one-sided affair in favor of Liquid Citadel because everything is pointing towards them. Their ban phase went pretty successful for them, and in general, it's just a better map and mode for them to work with here. But TSM, we know what they're capable of. They still have the experience on the roster. You just need someone to be able to step up and get that first pick for you.
They're going for that raw damage strat, right? Just full front-to-back style on Domination, which I'm curious if it does pan out because I mean, that could shape the meta a little bit, but I mean, you rely heavily, like you mentioned, off of Gale and BTS doing raw damage. And then for Citadel, as long as they, you know, have those tanky players in the front line taking the damage and then falling back and just not getting one shot to that, they're probably okay. But Greens used Gale's low on the high ground, copy out, isn't there in time to save Gale. Unfortunately for him, no more Glodtrox, also the Instinct -2 for him, so that kind of turns him into a bit of a sub-character, right? Also, Freeze comes through from Pizza, everybody surrounding. Cal's gone. Pizza just watching his team get eviscerated in front of his very eyes. 70% on the board, ultimates used, and no fight win yet for TSM.
Fantastic patience again from Liquid Citadel there. They got the initial pick. TSM popped some defensive ultimates. Liquid just said, all right, well, we're just going to sit back. You'll be absolutely fine. And then they waited, planned, and also staggered slightly by doing so. And now Liquid Citadel 84% and ticking. So one last push here for TSM. Perhaps we'll see maybe a little bit of an effort here from the Elsa, and also going to see Punisher now starting to let rip, and maybe this is the opening they needed.
Well, they did use 2 ults for that. Luna ult committed by Cooper just to try to like live back away. But what can they do afterwards? Okay, BTS just gets deleted. Okay, Energy did get traded out by Cal though. Nice work to help the backline. as Energy went in for an aggressive ultimate. We kind of saw maybe some slight weaknesses out of Liquid Citadel when that were to happen for Energy, but they're still trading, right? Gilbert throws that Meteor Ram, just tries to dunk cross map with that meatball. Freedom Charge committed by Paulie as well to help sustain afterwards. Spark Chief has that Deadpool ultimate afterwards. Guru would have to be big coming out of this portal. What do you have for me, Guru, on the Doctor Strange? Freezes have been big from Cooper so far. He could cancel the ultimate or the charm could come out. Guru, does he know? Are they aware? They get one onto Energy, but the pocket's there. He does eventually go down. Bedtime Story came back onto the Doctor, or onto the Star-Lord, but Liquid Citadel kind of back it up for now. Overtime, Spiddly does go down. BTS so far. Nice work from him coming out of the portal to find two, and Liquid Citadel backed up for now.
As you say, that raw damage coming out from TSM is working out. When they target correctly and they all are looking at the same hero, it is working out for them. So Liquid Citadel just need to be a little bit wise to it. They do have a couple of ultimates that are coming up. Speed going to have that one on the side of Ultron. The real question is, TSM on their side, they've got plenty to work with as well. Of course, Loki having the ultimate available could copy whichever ultimate he wants to go for. And you can see Gale is going to pop his as well. So now TSM are going to try and use this initial damage and pull to try and push it.
But Gil goes down in the middle of that fight. The peel job there. Now here comes the Ultron. Backside, no Meteor M to save them, but they do live with this invisible boundary after the copy. Though they use it, Cooper aware. Okay, BTS just goes down. Traded though. Energy also falls. So both of these Elsas removed for now. At the moment, playing slow right now is the side of Liquid Citadel. Eventually explode out the high ground. Here comes Paulie. Has double pocket with the drone and the snowflake. I mean, just absolute unkO'able demon. Takes down two already, Paulie. Make it three. Huge plays by the Captain America player, who is absolutely pocketed by his squad. And Liquid Citadel reclaimed that objective and the point.
Reclaim, hold, and into overtime. And they do have Fate of Both Worlds available to Cooper as well. Won't even need it. And Liquid Citadel will take the first, meaning those ultimates will carry over into round two. I will give credit where it's due. TSM made a round of it there. It wasn't a complete stomp where Liquid Citadel just completely shut them out. TSM were able to bully their way through with that raw amount of damage from their duelists, and also some good ultimate usage as well in tandem to make sure they were able to push together successfully. But
yeah,
Liquid Citadel do what they always do here, Dogman, is they find a way.
I'm so
they
tired.
are very good at reacting in that moment, whether it is switching heroes,
I like
whether
2
it's
hours
noticing
sleep, bro.
patterns of play
I'm
that
so
they
cooked.
can just stop in terms of where people are actually pushing. Liquid Citadel just always seem to have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, they've been reading well, and overall, you know, kiting to a very high level. Now, you know, I would say I feel like that last map on Warrior Falls is not the best map if you're just playing this like full front to back, high damage and comp. But you know, in Intergalactic Spaceport, I don't think it's much better. It's slightly better. We'll kind of see if TSM, you know, opt into this same sort of style they've been running, at least with Bedtime Story, over to that Star-Lord and Guru over to the Angela. They're maybe going to try to mix up the pace for his Liquid Citadel side. You know, they could play aggressive because they have double straddles available.
Yeah, Cooper just really wants to hold on to Fate of Both Worlds to be able to pop it as a defensive. And maybe encourage a couple of TSM ultimates that are going to come out. You can see the first one is going to be popped. The second one will follow from Cal as well, as TSM are really throwing everything. But now the counter ultimates come out on the side of Liquid Citadel. They were more than ready. And with Gale going down, it means it's going to be a 5 versus 5 because both Elsas eliminated from the game.
Yeah, and so are both duelists, sadly, for the side of TSM, because Nero whipping out the claws, takes out two, backline removed. Nice job from Team Liquid Citadel, who set up Paulie's flank, found two. Nice fight win out of the squad as Liquid Citadel look to hold yet again. TSM switch up to the triple comp, try to mirror it at the very least.
So now Liquid Citadel, after breaking, are going to be able to hold and again have ults to work with as well. There's the first. Energy going to get that initial pull and actually is going to do a lot of damage on the other side. Polly waiting with Freedom Charge as well. Not going to use it just yet. Don't really need to because they have the advantage in this fight. TSM very much on the back foot here. And that is just even worse news. It goes from bad to worse here for TSM.
Yeah, just a little bit of a high aggressive play from Liquid Citadel. And now, you know, for TSM, they I don't know, man, like mirroring against Liquid Citadel may be a rough choice. We'll see what happens moving forward. Gale, you know, could have a big large rocks to follow up. Needs to be there from the squad, though, as Liquid Citadel can peel it off. Here comes Guru's ultimate with the Glortrox. It does find two, maybe three. Okay, nice job, Gale. That was a huge ult with the combination of Guru. But can they keep it up? The Freedom Charge is going to eventually not save Cooper as he goes down. and 60% on the board. They flipped the objective. Maybe Portal could come out, but at the moment, nice fight there from TSM with Guru and Gale.
And TSM showing that, you know, Liquid Citadel, they can bleed. They're not unbeatable. You will still find a way to break through their setup if you plan accordingly. But now for Liquid Citadel on their side, they're going to now have a little bit more ult charge to work with. And now we're going to see good amount of damage coming through and a very aggressive push as well. As they try and take down Cooper, will find the kill on Cooper as well. And that KO will just make they're going to have the advantage. 6 versus 5, and Liquid Citadel might have to back up.
Yeah, aggressive play, Ultron, and, well, the Freedom Charge used last fight. So not too shabby from TSM so far. I like it. See if they can do it again, right? 30% on the board. We've seen this out of Citadel fights. They lose these fights so fast that they're not even giving up that much point percentage. But there's the flank play from Nero and his Captain America. They actually get the charm, too, off of Cal, but he TPs away. Has a little bit of self-healing, also commits the ultimate. So both White Foxes just bouncing around, healing and damage. At the same time, Glartrox here, though, is big from energy. Does it get deleted? Yes, it does. So they peel it off for now. Spark Chief finds Bedtime Story, though. And same thing with Pizza Demon. The healing is just far too much. And same thing with the damage of Cooper, as the rest of TSM gets cleaned up towards the opposite side of the point, and it's flipped.
Fantastic from Liquid Citadel. I mean, again, just worked so well together to make sure they could eliminate anyone from TSM. It was just one of those fights with very mirrored ultimates happening. You have to wait for someone to be able to expose one member who's maybe just stepping out a little bit further on that left-hand side. And Liquid Citadel now will be able to control, but the portal is going to come through from TSM to go for one last stand here. But back through the portal some went because there was just so much damage coming out on the other side. Polly gets the opener onto Gale, and now TSM, they're going to be at 6s and 7s here because Liquid Citadel are going to have the player advantage.
I wonder why Gale walked out so early, but now he's back regardless at being at 0 instinct. Able to get the KO on Spark Chief. Nice work from Gale. Also throws the Glartrox on energy. Does catch on to him. Follow up there from Guru. Also away from the point and the Luna Snow dance floor. Blocking off the healing is Guru now. Gale with the follow-up in the sky. Great work from Guru in that fight, and Gale to capitalize. The tandem of these two has been exciting to watch, but can they keep it up? 60% off that portal flip from TSM.
Amazing portal flip. I think Liquid Citadel probably thought they had got the job done after that initial pick, but TSM showing they are not just going to roll over and show their bellies here to Liquid Citadel. They are here to play, and they're here to prove a point. Remember how important this matchup is for them. They do not want to fall into that danger zone where they would have to have a must-win against Nightmare in their next matchup. So TSM holding at the moment 80% as Liquid Citadel look to make their push. They do have 2 ults available to them, but Guru also has Eye of Agamotto available. Will he pop it early, or is he going to try and wait as a counter?
BTS stuck at the point, and they just fall over without goals. Guru's ultimate is a bit late. Goodbye. See you later. We didn't use anything. It's over. I mean, Liquid Citadel, they don't have Portal either on TSM's side. Overtime ticks down. This is going to be a fight win and a map win for Liquid Citadel. It's over. Team Liquid Citadel get it done because of that flank angle from, it looked like Nero on the right side, and everybody setting up, and BTS was just stuck on point without cooldowns. Kind of anticlimactic way to do it, but it's done. They win map 1.
But that's where Liquid, they were so impressive throughout it. Like you said, with flanks and just finding those angles in general, they were brave enough to kind of sometimes split from the rest of the team and get that damage from behind. And I do think that there's something about being proactive with ultimates as well. The Eye of Agamotto was available, but wanted to use it defensively, and by the time you used it, the whole team was dead. So TSM, sadly, they will go 1-0 down then after the first map, but Liquid Citadel, again, proving why they seem to be one of the best teams in the region, if not the best team in the region right now here, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they continue this, right, it felt like, you know, it was a little bit close at points, right? Like energy sometimes would get picked out a little bit, but I mean, Gale going to be your SVP on the side of TSM. For the side of Team Liquid Citadel, it makes sense it's Pauly. I mean, just like all of the support given to him, Drone, Snowflake, you know, everything given to Pauly, and he just gets it done, right? Huge pickup for them and a huge team effort out of Team Liquid Citadel. And Nero, too, by the way. I mean, Nero, you know, we talked about Valentina earlier. I think Nero might actually kind of be better. Like, is it crazy to say Nero on White Fox looks absolutely crazy?
I mean, we didn't get to see Valentina on White Fox earlier, which I think hurt me inside because I wanted to see, especially with the patch changes, how it was going to be for her. But Nero was unbelievable, as were the entirety of Liquid Citadel. But of course, that wraps up map 1. We've got more action coming here for you in preseason of Ignite right after this break.
The one big Crowder. What's up? Oh, my stomach hurts, dude. I'm so fucked up today. I don't know why. Can't. I'm ending stream. I can't stay up. I'm just ending it. I can't do it. I'm just gonna nap for the next 17, 6 or 7 hours. What do I raid? Should I raid Marvel Rivals themselves? Lou Banger? Do I rate the Lou Bang Bang? Oh, I actually Snowette. I should rate Snowette. I'll rate Snowette. Slash rate Snowette. Alright, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be live. If I'm not, well, GG then. Alright, peace. Was fun. Yeah.
No. You can kite back. You can